Item 5, sir.
Yes, Mr.
Need, please.
Item 5, sir.
Sir.
Yes, Mr.
Need, please.
Sir.
But I was on page 24 of my written submissions because I left at the article written by my Lord then the Honorable Law Minister,
Yes.
Law Minister.
Honorable Finance Minister.
Yes.
No, that
Honorable
was
Finance
an
Minister.
article written in response
that
to
was
certain
an
concerns which were
article
raised,
written
and which
in
was
response to
published
certain concerns
in
which were raised,
press
and
information
which was published in
It's
Press
available,
Information Bureau.
in public domain.
It's available, my lord,
In public domain. But I was reading from volume 2.
But I was reading from
At
volume
page
2,
14.
At page-
Kindly read from page 14.
14, my lord. Kindly read from
Volume
page
2.
14,
Then I'll come back to my written submission.
volume 2. Then I'll come back to my written submission.
Page 14, 1-4
Of volume 2,
page
the title, my
14
lord,
for
for
identifying the
of volume 2,
Press
the
Information
title, my lord,
Bureau,
for
Government of
identifying
India,
the letter.
Ministry of
Press
Financial
Information
Lordship
Bureau, Government of India, Ministry
kindly
of
come
Financial
to-
Lordship gets.
allow me, my lord, to read
Kindly
the
come to-
last para.
Allow me,
I
my
have
lord, to
read,
read
my lord,
the last
till,
para, because I have read, my lord,
ten.
till
I do believe, my lord, I
ten.
do believe
I do
that
believe,
donations
my lord, I
made
do-
online through
I
checks
do believe
remain
that
an
donations
ideal
made
method of
online
donating
through
checks
political parties
remain an ideal
However,
method
these
of
have become a
donating
very
to
popular
political
parties.
parties. This has
However, these have
not
become a
become
very popular,
in
but
India.
this has
since they
not become
involve
very popular
disclosure
in India
of donors'
since
identity.
they involve
However, the
disclosure
electoral bond
of
scheme,
donors'
which I
identity.
placed before the
However, the
Parliament a few
electoral
days
bond
ago
scheme, and which I
envisaged
placed
total
before the
clean
Parliament
money
a few days
and
ago,
substantial
envisages
transparency
total
coming into
clean
the
money
system
and
of
substantial
political funding.
transparency
A
coming
donor
into
can
the
purchase
system of
electoral bonds
political
from a
funding.
specified
A
bank
donor can
only
purchase
by a
electoral
banking
bonds from a
instrument.
specified
He would have
bank
to disclose
only
in his
by a
account
banking
the
instrument.
amount of
He
political
would have to
bond that he
disclose
has
in his
purchased.
account
The
the
life
amount
of the bond would
political
be
bond
only
that he has
15 days.
purchased.
A bond
The
can
life
only
of the
be
bond would
encashed
be
in a
only 15
pre-declared
days.
account of a
A bond
political
can only
party.
be encashed
Every
in a
political
pre-declared
party
account
in
of a
its
political
returns
party.
will have
Every
to disclose
political
the amount
party
of
in its
donation
returns
it has received
will have
through
to
electoral
disclose the
bonds
amount of
to the
donation
election
it has
commission.
received
The
through
entire
electoral bonds
transaction would
to
be
the
through
election commission.
banking
The
instruments
entire
as
transaction
against a
would be
total
through
non-transparency
banking instruments
in the
as
present
against a
system
total
of cash
non-transparency
donations where the
in the
donor,
present
the
system of
donee, the
cash
quantum of
donations
donation
where the donor,
and the nature
the
of
donee,
expenditure
the quantum
are all
of donation
undisclosed.
and the
Some
nature
element
of
of
expenditure are
transparency
all
would
undisclosed.
be introduced
Some
in as
element of
much as
transparency
donors
would be
declare in
introduced
their
in as
accounts
much as
the amount of
donors
bonds
declare
that they have
in their
purchased
accounts
and all
the
parties
amount of
declare.
bonds
But it is
that
very
they have
careful,
purchased
some
and all
element
parties
of
declare.
transparency.
But it is very careful, some element
because
of
we have to begin-
transparency.
In fact,
How? Because we have to begin.
There was a very interesting discussion. I was just going through some why the trust scheme came into discussion. How the trust, why the trust scheme came into 1996. How the trust, one big group. In fact, in 1996, with over 100 companies has set up a trust. Corporate group.
Correct.
With over 100
Tata's,
companies has
let
set
us
up a trust.
Yes, correct.
I didn't want
and
and
Tata's,
most
let us
in nine,
yes.
and the money I didn't from want all those trust and companies the or money group with companies from will all come in the those trust and then they trust will companies distribute or the it and group give it to companies different will come in parties. the trust and then The they will idea behind the distribute it and give trust it to was different parties. that you
The
the
idea
trust may
behind
be
the
of
trust
five or more
was
than five, the
that
money
you-
will come into the
the
trust.
trust may
The
be
trust
of
will
five
then
or more than
distribute the
five,
money,
the
so
money will
nobody
come into
knows.
the trust, the trust will then
companies will give
distribute the money,
instructions
so
to the
nobody
trust
knows.
to give to A, B or
The
C
companies will give
party.
instructions
But
to the
nobody
trust to
knows
give
which
to A, B
company
or
has
C
given that
party.
money.
But nobody knows
But
which
what
company
happened
has
was
given that money.
2013 scheme of
But
the
what happened was
Election
2013
Commission made it
scheme
mandatory
of
to
the
disclose which party,
Election Commission
which
made it
company is
mandatory to
directed
disclose
to give
which
the
party
payment.
is
So
which
that
company is
scheme virtually
directed
failed because
to
of
give
that.
the
It had a
payment.
contrary
So that
impact.
Yes,
scheme
my lord,
virtually
but
failed
still,
because
as
of
a
that.
matter
It had
of
a
fact,
contrary
That's
impact.
yes, my lord, but-
somebody's
but
point of
still,
view. I'm
as
not
a
saying
matter
that's
of
the right
That's-
point of
that's
view
a-
or wrong point.
somebody's
of view.
point of view. I'm not saying
Lord,
that's a
but
right
as a
point
matter
of
of
view
fact,
or
my
wrong
lord,
point of
we,
view.
Lord,
Lord,
the
but as a
trust
matter of
scheme
fact,
still
my lord,
continues.
we-
One
Lord,
can have
the
trust
trust
and the
scheme
same
still
system
continues.
can be
One
adopted.
can have
Few
trust
companies
and the
can gather
same
together and
system
create a
can be
trust.
adopted.
Trust is
Few
a
companies can
misnomer.
gather
It's a
together
section
and create a
25
trust.
company. Nothing
Trust
turns
is a
on
misnomer.
that. But it
It's a
is
section 25
nomenclature
company.
is
Nothing
trust.
turns on that, but it
Lord,
is
but
nomenclature
one
is
fact, my lord,
trust.
inadvertently, my lord,
Lord,
we
but
admit
one
that
fact,
the
my lord,
moment the
inadvertently, my lord, we
disclosure
admit
of the donor comes,
that the
donor
moment the
comes,
question
the
of
scheme
disclosure
fails.
of the donor comes,
As, my lord, it failed in
the
trust.
scheme fails.
Because that
As,
is
my lord, it
the
failed in trust.
disincentive, my lord.
Because that is
The
the
incentivizing
disincentive.
factor for the purpose of
The
paying by cash
incentivizing factor for
is-
the purpose of paying
Lord,
by cash
the
is
confidentiality.
Lord,
Secrecy and anonymity is a
confidentiality.
negative connotation. I am using the
Secrecy and
expression
anonymity is a negative
confidential.
connotation. I am
Lord,
using the
can- Lord,
expression confidential. What I am submitting is
That
Lord, can-
Honorable
Lord,
Finance Minister
Lord,
is
what I am
also saying
submitting is
that we
that
have started
Honorable
a
Finance
process.
Minister is
May
also
not be
saying
a foolproof
that
process.
we have started a process. May not be a full
Some element of transparency would be introduced in
Some
as
element
much
of
as
transparency
all
would be
donors
introduced
declare in
in
their account
as much
the
as
amount of
all
bonds that
donors
they have
declare
purchased
in their
and
account
all parties
the amount
declare
of
the
bonds
quantum
that
of
they have
bonds.
purchased.
How
and
much
all
each
parties
donor has
declare the
distributed
quantum of
to a
bonds.
political party
How much
would
each
be
donor
known
has
only to the
distributed
donor.
to a political
This is necessary
party
because
would be known
once
only to
this
the donor.
disclosure is
This
made,
is necessary
past
because
experience has
once
shown
this disclosure
donors
is
would
made,
not find the
past
scheme
experience
attractive
has shown
and would go
donors
back to
would not find
less
the scheme
desirable
attractive
option
and would
of
go back
donating by
to
cash.
less
Look, this is
desirable option
the
of
experienced
donating by
view
cash.
of the
Look,
lawmakers.
this is the
That
experienced
if this
view of the lawmakers.
confidentiality is not ensured,
That if this
people go to the
confidentiality is not
earlier
ensured,
regime.
people go to
In
the
fact, the
earlier
choice has
regime.
now to be consciously made
In fact, the
between
choice
the
has now to
existing
be
system
consciously made
of substantial
between
cash
the existing
donations,
system
which involves
of
total
substantial
unclean
cash
money
donations
and
which
is
involves total
non-transparent,
unclean money
and the new
and
scheme which
is
gives the option to
non-transparent
the donors
and the new
to donate
scheme
through
which gives the
entirely
option to
a
the donors
transparent method
to
of
donate
check,
through
online
entirely
transaction,
a
or
transparent
through
method of
electoral
check,
bonds.
online
Lord,
transaction,
it is, if I want
or
to
through
disclose my
electoral
identity, I
bonds.
can pay by check.
Lord, it is
It's
if
not
I want
taken
to
away.
disclose my
I don't have
identity,
to
I can
go
pay by
through
check.
this,
It's
Lord,
not taken away.
electoral bond
I don't have to go through
I can
this,
still
Lord,
pay by
electoral
RTGS,
bond scheme.
direct banking
I can
transfer,
still pay
or
by
through check.
RTGS,
But then
direct
my
banking
identity
transfer,
would be disclosed.
or through
If I
check.
wish that to remain
But then my
confidential,
identity would be
then
disclosed.
electoral bond.
If I wish
Lord,
that to
I
remain
have
confidential,
Lord,
then electoral
very
bond.
seriously,
Lord,
and
I have,
I am bound to
Lord,
consider
very seriously, and I am
which your
bound
lordships
to
have shown
consider
as
the
custodian of
concerns which your
fundamental
lordships have
rights
shown
of the
as
citizens.
custodian of
And
fundamental
the
rights
government
of
is
the
proud
citizens.
about it, that your lordships are
And
concerned.
Lord, the
And my lord,
government
we have
is proud
some-
about it.
I have
that
some
your lordships are
solutions, my lord,
concerned.
to offer.
And my lord,
So
we
that
have
that
some
concern also
I have
can
some
be
solutions, my lord,
addressed.
to offer.
And
So
your
that
lordships would
concern also
find
can be
the
addressed.
bona fides
And
of
your
the
lordships would
government that
find
we
the
really
bona
do not
fides
want
of the
to
government
know
that
who
we
has
really
donated
do
whom
not want
what.
to know who
Let
has
the
donated whom
confidentiality
what.
remain complete.
Let the confidentiality
except
remain
under the court.
complete except
I'll
under
say,
the
my
court.
lord, as and when, my lord, that
I'll
part of
say,
the
my lord,
scheme comes.
as and when, my lord, that
Mr.
part
Solicitor,
of
you
the
know
scheme
anyway
comes.
who has
But
donated
that-
what amount.
Mr.
The moment an
Solicitor, you know
electoral
anyway
bond is
who has
tendered
donated
to a
what
political
amount.
party
The
by a
moment an
constituent,
electoral bond is tendered to a
The
political
party would
by
know.
a
the
constituent.
party knows it.
The party would know.
The
What
party knows
the
it.
donor doesn't want
So
is
what
other
the
party should
donor
not know.
doesn't want is the other party should not know.
My lord, kindly, my lord, appreciate the example which, my lord, which
My lord, kindly, my lord, appreciate the example which, my lord, we
Uh,
will be
on
comfortable
the
to
lighter side.
Mr. Sibal.
Suppose, my lord, as a
just
contractor,
on the
I
lighter side.
donate to,
Suppose,
say,
my lord,
Congress
as a
party.
contractor, I
I
donate
don't want
to,
BJP
say,
to know
Congress
because
party.
it might form a government
I
in
don't
the
want
next election.
BJP to
forgotten
know
I'm
because
not in
it
the
might
Congress
form a
party.
government in
The
the
only
next
friend has
election.
forgotten I'm not in the Congress party.
You appear for a Congress person
Maybe
from
so.
Madhya Pradesh,
You
and
appear
therefore
for
I
a
am saying.
Congress
You are
person
appearing for
from
a
Madhya
government.
Pradesh,
Maybe
and
so.
therefore I am saying.
You are
Absolutely
appearing
not.
for a So I'm government, also you're
No,
not
I am
Congress
just
party.
putting
Absolutely
myself
not.
as a contractor.
That
No,
example
I am
I
just
thought was
putting
basic.
myself as a
My
contractor.
learned
Learned friend's
example I
client
thought
is
was
a
basic.
leader of a Congress party. My
That's
learned
all
friend's
right.
client
Madhya
is
Pradesh.
a
So
leader
therefore
of
I
a
am giving the
Congress
example of
party
Madhya Pradesh.
in Madhya Pradesh.
And I'm
So
saying
therefore I am
that a
giving the example of
contractor
Madhya Pradesh.
wants to
And I am
donate
saying
to
that a
Congress
contractor
have an
wants to
apprehension
donate
that
to Congress
BJP
might
might
have an
continue to be in
apprehension
power, or
that
vice versa.
BJP might
If he
continue
gives
to be in
donation
power
to
or vice versa.
the
If he
ruling
gives
party in
donation
Madhya
to
Pradesh, he might have a
the ruling party in
element
Madhya
of
Pradesh,
fear.
he might have a
that Congress might form the
element
government.
of
That
fear.
confidentiality
Congress
the
might form
donor
the
wants
government.
to
That
ensure.
confidentiality
And that
the
is
donor wants to
not for me to
ensure.
judge. That is
And
for
that
the
is
lawmakers to judge,
not
and
for
the
me to
lawmakers
judge. That
Lord,
is for
felt
the
in
lawmakers to
parliament
judge, and the
that this
lawmakers
is the
Lord,
most
felt in the parliament
incentivized
that
way
this is the
of
most
Lord,
incentivized
black money
way
generation
of
and black money payment
Lord,
in the
black
political
money
process.
generation
That's
and
their
black
view.
money payment in the political process.
But what
It's
about
their
the
view.
voters' right? What about the Chagla voters' right?
My lord, let me conclude.
Chagla years back.
My lord,
Let-
that is a
let me
wider
conclude.
choice, my lord.
Long
But
years back.
that would be
My
a
lord,
separate
that is a
debate.
wider
My lord,
choice.
voters' right, my
but
lord,
that would
is
be a separate
to
debate.
know
My lord,
what
voters'
party
right, my
gets
lord,
what
is to know
information.
what
I would
party
not
gets
choose
what
to vote for a
information.
particular party.
I would
because
not choose
Mr.
to
X,
vote for
the
a particular
contractor,
party
has given,
because
Mr. X, the
contractor has
electoral
given
contribution to a party.
Well, that's an
electoral
utopian dream.
contribution
That's
to
an
a party.
idealistic dream. Well, that's an
We
utopian dream.
have to
That's an
formulate a
idealistic
policy
dream.
based
We
on
have
practicality.
to formulate a policy
Otherwise,
based on
we will not be able to,
practicalities.
my lord, your lordships have a very
Otherwise,
heavy
we will not be
responsibility
able
on
to,
your
my lord, your
lordships'
lordship's
shoulders.
a
That
very
is
heavy responsibility on your
encouraging
lordship's
clean
shoulders.
money to
That
come
is
into the system.
encouraging
and
clean money to
discouraging
come into the system.
those elements
And
which compelled the
discouraging
people to
those
use the black
elements
money.
which compelled
So,
the
my lord,
people
the
to use the black
transparency,
money.
democratic
So,
principles,
the
right to
transparency,
know, etc.,
democratic
etc.
principles,
They are idealistic
right
things
to
and
know,
I bow down
etc.,
to
etc.
those principles.
They are
But when we
idealistic things and
formulate
I
a
bow down
policy,
to those
we must
principles.
formulate a
But
policy
when we formulate a
balances
policy, we must formulate a
purity of
policy
election
which
is supreme
balances
over
purity of election is
voter
supreme.
votes
over
not based upon
right to know.
which party is
Voter
funded
votes
by whom.
not based
Voter
upon
votes based
which
upon
party
the
is funded by whom.
ideology
Voter
of the
votes
party,
based upon the
principles of the party,
ideology
the
of the
leadership
party, the principles
the
of the party,
efficiency of the party,
leadership of the party, the
and
efficiency
how
of the
one of
party,
business houses vote, whether
and how
this
one of the
party's
business houses
government is
vote,
giving me
whether
a
this
sufficiently good
party's
environment
government
to
is giving me
secure
a
my investment.
sufficiently good environment
It's not
to
always
secure my
quid pro quo.
investment. It's not
As a
always
businessman, I
quid
would
pro quo.
choose that
As a
this
businessman,
party
I
government,
would
whenever
choose
it is formed,
that
there
this
is red
party
tapeism,
government, whenever
there is
it is
corruption,
formed, there is
there is
red
interference
tapeism,
by the
there is
ministers,
corruption,
there is interference
there
by
is
the
interference
MLAs.
by the ministers,
As against
there
that,
is interference
X
by the
party,
MLAs.
when it forms the
As
government,
against that,
it is
X
policy-based
party,
decision,
when it forms the
not
government,
individual-based
it is
decisions.
policy-based decisions,
My investment is
not
secured.
individual-based
There is
decisions.
a
My
business-friendly
investment is
environment,
secured. There
less
is
red
a
tapeism,
business-friendly
and therefore I
environment,
would like
less
this
red
government.
tapeism, and
And
therefore
that's
I
the
would like
business interest
this
of every
government to.
business owner.
And that's the business interest of every business owner.
I'll read further, Manoj, because the Honorable Finance Minister
I'll
was
read
also
further,
very
because
categorical.
The
that
Honorable
we
Finance
are not
Minister
coming
was
out
also
with a
very
foolproof
categorical.
scheme.
That we
There
we are
may be
not coming
some
out with a
lacunas
foolproof
here or
scheme.
there, and we are ready to
There
improve.
may be some lacunas here or there, and
In
we are
fact,
ready
the
to
choice-
improve.
Lord, I have read that.
Please.
While all the
In
three
fact, the
methods
choice- Lord, I
involve
have read
clean
that.
money,
While
the
all
first
the
two
three
are
methods
totally
involve
transparent,
clean money,
and the
the
electoral
first
bond
two are
scheme
totally
is
transparent,
a
and the
substantial
electoral bond
improvement in
scheme is a
transparency
substantial
over the
improvement in
present system of
transparency
non-transparency.
over the
Please see,
present
my lord, this
system
is what, my lord,
of non-transparency.
the honest
Please see,
government,
my
my
lord,
lord,
this is what, my lord,
framing a policy
the
for the
honest
betterment
government,
of
my
the
lord,
people and in
framing a
larger
policy
public
for the
interest
betterment
would
of
say,
the people
and
and in
rarely
larger
says.
public interest
This is what the
would
Honorable
say,
Finance
and
Minister
rarely says.
The
This is
government
what
is
the
willing
Honorable
to
Finance
consider
Minister said.
all
The
suggestions to
government is
further
willing to
strengthen
consider
the
all
cleansing
suggestions
of
to
political
further
funding in
strengthen
India. It
the
has to be
cleansing
borne
of
in mind
political funding
that
in India.
impractical
It has to
suggestions
be borne
will
in
not
mind
improve the
that
cash
impractical
domination
suggestions
system.
will not improve the cash domination
They
system.
would only consolidate it.
They would
Lord,
only
the words
consolidate
are, if I may use the
Lord,
expression,
the words
prophetic.
are,
That
if I
this
may
is
use the expression,
substantially we are trying to reduce
this is
the element of
substantially
black money,
we are trying
clean
to
money coming
reduce
in the
the
system.
element of black money.
There
clean
may
money
be
coming in the
lacunas, we are
system.
ready for suggestions, we are
There
ready
may
for
be
improvement.
lacunas, we are
But
ready for suggestions,
the
we are
suggestions
ready for
as the
improvement.
Honorable Minister said
But
are not
if the
practical.
suggestions, as the Honorable Minister
defeat
says,
the object.
are not
Now,
practical.
my lord, coming back to
it
my
would
note, my lord, at
defeat the
page
object.
24.
Now, my lord, coming back to my note, my
Volume.
lord, at page 24.
My lord, 2A.
Yes. Volume.
My lord, 2A.
Lord, your lordships may now kindly come to 25. I'll
Lord,
explain
your
the
lordships
scheme.
may now kindly come to 25. I'll explain the
And my
scheme.
lord, possibly, at least I
And my
will
lord,
be able
possibly,
to satisfy your lordships to
At
convey
least I will be able to satisfy your lordships to
bona
convey
fides of the government,
that
bona fides
are
of the
writ
government,
are writ
and
large
from one or two suggestions which I will make,
and
your
from
lordship's
one or two
conscience would be
suggestions which I
satisfied.
will make, that your lordship's conscience would be satisfied.
designed
That
to
scheme is
ensure
for
that the ruling
designed
party knows it's not
to
even the
ensure
intention
that the ruling
which
party
the
knows
ruling party
it's not
doesn't
even
want.
the
That's
intention.
the stand of the government.
The
Whoever
ruling
is the
party
ruling
doesn't
party.
want.
That's
That's
the stand of the government.
Should
Whoever is the
not
ruling
know.
party
Ruling
about
party should
any
not
of the
know
details which others
about
are not knowing.
any of the
Who
details
donated,
which others are
to
not
whom,
knowing. What amount, who donated,
The ruling party
to
should
whom,
know.
what
I
amount,
will not point it out.
when ruling party
And
should
if
know.
necessary,
And I will
Lord,
not point
I have some
And if
suggestion,
necessary,
which may,
my lord,
I have
perhaps,
some
my lord, subject to your
suggestion,
lordship
my lord, which
being
may, my
satisfied,
lord, take care of
perhaps,
your
my lord,
lordship
subject to your lordship being
Mr.
satisfied, take care of your lordship's concern.
The ruling party does not know who its donors are. The ruling party does not
the
know who
party
its
know,
donors
every
are.
party knows who their
The
respective
party
donors
knows,
are.
every party knows who their respective donors are.
Confidentiality is from other party, my lord.
I'm sorry, my lord, I am unable to
Confidentiality
convey
is
from
the
other
heart
party.
of the
my lord.
matter.
I'm sorry, my lord, I am
If
unable
I
to convey
donate
to
the
Congress
heart
the
of the
Congress
matter.
knows Tushar
If
Mehta has
I
donated.
donate
To Congress, the
My
Congress
worry
knows
is
Tushar Mehta has
Another
donated.
party to know.
BJP
My
should
worry
not know
is
so that I don't
another
get
party to know.
victimized. BJP should not know so that I don't get victimized.
That's the purpose of confidentiality.
That's the purpose of confidentiality.
Technically, I can say, my lord, Mr.
My lord,
Bhushan has
technically,
given
I-
this example.
technically, I
That
can
even
say,
ruling
my lord,
party
Mr.
can,
Bhushan has
any
given
party,
this
my lord, by
example.
ruling party, any
That
party,
even ruling
can
party
feign
can,
ignorance.
any party,
That
my lord, by
somebody
ruling
came
any
and,
party can
in
feign
my
ignorance.
Dropbox.
That somebody
Dropbox,
came
not
and
in the
in my
digital sense,
Dropbox,
in the
Dropbox,
ballot,
not
ballot
in the
box, in the
digital sense,
postal
in the-
box.
in the ballot
There
box,
was an
in the,
envelope. An
postal
envelope
box.
contained 100 crores.
There was an
Nobody
envelope.
donates like this.
An
We
envelope
donate-
contained 100 crores.
We give
Nobody
money like
donates
this
like
only
this.
in
We donate-
pilgrimage.
We give money
We don't-
like this
people
only in
would not donate, my
pilgrimage.
lord, anonymously.
People would not
Srinathji, my lord,
donate, my lord,
people would donate
anonymously.
100 crores without any name.
Srinathji, my
Would be
lord,
an
people would
anonymous
donate
donation.
100 crores
Because that
without
is-
any
that's
name.
the
It would be an anonymous donation.
That's what I'm
Because
saying.
that is,
That is, my lord, again
that's what I'm
idealistic.
saying. But practically, that is, my lord, again idealistic way. Practically,
Because the assumption is that the Almighty knows who has put money in the hundi. Because the assumption
Your
is that the
I bow
Almighty
down.
knows
I
who
bow
has put
down.
money in the hundi.
I bow down, my lord. Your
There is
lordship.
no
I bow down.
confidentiality.
I bow down.
There
my
is
lord.
no
There is no
confidentiality.
confidentiality.
Even the
There is
pers-
no confidentiality.
The person also knows
Even the
why he is
person-
donating.
The person
That
also
is
knows
reflection of
why
the
he is
fact
donating.
that there is a line
That is
in
reflection of the
Ganges
fact
for
that
my
there is a
lord,
line.
because they
in
know कि बहुत
Ganges
पाप किए धोना
for
जाना
my lord,
पड़ेगा. So
because
people
they know
also
कि
know.
बहुत पाप किए धोना जाना
But my
पड़ेगा.
lord,
So people also
the
know.
party who receives
But my lord,
knows who has given.
the party who receives
That you can
knows
never, my lord,
who has given, come out of.
There
That
cannot be
you
any
can
system
never, my
where
lord,
the donor
come out
and
of.
donee
There cannot be
each
any
other would
system
not
where
know.
the donor and donee each other would not
So
know.
why not make everything open? Mr. Tushar Mehta, if
But,
this
my lord,
is
then
so, why not
The
make
purpose is
everything
defeated. As I, my lord,
open?
the purpose is defeated. As I, my lord,
my lord, as it
Party
is,
knows about it.
everybody
Party
knows
they know
about it.
or
Only
party
person
knows
who's
about
being
it.
deprived
Party they
is
know
the
about
voter.
it.
Only
Your
person
contention
who's
that the
being
voters do
deprived
not
is
have the
the
right to
voter.
know after the
Your
number of
contention that the
decisions of
voters
the
do not
court.
have the right to know after the
Slightly
number of
difficult.
No, my
decisions
lord,
of
the
this
voter,
court.
my lord,
Because
Slightly
they
difficult.
no, my
would
lord, the
know
voter, my
that,
lord,
Because
should
they,
know
they
Then,
would
and
know.
I bow
that,
down and we go back
they
to my
should
lord,
know
the earlier
then,
policy.
and
That's
I
the
bow
only
down
answer.
and we
No,
go
it's
back
not
to
like
my lord, the
that.
earlier
That's why
policy.
we say
That's the
we are
only
not-
answer.
We are not
No, it's
for a
not
moment
like that.
saying that, look, there
That's
are
why we say
three or
we are
four
not-
considerations
we are
which
not
are
for
very
a moment
important.
saying that,
One,
look, there are
the
three or
need
four
to reduce
considerations which are very important.
One, the cash element
The need to reduce
in the electoral process.
the cash
Very
It has
element,
been
important,
reduced, my lord.
right? In the electoral
Second,
process.
which
Very
has
important.
been
The need
reduced,
to
right?
encourage the use
Second,
of authorized
the
banking
need
channels for that
to
purpose.
encourage
That is
the
only
use
way you
of
can reduce the
authorized
cash
banking
element.
channels
That's
for
the second
that purpose.
consideration.
This is the only way you can reduce the
Third-
cash
Correct,
element.
Manoj.
That's the
There is a
second
countervailing
consideration.
consideration.
Third, there is
Third
a countervailing
is incentivizing.
Third
of the
is
banking
incentivizing
Which is
the
confidentiality
use of
according to
the
us.
And therefore,
banking channels.
Which is
according to
confidentiality
incentivizing
according
the
to us.
use
And
of
therefore,
the authorized
according
banking
to
channels should
incentivizing
therefore
the
result in
use of the
greater
authorized banking channels
confidentiality.
should therefore
But there is a
result
fourth
in
consideration,
greater confidentiality.
which is the need for
But there is
transparency.
a fourth consideration,
And a fifth
which is the
consideration,
need for
which
transparency.
is that this should not
And a
become a
fifth
legitimization
consideration,
of
which is that this should not
Kickbacks.
become a
Yeah, quid
legitimization
pro quo
of
between
kickbacks.
Yeah,
the
quid
power
pro
centers,
quo
whether in the states
between
or in the center.
the power
And people who
centers,
are
whether
really
in the
in that
states or
sense,
in the center,
they are
and people who
they
are really in
benefactors
that
of that
sense,
power. They
they
are supplicants.
they are
I want-
benefactors
I
of
bow
that
down.
power. They
Yes,
are
I bow
they are
down.
supplicants.
So all
I
these-
want-
I
they
bow
want
down.
When the
yes,
balance
I
is
bow
drawn
down.
So
between
all
these,
these-
of course, the balance
so
has to be
when the
drawn
balance
by
is drawn
by the
between these, of course, the
legislature
balance
and
has
by
to
the
be drawn
executive,
by
not by us.
the
We are quite
by the
conscious of that.
legislature and by the
But
executive, not
it's
by
not
us.
therefore
We are
that you have an
quite
either
conscious of
or.
that.
Either you
But
have this,
It's
or you
not
go back
therefore
to
that
an
you have an
entire
either
cash
or.
system.
Either
can
you have
design
this or
another
you go
system
back to an entire cash
which does
system.
not
You can
have
design another
the
system
flaws of this
which
system,
does not
which
have
really
the
they
flaws
put a premium
of this system which really
on They put a premium on opacity. You can still devise a system which balances out in a proportional. You can still devise a system which balances out in a proportional. How it is to be done is for you to
Lord,
decide.
I'll just.
We will not go
I'll
step
just-
into that arena.
Lord, I'll just.
We will not go
I'll
step
just
into that
respond to
arena.
it.
That's no part of our
After
function.
showing the scheme,
I'll
but
just
let me
respond
respond the last point.
After showing
first,
the
which is
scheme,
bothering
but
the
let
lordship.
me respond the
That
last
this might
point
be used
first,
as
which is bothering the lordship.
legitimized kick.
That this might be
Well,
used
first
as
of all, whenever your lordships
legitimized
are
kickback.
considering
Well,
a-
first of all, whenever your
a
lordships
piece
are
of my lord
considering
subordinate
a-
legislature like a scheme,
a
Because,
piece
you
of
know,
my lord
now
subordinate
these five
legislature like a
considerations which
scheme.
I have
Because, you know,
listed
in,
out,
now
you must
these
now
five
read in the
considerations which I have
perspective of
listed
how
out.
it has been implemented.
You must now
First,
read in the perspective of
there was a
how it has
cap
been implemented.
that
First,
your donation must be
was
related
a
to a
cap
percentage of
that your
net
donation
profits.
must be related to a
The
percentage of
net profits
net
meant
profits.
that the company must
The
be in a
percentage
position
of
to
net
have
profits
net
meant
profits.
that the company
And
must
that you
be in a
would
position to have net profits.
Donate 5% initially,
And that
then
you
it
would
became 7.5%
Donate
under the
5% initially,
2013
then
Act.
it became
Now what have we
7.5%
done?
under the 2013.
Now we say that, well, it has nothing
Now
to
what
do
have
with
we
whether
done?
you have net profits
Now
or
we
not.
say that, well,
In other
it
words,
has
the
nothing to
company
do with
may
whether you
have
have net
zero
profits or not.
profits.
In other words, the
It may have
company
zero
may have
turnover.
zero
But it
profits.
gets a donation.
It may have
only
zero
for the,
turnover,
it gets a
but
certain
it gets a
income or revenue
donation.
only for the
Only
purpose
for
of the
the- it
donation.
gets
That
a certain
passes with
income
the-
or
immediately
revenue only
say
for the
that
purpose
passes
of the
muster.
donation.
I'll
that
immediately
passes
say,
with the-
immediately
and your
say,
lordships
passes
may,
muster.
I'll immediately say,
clarify that. If
and your
that is
lordships
the-
may,
my lord, any
my lord,
concern.
clarify
Right
that
concern.
if that is the, my lord,
So
any
far as
concern.
the
It's
condition
right concern.
with regard to the
So
profit
far
making
as the
company,
condition,
that
with
percentage
regard
of
to the
net
profit making
profit
company, that percentage
a
of a
not
net
not
profit,
profit making company cannot.
a non
I
not
understand.
not
Because then it
profit
would be
making
used as a
company
shell
cannot.
company.
But I
That is one of the
understand.
objectives.
Because then it
We
would
have
be
removed
used as a shell
2
company.
lakhs
That is one of the
30,000
objectives.
shell companies
We have
from
removed
the
2 lakhs
system.
30,000
So what
shell
will you do
companies.
then?
my
You
lord,
bring
from the
about an
system.
amendment to the
So what
Companies
will
Act,
you do?
government will
Let-
bring
let-
about
let-
an
let me take your
amendment to
lordships
the
through.
Companies Act, government will
Let me,
inquire.
my lord, let me take your lordships through.
So you will move an amendment to amend the Companies Act.
So you
to
will
the
move
effect
an
that,
amendment
Amending, my lord,
amend the Companies
is a
Act to the effect that,
legislative amending, my lord,
I cannot
is
make
a
that.
But you have to move the
legislative
amendment. If
function.
you,
Yes,
are you
I
not-
or
cannot
your
make
lordships
that.
may, my lord, read it accordingly.
Yes,
Are you-
my lord, or your lordships may, my lord,
will
read
amend the
it
Companies
accordingly.
Act to
No,
bring
the
back
government
the
makes a
position
statement
what it
that we will
was,
amend the
namely,
Companies Act to
that
bring back
this
the
would be
position
only a
what it was,
percentage of the net
namely,
profits.
No, no,
that
no,
I'm
this
not
will
saying
be only a
percent. I'm
percentage of the
saying
net
profit
profit.
making
no,
company. I'm not
can
saying
only
percentage. I'm
But tell us
saying
something.
profit making
Assuming
company
there is a
can only
profit
do.
making, it may have a
But
1
tell
rupee
us something.
profit, it may have a 100
Assuming
rupee
there is a
profit.
profit
Yes.
making, it may
Why
have a
would
1
a
rupee
company-
profit, it may have a 100 rupee
If you don't
profit.
have a
Yes.
percentage.
Why would a
Why
company,
would a company, for
if you
what
don't have a
conceivable
percentage,
reason would a
yes,
company
why would a company,
donate
for what
100% of
conceivable
its
reason
profits?
would a company
Because you have to take the
donate
extreme case.
100%
Yes,
of
yes.
its profits?
That's why I give you a
Because
1
you have to
rupee
take the
company
extreme case.
passes
Yes,
the
yes.
threshold.
That's
that
why I
I'm a
give you a 1
profit-making
rupee company passes the threshold that I'm a profit making
I have
company.
two answers.
I have a 1 rupee profit, but I will donate
I have
100
two
crores.
answers.
I
Why
have
would
a 1
company
rupee
do
profit,
that?
but I will
I'll
donate
do
100
that.
crores.
Therefore,
Why would a company
when,
do
you
that?
know,
I'll
it can't be that,
Therefore, when
the
you know,
government
it-
says that, well,
it can't be that,
it
you know,
can't be that we lay down
the government says
140
that,
to the
well,
principle that so
it
long
can't
as
be
you're
that
a
we
profit
lay
making
down
company,
the
you can
140
donate
to the
as much as you
principle
want.
that so long as you're a
The
profit
reason
making
why
company,
these
you can
caps
donate
were
as much as you
introduced,
want.
that they stood the
The
test
reason
of
why
time
these
was for a
caps were
very legitimate
introduced,
reason.
that they stood the test of
Namely,
time was
that
for a very
you're a
legitimate
company.
reason.
Your purpose is to carry on
Namely,
business.
that you're a company.
Purpose is not
Your
to
purpose
donate
is
to
to carry on
political parties.
business. Your
And
purpose is
if
not
your
to
purpose
donate
is
to
not to
political
donate to
parties.
political parties, you must
And
donate
if
only
your
a
purpose is
small
not to
portion of
donate to
your,
political parties, you must donate only a
assuming that
small
that's an
portion of
altruistic
your,
motive, which is of course
assuming
not so,
that that's
but we
an
will not go
altruistic
into it
motive,
because
which is of
I
course
already challenged the
not
1956
so, but we will not go into it
Act
because
provision
I
of the
already challenged
2013
I'll just
Act.
follow
provision.
here.
We are now
56 Act
looking at
provision of the
today's challenge.
2013 Act
May I
provision. We are
respond
now
to your lordship's
looking at
concern? And
today's
it's a very
challenge.
Valid
may I
concern, my
respond
lord,
to your
we
lordship's
share that
concern?
concern, and it's a very
Lord, what was the
valid
reason
concern, my
why
lord, we share
that
that
was
concern.
removed?
But
The
what was the
experience
reason
had
why
shown
that was
that
removed?
in a given
The
sector, my lord,
experience
for
had
example,
shown
where the
that in a given sector, my
environment,
lord, for example, where
should be
the
business friendly, my
business
lord, in terms
environment
of the
should be
administrative or
business
political
friendly, my
setup.
lord, in terms of the
Some companies
administrative
wanted
or
to
political
donate say
setup.
10%. Or some companies wanted to donate, say, 10%. Now there was
Or
a cap.
15%.
7.5%. Now there was a cap.
What
Used to happen was
7.5%.
that company would create
What used to happen was
that
so
company
I would,
would create
as a main company,
shell
donate 7.5%.
So I would,
and
as
from
a
that
main
shell
company,
company, I would
donate
donate
7.5%.
And from that shell company, I would donate 7.5%.
With a view to discourage creation of cell companies. With a view to discourage creation of cell companies.
It is the
we have
company
seen
doing the
that
business.
It is the company
doing the business
It
through
is the company
the managing
doing the
director,
business.
through the
Doing the
board of
business through
directors,
the
which
managing
are
director,
trusted
through the
by the
board of
shareholders,
directors,
and
which are
therefore
trusted by the
They want to
shareholders.
donate more than
And therefore,
7.5%.
if they want to donate more than
Let them do it. Let that
7.5%,
discretion remain with them.
let them do
As a
it.
government
Let
or
that
as a parliament,
discretion
it's
remain
none of our
with that.
business
As a
to
government
prescribe
or as a
that
parliament, it's
ceiling.
none of our
They
business.
don't
to
use
prescribe
more than
that
7.5%.
ceiling. They don't use
That
more
was
than
the purpose.
7.5%.
The purpose was to
That was the purpose.
disincentivize
The purpose was
creation of
to
shell companies to do
disincentivize what creation
wanted to
of
do.
shell
Now you do
companies
it.
to
But
do
that is
number
what
two,
they
they
wanted
wanted
to
to
do.
do.
Now you do it. Number two.
Number two.
Allow
Number
me
two.
by having tailor this
Number two. Allow me to
by
say.
having tailor by having narrowly tailored business for a certain stipulated period. You must have a certain asset base for a certain. You must have a certain turnover. You must have a certain. These are all usually have a certain turnover. These are all usually accepted. A shell company from carrying on activity. That you must have a certain degree of activity. That you must have a certain degree capital assets before you can donate. That makes sure that you don't have a shell company. Before you can donate. Put all these things that you don't have a shell company. You can put all these things in place. There's no difficulty.
I bowed.
That will
I bowed.
obviate your concern of
Another
shell
thing-
companies.
I bowed.
which
I
weighed
bowed
with the government.
And
Another
I'm just
thing-
trying to
another
satisfy
thing
your
which
lordship's
weighed with the
conscience
government.
about
And I'm just trying to
the
satisfy your lordship's
positive
conscience
approach with
about
which, my lord, we approach this
the
problem. Another
positive approach with which, my lord, we approach this problem. Another,
no, I'm giving the reason.
I mean, going to the motives of the government at all.
No, I'm giving the reason. No, no, that's certain. Your lordships may even deal with motives. No, no, that's certain. Your lordships may even deal with.
Rough and tumble of democracy in the country.
I
Respect that
respect
all of us have. That's why we have
outside
this freedom of speech that all of us have.
Many
The
times
point
we
is,
outside the
no, but the point really is this. The point is,
Missing
no, but we don't want to go back now to a cash only system. We don't want to go back now to a cash only system.
All that we are saying is that
that's not the purpose of the proportional, tailored made manner which takes care of the serious, tailored made manner which takes care of the serious,
Now, my lord,
the serious
another
deficiencies of this.
factor which weighed with the government
Another
while coming out this
factor
no
which
cap
weighed with the
policy
government
was
while coming out
that if
this
some party
no
wants
cap
to
policy
donate more than
was
7.5%,
that if some party
and
wants
they
to
do not
donate
wish to
more than
have a shell company
7.5%,
also.
and they do not
What
wish
would
to
be
have
their-
a shell
I'm posing a
company
question
also.
to myself, what the company,
What will be
do?
there? I'm
They
posing a
will not
question to
do that.
myself. What the company
That's
will
the
do.
first
They
idealistic
will not
option.
do that.
But that was not,
That's the first
that didn't used
idealistic
to
option.
happen.
But
What they
that was
used to
not-
do was, the
That didn't
balance,
used
my
to
lord, they want
happen.
donate
What they
10%.
used to do was,
The balance
the
3.5%
balance, my lord, they
will
want to
come in
donate
cash.
10%.
Now
The
at
balance
least,
3.5% would
if
come
they
in
donate
cash.
10%,
Now at
the
least,
clean money comes in the
if they
system.
donate 10%, the
Which is not
clean
to
money
say that
comes
the
in the
unclean
system.
money is not coming into the system. Which is not to say that the unclean money is not coming into the
In
system.
fact, in fact, we are going into there are two conflicting rights in a way. Going into there are two conflicting rights in a way. Confidentiality. The other is check on confidentiality. The other is check on kickbacks.
But I would, my lord, earnestly urge.
But I would, my lord, earnestly urge.
I would earnestly urge, my lord, I would earnestly urge. I would earnestly urge, my
Dealing with
lord,
a
I would
subject,
earnestly
my lord,
urge, which is bothering everyone.
Dealing with a subject, my lord, which
To
is
start
bothering
with a
everyone.
presumption that every contribution
To start
should
with a
necessarily be
presumption
a
that
part of
every
corruption
contribution
may perhaps
should
be a wrong,
necessarily be a part of
way
corruption,
of,
may
looking
perhaps
at
be a
this.
wrong.
It
May
may
be
be
that
of,
in some cases
looking
it
at
can
this.
be,
It
it may be that in some cases it
in
can
some
be
cases.
quid pro
But,
quo.
my lord, the experience have suggested
In some
that
cases.
in most
But,
cases,
my lord, the experience have suggested that in most
my lord,
cases,
whoever donates,
the-
donors, be it individual,
my lord, whoever
individual
donates,
contractor,
donors, be it
businessman,
individual,
company,
individual
trust,
contractor,
HUF, etc.
businessman,
They
company,
donate
trust, HUF,
which
etc.
kind of a government they
They
want.
donate
Maybe
which kind of a
out of
government they want.
110, maybe kickbacks.
Maybe out of
I'll address
110,
that
maybe
kickback part
kickbacks.
also.
Would that be valid?
I'll
if a
address
company
that
were to
kickback
donate
part
even
also.
100%
Would that
of
be
its,
valid if a company were to
revenue?
donate
even 100% of its?
Is that
guided by
revenue?
altruistic motives? We quite see. Everybody
that
doesn't donate,
guided by
with
altruistic
motives.
motives?
We
Not
quite
at
see.
all.
Everybody
Kindly
doesn't
do
donate,
not-
with
do not
as a
swap
kickback.
this.
Not at
Therefore,
all.
my lord, kindly, my lord,
All companies
do not
cannot be
swap
tarred
this.
with the same brush in India.
companies
You have
all
companies cannot be
corporate
tarred
sector
with the
which
same
has
brush in
contributed
India.
to the
You have
productive
corporate sector which
No,
has
they have
contributed. Not at all saying that our
assets of the
corporate
nation.
sector is
No,
therefore-
they have
we are not at all saying that our
contributed.
corporate
Only
sector
a
is
minute.
therefore
Development
paying
of the
taxes.
nation.
Make that assumption.
Well, only a minute.
Mr. Sibal. Sibal, sir.
No, there was something personal, not, it was not a
There was
fun
something
or
personal,
humor.
not,
Out of
it was
concern,
not
I
a
asked
fun or humor, my lord. Out of
I'll
concern, I
not
asked
show
something.
you.
That's all right.
some,
which
I'll write
some
some
concerns,
concerns,
I said,
That's all right.
go to my chamber, that's all.
Get some concerns, I said, go to
But,
my chamber, that's all.
So the idea
But,
was that instead of either shell company
the
or
idea was
paying by
instead
cash,
of either shell
let-
company
let
or paying by
clean money
cash,
come into the
let
system.
and Manoj, clean money has come into
Clean
the
money come into
second
the
system, and Manoj,
whether we
clean
like
money
it
has
or
come
not.
into the system.
Industrial
Second,
houses,
whether we like it or
commercial
not.
houses, corporations,
Industrial houses,
companies,
commercial houses,
we have
corporations,
immensely
companies
help
have
in the development of the
immensely
nation. And now, as I have
helped
shown
That's
in
right,
the
just
development
said
of
that
the nation.
we don't
And
start
now,
with the
as I
Everyone,
have
Malod,
shown-
does
That's right,
not
just said
pay
that
by
we
kickback.
don't
So
start with the
everyone,
assumption
Malod,
that
does
public
not
sector-
pay by kickbacks.
They need
To Manoj believe
electoral
that
bonds
they
to be
need
used or any other
electoral
factor
bonds
to be used
or
influence the
any other
decision making
factor to
would
be
be Malod
used
shutting
to
an eye on the
influence the
reality.
decision making.
Without
would
that
be,
also,
Malod,
Malod,
shutting
that
an
can
eye
be
on the reality.
And
Without that also,
possibly
Manoj, that can be
practically,
done.
despite
And
Malod, this white channel
possibly
being available,
practically,
both channels
despite
might be
Malod,
used by
this
some
white channel
companies
being
which
available,
are Malod,
both
not
channels might be
kind of
used
good
by some
companies,
companies,
but
which
good
are Malod,
companies,
not
Malod, do
kind
decide
of good companies
to donate
But
based
good
upon
companies,
their
Malod,
experience,
do decide
whether
to
in
donate
this
based upon their
regime
experience,
of the political
whether
government,
in this
my investment is
regime
safe
of the political
whether the country
government,
is going
my
forward or
investment
going
is safe
backward.
or not.
Whether I am
Whether the country is going forward or going backward.
but
Whether I
Can we
am
do this
All right,
to
Mr.
sort of,
Sister, we now understand
but-
this.
but
carry the
Can we do
dialogue
this
further?
to sort of,
Should we go straight to the scheme? Because
would
we'd
you
like
like
dialogue
to
further. Hear you
I
on
will
the
go
scheme.
straight to the
25.
scheme.
Because
Let's
we'd
have a
like
look at the scheme.
to
so
hear
that
you on this.
Your
Page
argument on the
25.
scheme will be
Let's
of
have a look
value
at
to
the
us.
scheme.
Page
so that
25.
Your argument
This
on
we
the
have now
scheme will be
seen
of value
that,
to
because
us.
your
You
lordships
have made your
have-
point. No
This
doubt
we have
about
now
it.
Not kindly-
seen that.
Because
Lordships
your
have
lordships
the
have the challenge
No doubt.
to a
about it.
provision,
kindly-
your lordships
which
have
gives
the
away
challenge
or
to
does
a
away with
provision which
the
gives away or
I
does
have
away
given
with
my answer
the
for your
cap.
lordships to.
I have
think
given my
clear.
answer
Yes,
for your lordships to. I think I am clear.
Yes, of course.
Now, my lord, the scheme. See the definition, my lord.
Now, my lord, the scheme.
And my lord, please
See
read
the
my lord,
definition, my lord.
as if it
In-
is
and my lord,
for a bona fide
please read,
reason
my lord,
and not to
as if it
encourage
is
or
for a bona fide
legitimize
reason and not to
Please
encourage
examine that.
or
There may be
legitimize
10% out of
kickbacks.
100.
Where
Please
kickback
examine
is
that.
provided,
There may be
kickback
10% out
can
of
be the
100
motive of
where
the
kickback
kickback is provided. Kickback can be the motive of the
Electoral
donor.
bond means a bond issued in the nature
Electoral
of
bond
promissory
means
note,
a bond
which shall be a
issued in the
bearer
nature of
banking
promissory
instrument
note
and shall
which
not
shall be
carry
a
the
bearer
name
banking
of
instrument
the
and shall
buyer
not carry the
or
name
payee.
of the
Lord, I have
buyer
already explained
or
why
payee.
this is. Why this?
Lord, I have already explained
confidentiality.
why this is. Why this confidentiality.
I'll not read the Lord, second part, the
So I'll not
second
read
column
the-
is
Lord,
the
second
object.
part,
behind it.
the
Lord, object I
second
have
column
sufficiently,
is the
Lord,
object.
attempted to
Lord,
explain
object
and
I have
therefore I'll not
sufficiently,
repeat it.
Lord, attempted
see,
to
my lord,
explain and therefore I'll
authorized
not
bank.
repeat it. Please see, my lord, authorized bank.
Lord, this is the entire policy produced,
Lord,
reproduced,
this is the
verbatim.
entire policy.
I have not missed
produced,
anything.
reproduced
So your
verbatim.
lordships can
I have
read
not
either
missed
from the
anything.
policy or from here, but
So
here
your
it would be
lordships
more
can read
convenient
either
because
from
I
the
have given
policy
my
or from here,
object
but
of
here it
each
would be
clause.
more convenient because I have
But
given
there
my
is no
object
part of the
each
policy
clause.
is missed, my lord, in
But there is no part of the
Authorized
policy
bank
is
means
missed, my lord, in
the State Bank of
reproduction.
India,
Authorized bank
to
means
issue
the
and
State Bank
encash
of India.
the bonds
authorized
in
to
the
issue
branches
and
specified
encash
in
the
Annexure
bonds
1
in the
to
branches
this
specified
notification.
in Annexure 1 to this
Lord, we had
notification.
options, my lord.
Lord, of public sector
Lord, we
banks
had options
and
private banks.
of public
Obviously,
sector
we
banks
cannot choose
and
private
private
banks.
banks. Obviously,
In
we
public
cannot
sector
choose
banks,
private banks.
The largest bank with
In
largest
public
presence
sector
in
banks,
the country,
the
is
largest
State
bank with largest presence in the
Therefore,
country
State Bank
is
of
State Bank of India. Therefore, State Bank of India.
There is a specific, my lord, exclusion of private
There is
banks
a
in the
specific-
FAQs. They don't
Lord,
use private
exclusion
banks
of private
for this
banks
channel.
in the FAQs.
Because let it
They
remain
don't use private
in
banks for this
one
channel.
particular
Because
bank
let it
which can
remain
be trusted.
in
And your
one
lordships would
particular
not,
bank which can
Lord,
be
kindly,
trusted.
Lord,
And
bear
your
with
lordships
me.
would not
Not
Lord,
trust
kindly,
institutions.
Lord, bear with me.
And I
not
will,
trust
I'm going to show to your
institutions.
lordships that there is
And
any
I will,
deviation.
I'm going to
If
show to your
anyone
lordship
tries
that there
to
is
breach
any
into the
deviation.
confidentiality,
If anyone
it
tries
leaves
to
its
breach into the
footprints
confidentiality
and
will not go
leaves
unpunished,
its
footprints
my lord,
and will not go
as a law
unpunished.
officer,
My lord,
spoke to the chairman of
as
the
a law
State
officer,
Bank of India.
spoke to
And
the chairman
I have
of
his
the
letter
State
signed by him saying.
And I have
Three
his
things.
letter signed by him saying,
Except the contingency contemplated under section
except
7(4).
the
That is the
contingency
court's order.
contemplated under section 7(4), that is the court's order.
Nobody
can get. I
Nobody
might even read, my lord, the later,
can
my lord,
get.
so that your lordship-
Well, I might even read, my lord. the
conscience is
later, my lord, so
satisfied.
that your lordship,
That even ruling party
conscience
will
is
not
satisfied. That even ruling party
If I
will
can
not.
share. It's a 3-paragraph, 1 page later.
But if
my
I
lord.
can
Just
share,
to
it's a
satisfy
3-paragraph,
your
1
lordship's
page
conscience.
later.
That
That
the scheme does
satisfy
not
your lordship's
allow
conscience.
or
That
permit
the scheme does
even
not
ruling party
allow
to know about.
or permit even
the
ruling
government
party
to know about.
Even the
The
government
central
to know
government
about.
as a body, my lord.
The
Not
central
forget the
government
ruling
as a-
party
as a
in the government.
Body,
Central
no,
government
no,
would
not forget the ruling party in the government. Central government would not.
But I have the hard copy, my lord. I will,
But I have the hard copy, my lord. I will.
Lord, this is a letter addressed to me.
Lord, this is a letter
May I
addressed
read?
to me.
In response to the queries of the Solicitor
May I
General, we
read?
submit our
In
responses
response to
under.
the queries of the
State Bank
Solicitor
of India
General,
has
we
a
submit
foolproof
our responses
mechanism
under.
for
The State Bank of
maintaining
India has a
complete
foolproof
secrecy
mechanism
of details
for
of
maintaining
purchaser of the electoral
complete
bond
secrecy of
and also
details
the
of
political
purchaser
party
of the electoral
which
bond
deposits such
and also
electoral
the
bond.
political party
This
which
information
deposits
cannot be
such
shared
electoral bond.
with anyone,
This information
including the
cannot be
central
shared
government.
with anyone,
In
including the central
eventuality
government.
contemplated under clause
In the
7(4),
eventuality
there is a
contemplated under
scientific
clause
system
7(4),
available
there is a
whereby
scientific
this
system
confidentiality
available
can be
whereby
decoded
this
by process
confidentiality
and
can be
placed before
decoded
the competent
by a
authority
process
or court
and be
under
placed
clause
before the
7(4)
competent
of the
authority or
scheme.
court under
It will
clause
not
7(4)
be in the interest of the scheme to
It
put
will
it in
not be
public
in the interest
the
of the
mechanism
scheme
which will be
to
used
put it
while
in public,
decoding
the
information
mechanism which
for
will be
being
used
provided
while
as
decoding
required
information
under clause
for being
7(4)
provided as
of the scheme.
required under
Now, my lord, the
clause
largest
7(4)
public
of the
sector
scheme.
bank is
Now, my
before
lord, the largest
court of the
public sector
country,
bank is
signed
before
by the
the
chairman
highest
of
court
that
of the
bank saying
country,
that this
signed
cannot
by
be
the
shared
chairman
even with
of
the
that
central
bank
government.
saying that this
And we
cannot
have a
be shared even
mechanism
with
in
the
place
central government.
that nobody can
And we
breach
have a
it.
mechanism in place that nobody can breach it.
This one.
So, my lord, the point I am respectfully making is that we have to trust
So, my lord, the point
institutions
I am respectfully
that they will
making is
go
that
by
we
the
have to
law.
trust
If there is any
institutions
deviation,
that
I have
they
a
will
suggestion
go by
my lord,
the
which I'll
law.
make at an
If there is any
appropriate
deviation,
stage when
I have a
come to that
suggestion
part
which
of
I'll
the
make
scheme.
at an appropriate
Now,
stage
my lord,
when I
C
come
is
to
issuing
that part
branch.
of the scheme.
Now, my lord,
Issuing
C is
branch
issuing
means
branch.
a designated branch of the
Issuing
authorized
branch
bank
means
specified
a
a designated branch
Annexure
of
1
the authorized
for
bank
issuing
specified
electoral
in
bonds.
Annexure 1
Lord,
for issuing
everywhere
electoral
it
bonds.
cannot be purchased, and
Everywhere it cannot be
deposited.
purchased and everywhere it cannot be deposited.
Because
Lord, what happens is, my lord, why this? The donor
Lord,
and
what
donee
happens
both
is,
must
my
have
lord,
a
why this?
designated account in a
The
designated
donor and
branch.
donee both
Why?
must
Why,
have a
my lord? I just
designated account
very
in a
candidly
designated
and
branch.
very
Why,
bluntly
my
point
lord,
out,
I just
my lord, what happens?
very
What can
candidly
happen?
and very
Lord, I
bluntly
purchase a
point
bond
out,
of
my lord,
1
what
crore
happen-
of
what
what can
rupees.
happen? My lord, I purchase a bond of 1 crore
I
of
purchase a
rupees.
bond of 1 crore of rupees.
I'm sorry, Lord,
I
your
give it to a
I
political
purchase a
party.
bond of 1 crore of
They
rupees.
don't wish to
I
show
give
it in
to
their
a
return at
political
all.
party.
What
They
they
don't
can
wish
do
to
is,
show it in their return at
they
all.
can go to one small
What they can do
cooperative
is,
bank in Trichur.
they can
or
go to one
some
small
corner
cooperative
of
bank in
Gujarat or
Trichur
some corner
or
of
some
Lord, Maharashtra,
corner of Gujarat or some
deposit it,
corner of
withdrawing
Lord,
cash,
Maharashtra,
and nobody would come to know.
deposit it,
To
withdraw in
avoid
cash,
this, we have
and nobody
said
would come to know.
that to
every
avoid
political
this, we are
party
saying
will have
that
one designated
every
account.
political party will
Only
have
there it can
one
be deposited,
designated account.
and that would be in
Only
one
there
of
it
the
can be
29
deposited,
designated
and that would
branches.
be in one
And
of
it
the
is so
29
ensured that
designated
each branch
branches.
is there
and
in
it is
each
so ensured that
state.
each branch is
Broadly.
there in each
Then, my lord, D.
state.
Person
Broadly.
includes
Then,
an
my lord,
individual, a Hindu
person
undivided
includes
family, a
an
company,
individual,
a firm,
a Hindu
association of
undivided
persons,
family,
or
a
body of
company, a
individuals,
firm,
whether
association of
incorporated or
persons,
not,
or
every
body of
artificial
individuals, whether
jurisdical
incorporated
person,
or not
every
falling
artificial
within any of the
jurisdiction
juridical
subclauses,
person,
and
not falling
any
within any
agency,
of the preceding
office or
subclauses,
branch owned
and
or
any
controlled by
agency,
such person.
office or
Lord,
branch owned
petitioners have
or controlled
confined
by
their
such
arguments
person.
essentially
Lord, petitioners
to
have
companies.
confined
But
their
this
arguments
includes all.
essentially to
And my lord,
companies.
there
But this
are
includes
several
all.
donors
And my lord,
from
there
experience, my
are
lord, when I
several
discuss,
donors
who donate
from
on
experience,
individual
my lord,
basis.
when I discuss.
Lord, there are
Who
several
donate on
conventional
individual
businesses
basis.
like
Lord,
transport
there are
business,
several
like,
conventional
contractors
businesses
business,
like
where
transport
they are
business,
individuals
like,
who do the business.
contractors
They
business,
don't form
where
any
they are
kind of
individuals who do the
formal
business.
company or Hindu
They
undivided
don't form
family
any
or a
kind of
partnership.
formal company or Hindu undivided
Then third,
family or a partnership.
eligibility
for purchase and
Then
encashment
third,
of electoral
eligibility
bond.
for
The
purchase
bond
and
under this scheme
encashment
may
of
be
electoral
purchased
bond.
by a person. The
who
bond
is a
under
citizen
this
of
scheme
India
may be
or
purchased by a person
incorporated or
who is a citizen of
established
India
in India.
or
Lord, I am
incorporated or
keeping, my lord, FCR
established
apart
in India.
separately.
Lord, I
That's
am
not
keeping, my
something
lord,
which is
FCR
argued
apart
with your lordships
separately.
have
That's
very
not
consciously, my lord,
something which is
by
argued
judicial order
with
detailed.
your lordships have very
A person
consciously, my
being
lord,
an
by
individual
judicial
can
order
buy
detailed.
bonds
A
either
person
singly or
being an
jointly with
individual
other
can buy
individuals.
bonds only
Either
the singly or
political
jointly with
parties
other individuals.
registered under
Only the
section
political
29A
parties
of the Representation of
registered
People
under
Act
section
and
29A
secured
of the
not less
Representation of
than
People Act
1% of
and
votes
secured
polled in the
not
last
less
general
than
election to the
1%
House
of
of
votes
People
polled in
or
the last
legislative
general
assembly
election to the House
as
of
the
People
case may be
or
shall be
legislative
eligible to
assembly
receive the
as the
bond.
case may
The
be
bond
shall be eligible to
encashed
receive the
by
bond.
an eligible
The
political
bond shall
party
be encashed
only through a
by
bank
an
account
eligible
with the
political
authorized
party
There would be a
only through a bank
designated
account with the
out
authorized
of these
bank.
29
There would be a
designated
designated
branches.
account out of these 29 designated
Lord, the
branches.
objection was that why this 1%?
Lord, the objection was
that there is a
that why this 1%
simple reason.
And there
Earlier,
is
when
a
exemption was
simple
given
reason.
to political parties,
Earlier, when
there were
exemption
some
was given
mushrooms,
to political parties,
mushrooming of
there
political
were some
fake
mushrooms
just to get
mushrooming of
exemption.
political parties.
Lord,
Fake
therefore,
parties.
1%
Just to get
prison
exemption.
would mean you are a
Therefore,
serious political
1%
party. And
prison
1% is not
would mean you are a
something, my lord,
serious political party.
unrealistically
1% is
high.
not
And
something,
it can
my
be
lord,
even in parliamentary
unrealistically
elections
high.
or in any
And
of
it
the
can be
assembly
even
elections.
in parliamentary elections
So just to,
or
my lord,
in any
ensure
of the
that there are
assembly
no
elections.
fake parties which are
So
created
just to, my lord,
get
ensure
benefit
that
of
there are
this.
no fake parties
Then,
which
my
are
lord,
created
four,
to get benefit of
applicability
this.
of know your
Then, my lord,
customer
four,
known. No.
applicability
The
of know your
extant
customer
instructions
known.
issued by Reserve Bank of
The
India
extant
regarding
instructions
know your
issued by
customer
Reserve Bank
norms
of India
of a bank's
regarding
customer
know your customer
shall
norms
apply for
of a
buyers of the
bank's
bonds.
customer
The
shall
authorized
apply
bank
for buyers
may
of the
call
bonds.
for any
The
additional know your
authorized
customer
bank
document
may call
if
for
it
any
deems
additional
it is
know your
deemed
customer
necessary.
documents
Lord,
if
now
it
why
deems
this?
it is deemed
Apart from
necessary.
the obvious reason,
Lord, now
that
why
there
this?
cannot be any
Lord, apart
anonymous
from the obvious
purchase.
reason
I
that there
cannot
cannot
go
be any anonymous
and say that I will not
purchase.
give my name,
I
but
cannot
give me
go
the electoral bond.
and say that I will not
there
give
are-
my
there
name,
is a list
but give
of,
me the
my lord,
electoral bond.
KYC documents.
There
I'll
is
have
a
to give my
list
Aadhaar
of,
number,
Lord,
I'll have to give my
KYC
PAN number,
documents.
I'll have to give my
Aadhaar number,
residential
I'll have to
proof,
give my
I'll have
PAN
to
number,
give my passport
I'll have to
number,
give
if
my
any,
residential
etc.,
proof,
etc.
I'll have to
So
give
that
my passport
anyone
number,
cannot
if
just
any,
walk in
etc.,
and purchase
etc.
the bond.
So that anyone cannot
That is,
just
my lord,
walk
the
in
object,
and
my lord.
purchase the
I'll-
bond.
Lord, there is one more reason.
That is, my lord, the object, my lord. And your
Lord, there is
lordship,
one
my lord,
more
as the
reason.
highest court must know about it.
Lord,
Therefore,
I'm
your
saying-
lordship, my lord, as the
Lord,
highest court must know about it.
India
Lord, therefore,
is
I'm
a
saying.
signatory to one
Lord,
treaty.
India
International
is a
treaty.
signatory
Lord,
to
that
one
is for
treaty.
eradication
International
of
treaty.
money laundering
Lord, that is
and
for
drug
eradication
money.
of money laundering
which
and drug
There
money.
is a, that's
Under which
Vienna and Palermo.
There is
there are two
that's
conventions.
Vienna and
Where
Palermo.
there is one
There are two
financial action
conventions.
task force.
Where there
It's
is one
created under
financial
the aegis
action
of the
task
United
force.
Nations.
It's created
That
under
task
the
force
aegis of the
has
United
created,
Nations.
my lord, 40
That task
conditions.
force has
every
created
country
about
who is a
40
signatory
conditions.
will have to follow
That
those
every
conditions.
country who is a signatory
Based upon
will have
every
to follow those
country's
conditions.
Performance
Based
or
upon
compliance
every
of those
country's
40
performance
conditions,
or compliance
there is a
of
peer
those
review.
40 conditions.
Five
There is a
persons
peer
from
review.
different countries
Other five
would come and review
5
our
persons from
inform,
different
our
countries
system,
would come and
whether we are
review
following
our
that or not,
inform
and
our
would
system,
grade us.
whether we are following that or
We
not.
can be in,
And would grade us.
uh,
We
white,
can be in
what do they call?
white list, grey list, black
what do
list,
they call?
which
White
not
list,
require,
grey list,
which
black list, which
Lord,
require,
decides whether in international
Lord,
market like World Bank,
decides
Asian
whether
Development
in
Bank,
international market
India
like
as a
World
nation
Bank,
would get the
Asian
financial
Development Bank,
assistance or not. If
India
we are in
as
the
a
grey
nation
list, we
would
will
get
not.
the financial assistance.
One of the
or not.
major
If we are
conditions
in the grey list, we will not.
bring your
One of the
clean
major
money
condition
into
is
the system,
that bring
and one of
your
the one of
clean
the,
money into the system,
mode
and one
is
of the
to
one of
insist for
the
KYC documents.
mode is
Therefore,
to
my lord,
insist for
uh,
KYC documents.
The neighboring country was
Therefore,
in the
my
grey
lord,
list. It managed to
the
come out
neighboring
of it.
country
Otherwise,
was
my
in the
lord,
grey
it
list.
was going
It
into the
managed
black
to
list.
come out of it. Otherwise, my
And
lord,
that
it
also
was going
depends
into the blacklist.
Based upon the
And
gradation,
that also
gradation
depends
also decides
based upon
our
the
credit rating at the
gradation also
international stock
decides
market.
our
The
credit
country's
rating
trading,
at the
credit
international
rating.
stock market.
Therefore, it's
The
very
country's
crucial
trading,
to follow
credit
those
rating.
40 principles.
Therefore, it's very crucial
Then
to
denomination.
follow those 40
The
principles.
bonds shall be issued in the
Then
denomination of
The
1,000,
bonds shall be
10,000,
issued
1
in the
lakh, 10
denomination
lakh,
of 1,000, 10,000, 1 lakh,
1 crore.
10 lakh,
Lord, this is
and
for the purpose of administrative
1 crore.
simplicity.
Lord, this is for the purpose of administrative
And my lord, as
simplicity.
your lordships, my lord, very
And-
rightly,
and,
my
my
lord,
lord, as your
expressed the
lordships, my
concern
lord,
that somebody can be
very
aggregator.
rightly, my lord,
Lord,
expressed
if I
the
want to
concern
donate
that
50
somebody
lakhs,
can be aggregator.
then,
Lord,
50
if I want to
crores,
donate
then I'll
50
have to
lakhs, find out
then,
50
50
aggregators.
crores.
Then I'll have to find out 50
Instinct.
aggregators.
It is easy for me to go and
Instinct.
pay cash
It
50
is easy
crores,
for me
that this
to
is
go
my
and
contribution.
pay cash
Why should I
50
go to
crores?
No,
That this is
the
my
party does not
contribution.
get
Why
money
should
in
I go
white.
to?
No, the
party
party
does
wants money wants capital.
Party
Party does
party
not
wants
need
capital.
money in white. Let us be
Party
very
does
clear.
not
The
need
government
money
is
in white.
insisting that
Let
every
us be
party
very
is
clear.
must-
The government is
This not a
insisting
scheme
that
only for
every
election.
party
This is not
must-
for this is not a scheme only for election.
Correct, Manoj. It's for running the party.
It's not a scheme only for election.
Correct.
It's for running the party.
No, I am not
It's for
feeling
running
shy
the
of
party.
saying that, Manoj, because that's the part of the scheme.
I am not
It
feeling
applies to
shy of
everybody
saying
across
that,
the board.
because
Across
that's
the
the
board,
part
my
of the
learned
scheme.
friend
It
said,
applies
ha,
to
as if
everybody across the board.
Across the board, my
he
learned friend
trapped
said,
me
ha,
into
as
it.
if
I am saying it consciously.
he
Manoj,
trapped
what
me
happens
into
is-
it. I am saying it
Independent
consciously.
member of parliament.
Lord,
I don't
what
know why you
happens is-
associate me with the party. Independent member of parliament. I don't know why you
Let's-
associate me with the
He can't,
party.
Let's not go into it. Let's
He
not go into
can't
it.
victimize me by my
Let's
image.
not go into it. Let's not go into it.
Victimize me. Don't victimize me by my history.
He doesn't have 1% of national or the local vote. He doesn't have 1% of national or the local vote.
Let's not go into it. A personal thing, I never, my lord, intended.
Let's not go into it.
A personal thing, I never, my lord,
What
intended. What happens is, let me clarify that position.
Lord, what
This
happens?
is not for
Let
election.
me
When
clarify
we talk
that.
of election, we think
This
of
is not for
general
election,
parliamentary. When we
election.
talk of election,
When
we
a
think
political
of
party
general
is
parliamentary
running.
election.
When a
It
political
contests
party
parliamentary
is
elections,
running.
contest
Lord,
assembly
it contests
elections,
parliamentary
contest,
elections,
contest
Lord,
local
assembly
authorities
elections,
elections.
contest,
It has its own
Lord,
campaigns.
local authorities
it has its own
elections.
rallies.
It has its own campaigns.
Lord,
It has its
think
own
tanks.
rallies. It
Think
has
tanks
its
are also,
own,
my lord, every
Lord,
party has
think tanks.
Their
Think tanks are also, my
They
lord,
need
every
some
party has
kind
think
of a,
tanks.
my lord,
Their salaries.
building in every
They need
state.
some
They
kind
need,
of a, my
Lord,
lord,
offices in
building
every
every
part of the
state.
country
They
where
need,
the
Lord,
voters
offices
would go
in
and
every
seek
part of
some
the country
minor
where
help, my lord,
the
like,
voters would
my
go
name is
and
not entering
seek some
into the
minor help, my lord, like
ration
my
card,
name is
etc.,
not
and some
entering into
workers
the
of the party, each party,
ration
my lord.
card,
So
etc., and
it's
some
holistic,
workers
my
of the
lord.
party,
It's,
each party.
nobody
my
has
lord.
so far, my
it's
lord, heard.
holistic.
At least
my lord.
I have not heard.
Nobody has
as
so
my
far, my
learned
lord,
friend
heard.
gave a
At
very
least I have not
fantastic,
heard.
as
Example
my learned
that
friend gave a
bungalows
very
being
fantastic,
built for the
example.
example
No
that
party has
bungalows
no
being
party,
built
Lord,
for
I'm not
the
on one
leaders.
party,
my lord,
has
no
built
party has
bungalows.
no party my
For
lord, I'm not on
any
one
leader,
party
but they
has
are
built
building
bungalows
offices and
for
other
any leader,
electoral
but they are
expenses.
building offices and
Now,
other
Lord, comes to the
electoral
validity of the
expenses.
bond.
Now,
The
Lord,
bond
comes to
shall
the
be valid
validity
for
of the
15 days from the
The
date
bond
of
shall
issue.
be valid for 15 days from the date of
Just
issue.
1 second. Nowadays, the whole
Rebel sir. Rebel sir.
Just consult if you are not feeling too well. We can sit in one of our ante rooms and watch it on your
feeling
iPad.
too well,
We are now on. Sit in one of our ante rooms and watch it on your iPad. We are now on streaming online.
We have the video hearing, sit in my chamber and we have the video hearing. No, you can listen to the arguments. No, you can listen to the arguments. In the morning, my lord, in fact, I suggested that you, it's nearer. You can go in my.
You can take your iPad.
He can go in my. That's exactly what I told him when I said, Mr. Sibbal. That's exactly what I told him when I said, Lord, my gesture, you go to my chamber, the video will be on. That you go to my chamber, keep the video off and listen to the arguments. You can keep the video off and listen to the
our
arguments.
duties and daily lives, but the work
Not
is
at the
of course
cost of
part
health,
of
but
our
that's what
duties and daily lives, but
Not at the cost of health, but that's what I.
बता दो, पुनीत को बता दो, पुनीत को बता दो.
Now, my lord,
The track, the KYC with regard to anybody who makes donation, the KYC with regard to anybody who makes donations above is also required to be done. 2,000 rupees by the political party is also required to be done. Prescribed for that.
I'll just ask because in the scheme doesn't provide. I'll just ask because in the scheme doesn't provide for take
It's nothing to do with the scheme.
I'll just take instructions for them. Is for banking channels, yes. Even if it is less than for banking channels, yes. Even if it is less than 2,000, there is no. But political parties, there is no the political parties. There's no the political parties.
They don't take any name and other details.
Lord, as a
They
matter
don't
of
take
fact.
any documents.
Lord, as a matter of fact.
It's not possible as a factual.
Nobody pays
It's not possible.
1900. Nobody pays below 1900 rupees or 19. If I get as a political party 100 crores, I'll have. If I get as a political party 100 crores, whatever is the. I'll have fictitious names divided into so many people, so many thousand people. I show that 19, so many people, so many thousand people gave me 1900.
There is no check as far as multiple deposits.
So now that incentive is not. So now
If
that
1,000 is also electoral bond.
If I want to buy electoral bond of 1,000, if I want to buy electoral bond of 1,000,
But if I want to go and give 1,000 rupees, which nobody would go and
if I want to go and give 1,000 rupees, which nobody would
there
go
is
and
no
nobody would
KYC.
take. Not anybody can go and take. Then there is no
validity of
can go and take.
The bond shall
There
be
is no
valid for
validity of
15
bond.
days from the date
The
of
bond
issue.
shall be valid
and no
for
payment
15
shall be
days
made to
from
any
the date of
payee
issue.
political party.
And no payment
if the
shall be
bond is
made to any
deposited
payee political
after
party.
the expiry
if
of
the
the
bond is
validity period.
deposited
The bond
after the
deposited by
expiry of
any
the
political
validity
party
period.
to its
The
account
bond
shall
deposited
be
by any
credited
political party
on the
to its
same
account
day.
shall
This
be
is one
credited
check, my lord. Can you
on
see,
the
my lord, why
same day.
this
Because
15
this
days
is one
period?
check, my lord. Can you
A,
see, my lord, why
It does
this
not
15
become a
days
currency.
period?
It does
A,
not become like
it
a
does
bearer
not
bond
become a
which can be
currency.
traded.
It does
That
not
is
become
number one.
like a bearer bond which can be traded. Number
That
two.
is
Number one.
Lord, this eliminates.
Number two, element of a
Lord,
potential
this eliminates
I'll tell your lordship
the
element of a potential
I
kickback.
keep
I'll tell your lordships how.
Electoral
I
bond of say 100
electoral bond
with me.
of say 100.
I tell a
crores.
political party which
With
is
me.
about to go in election.
I tell a political
I
party
have
which
100
is
crore.
about to go in election.
If you form the
I
government,
have 100 crore.
and if you give me this
If you form the government,
contractor, whatever is
and
the
if
quid
you
pro
give
quo,
me this is
contractor,
yours.
whatever is the quid
Quid pro quo. This is
if
yours.
15 days is to be, my lord, mandated.
If 15
mandated,
days is to
this
be,
is not possible.
my lord,
I have to
mandated,
give it to
mandated.
them and take a
This
chance.
is not possible.
If there
I
is a
have to
quid
give
pro
it to them and take a chance.
I again say,
If there is a quid pro quo,
all do not
I
donate
again say,
because of quid pro quo.
all do not
We have
donate
that business
because of
atmosphere,
quid pro quo.
that
Fortunately.
business environment.
We
What
have
was the
that
actual
business
reason for
atmosphere,
putting this
that
15-day
business environment.
cap? What was the actual reason
Look, this
for
was the
putting this
reason.
15-day
It doesn't become a
cap?
trading currency.
Look, this was the reason.
That
It doesn't
I
become
owe
a trading currency.
1 crore to my
That
learned
I
senior,
owe
learned attorney.
1
I
crore
don't have
to
Lord,
my learned senior,
ready
Lord, learned
cash,
attorney.
which I
I
can
don't
give
have
it, or he
Lord,
doesn't want to accept
ready cash
or whatever.
which I can give
I
it,
can
or
give
he
him the
doesn't want
bond.
to accept.
So bond
cash
is
or
not
whatever.
a trading commodity.
I can give him the bond.
Cannot be
So
traded.
bond is not a
Second,
trading commodity.
As I, my lord, I'll
Cannot
just
be
my lord,
traded.
explain in a different
Second,
way. Lord, I
as
am,
I, my lord,
let
let us
my lord,
give a
explain
live
in a
example
different
so
way.
that, my lord, it
Lord,
can
I
be,
am,
let
better,
us give a live example
clarified
so
by
that, my
me.
lord, it can be
Madhya
better
Pradesh is going in election.
clarified by me. BJP
Madhya
can
Pradesh
win.
is going in election. Congress can win, or any other
BJP
party
can
technically
win.
can win. Congress
I
can win,
go
or any other
to
party
Congress.
technically can win. With
I
100
go
crores
to
of-
Congress
100 crores worth
with
of
100
electoral
crores
bond.
of
That
100
this
crores
bond I
worth
have.
of
If you
electoral
form
bond.
the government
That this
and
this
give me
bond I
this
have.
particular contract,
If you form the government
contract,
and give me this
after you're
particular
forming the
contract,
government, this will be
contract,
yours.
after you're forming the government,
This would be
this
quid
will be
pro quo,
yours.
which is, my lord,
This would be
completely
quid pro
minimized
quo,
if I have to
Which
deposit
is,
in
my lord,
15
completely
days only.
minimized if
So
I have to
give
deposit
it within
in
15 days
and
only.
they
So
also
I have to
cannot
give it
keep
within 15
pending
days
till the
and
government
they
is
also
either formed or
cannot
not
keep
formed.
it pending
They have
till
to
the
deposit.
government
is either formed
So
or not
I
formed.
take that
They have
risk
to deposit.
as a contractor of
So I
paying to a
take
party
that
which
risk
may or
as a
may not form the
contractor
government. Of paying
That
to
is
a
why
party
this
which
15
may or may not form the government.
That
So
is
these
why
are
this 15
all
days.
checks and balances, whichever could be
But these
practically
are
thought
all
of,
checks and balances
are
whichever
incorporated.
could be practically
It is
thought
not
of
becoming
are incorporated.
another
But
problem
it is not
while we are trying to
becoming
find a solution.
another
Sometimes the
problem
solutions
while
are
we are
bigger
trying
than
to find a
problems.
solution.
So
Sometimes the
therefore,
solutions
while
are
the
bigger than
Honorable
problems.
Finance Minister, the then
So
Finance
therefore,
Minister
while
says that
the
this may
Honorable
not be a
Finance
foolproof
Minister, the then Finance
scheme,
Minister says
but we
that
have
this
tried
may not be a
to
foolproof
make it as
scheme,
transparent
but we have
as
tried
possible.
to make it as transparent as possible.
And my lord, it will be read with 12. If
And
it
my
is
lord,
not
it will
deposited in
be
12,
read with 12.
15 days,
If
it
it
goes
is
in
not
Prime Minister's
deposited
relief.
in 15
So
days,
money you
it
don't
goes in
get.
Prime Minister's relief.
So money you don't get. Donor does not get back the money. It is for him to ensure
Donor does
that
not
the
get
party
back the money.
deposits.
It is for him
Otherwise,
to
what
ensure
happens is
that the party
he is
deposits.
out of pocket.
Otherwise,
for
what happens is
1 crore.
he is
or
out
whatever
of pocket
crore.
for 1 crore.
Party doesn't get
or
it, so he
whatever
doesn't get.
crore.
If at all there is any quid pro
Party
quo,
doesn't get
and
it,
his
so he
money
doesn't
goes
get.
in
If
Prime
at all there
Minister's
is any
relief.
quid pro quo,
Therefore,
and
Lord,
his
this
money
is-
goes in
he
Prime
will also have to
Minister's
say
relief.
that, but you deposit
Therefore,
this
Lord,
amount.
this is.
Otherwise,
he
I
will
my
also
money
have
will
to
go
say
to
that
Prime
when you
Minister
deposit
relief,
this amount.
not for the
Otherwise,
purpose I am
my
giving.
money will go to Prime
So
Minister
this is, my
relief,
lord, a strict
not for
check,
the purpose I am
which is
giving.
inbuilt.
So this is, my lord, a strict check which is inbuilt.
Yes, my lord.
And you have now seen the scheme, you have explained it.
Yes,
My lord,
You have
only
now
only
seen
7,
the
my lord, I have
scheme,
a
you have
suggestion.
explained
Therefore,
it.
my lord,
You have
only
Another
only
thing,
7,
my
my lord, I have a
learned attorney, my
suggestion.
lord,
Therefore,
very
my lord,
rightly
my lord,
says. Another thing,
that
my learned attorney, my lord,
this is
very
not
rightly
election
says
related
that
bonds.
Your
This
lordships
is
have
not
seen
election
every
related
tranche.
bonds.
Your lordships
Is
have
4
seen
times
every
Right.
tranche is
4
4
quarters
times
of the
January,
account.
April, July, October.
4 quarters of
Lord,
the
I,
account.
April,
as a
July,
political
October.
party gets
So,
10 crores.
Lord, I
can't
as a
wait till the
political
next
party
election,
get
10 crores,
and
promise
I
him
can't
that
wait
if I,
till the
I,
next
I
election
get elected, I'll deposit
and promise
I'll
him
give
that
you
if I
something as
get
a
elected,
treat.
I'll
If
deposit
it is
and
a
I'll give you
contribution,
something
it is a
as
contribution.
treat. Within
If
15
it is
days,
a
you have contribution, it is a contribution.
Lord, 7.
Within 15 days,
Lord,
you
which
have
might,
to
Lord,
deposit.
I'm going to make one
Lord,
suggestion,
7.
which might,
Lord,
Lord, perhaps
I'm
substantial.
going to make one
Take
suggestion,
care of your lordship's
which
very
might,
valid
Lord, perhaps
concern.
substantial.
Can you make the
Take
suggestion?
care of your
Just take
lordship's
it down
very
and then
valid
we read
concern.
it, together.
Kindly
Make the
have a look
suggestion,
at
you can just take it down and then we read it together.
Kindly have a
Procedure
look
for
at
making
the-
application for
Yes.
purchase of procedure
bonds.
for making
Every
application
buyer
for
desire
purchase
of
of
purchasing bond
bonds.
can apply with a
Every
physical
buyer
or
desire
through
of
online
purchasing bond
application
can
in the
apply with a
format
physical
specified
or through
in
online
Annexure 2,
application in the
which
format
provides for
specified
KYC, etc.
in
Your lordships are
Annexure
right
2,
now not concerned.
which provides for
Every
KYC,
application shall
etc.
contain particulars, your lordships can give. Every application shall contain
On
particulars,
receipt of
your
an
lordships can
application,
give. The issuing branch
on
shall
receipt
issue
of an
the
application,
requisite bond,
the issuing
if all the
branch shall
requirements
issue
are fulfilled.
the
Now, 4 is
requisite
important.
bond,
If
where
all the
my Lord
requirements
the
are
Chief
fulfilled, now
Justice had
4 is
some
important.
concern, where
My Lord Justice Khanna also
Chief
had some
Justice
concern.
had some concern,
And I'll, my Lord,
and
very
my Lord Justice Khanna also
candidly
had some
express
concern.
that concern, and
And
my
I'll,
Lord,
my Lord, very
candidly
satisfy your
express
lordships.
that concern, and my Lord, satisfy your lordships. 4. 4.
Yes.
The information furnished by the buyer shall be treated
information
confidential
furnished by the buyer
by the
shall be
authorized
treated
bank.
confidential
First part.
by the authorized
This is
bank.
the mandate of the scheme.
First part.
Correct, Manoj?
This is the mandate of the scheme. Correct,
Yes.
Manoj? And shall not be disclosed
Yes.
To
and
any
shall
authority
not be
for any
disclosed
purposes
to any
except
authority for any purposes
when demanded
except
by a competent court,
when
to which Manoj,
demanded
anyone,
by a
no one
competent
can have
court,
any objection. We have to
to
trust
which
the
Manoj,
court
anyone,
ultimately.
no one can have any
Or
objection.
upon
We have to trust the
registration
court
of
ultimately.
criminal case
Or
by
upon
any law
registration
enforcement
of
agency.
criminal case
Lord, there are
by
two
any
things
law
which
enforcement
may, my
agency.
lord, perhaps
Lord, there are
not
two
be
things
acceptable to
which
your
may, my
lordship's
lord,
conscience.
perhaps
A.
not be acceptable to your lordship's conscience.
What happens if
A.
this confidentiality, which is
What happens
statutorily
if
built
this
in,
confidentiality
the scheme
which is
not
statutorily
adhered
built in the scheme is not adhered to?
Yes.
Lord, your lordships would
Yes.
would mark that
if
your
I
lordships would
try to
would
breach the
mark
confidentiality
that
system,
if I try to
it would
breach the
lead
confidentiality
digital
system,
footprints left.
it would lead
It's not, my
digital
lord, as if
footprints
my
left.
learned friends were
It's not, my lord, as
even
if my
oversimplification.
learned friends were
Something less than that.
not, it's
You
not
can
even
just see in the light
oversimplification.
and you
Something
get
less
the
than
number
that.
and
You can just
you
see
can
in the
compare
light
it
and
with
you
the
get the
political
number.
party. It's not like
and,
that.
You
If
can
necessary,
compare
my
it
lord,
with
I'll
the
come to that.
political
My lord, what
party.
is
It's
the
not like
system?
that. If
It
necessary,
leaves
I'll
its
come to that. What is the
footprints in the
system?
digital
It leaves
format which
its
cannot be erased.
footprints in the
Please
digital
read and-
format which
and
cannot
see,
be
my lord, the
erased.
intention
Please
of the
read
government and, my lord, the
and see
bona
what the
fides of the government.
intention of the government
Anyone
and, my lord, the bona fides
not
of the
complying
government.
with or committing
Anyone
breach of this
not
confidentiality,
complying with
your
or
lordships
committing
may say
breach
would
of
be
this confidentiality,
criminally liable for
your
criminal
lordships
breach
may
of
say would be criminally liable for criminal breach of trust. Or whichever other provision, my lord, which is applicable. I have not whichever other provision, my lord, which is applicable. I have not examined, my lord, from IPC point of view.
Yes.
Correct, Manoj?
Yes.
So this takes care of one thing that you have this takes care of one thing that you have
the biggest public sector bank,
the assurance of the chairman of biggest
public sector bank,
the
with
assurance
your
of the chairman of biggest
any
public
breach
sector bank,
will
with your
be
lordship's
visited
direction,
with
that any
penal
breach
consequences.
will
Now,
be
my lord,
visited
second,
with
and that's
penal
where my
consequences.
lord Justice Khanna's
Now, very valid
second
concern,
that's
my
where
lord,
my lord
was
Justice
expressed.
Khanna's
So
very
far as
valid
court is
concern,
concerned,
my
my
lord,
lord,
I don't
was
think anybody
expressed. So far as
disputed.
court is concerned, my lord, I
Somebody
don't
has
think
to go to
anybody
the court. My lord, for
has
example,
disputed.
just to answer,
My lord,
my
somebody
lord,
has to
Justice
go
Chief
to the
Justice
court.
is
My lord,
clear.
for example,
That
just to
there is a
answer,
quid pro
my
quo.
lord, Justice
Suppose
Chief
somebody
Justice
goes
is
to the
clear.
court.
That there is a
That
quid pro
this
quo.
gentleman
Suppose
has
somebody
given,
goes to the court. That this
money
gentleman
as per
has
his
given
bank statement or as per
money
his account
as
or
per
this
his
company
bank
has given
statement
50
or as
crores
per his
to
account or
some
this
political
company has
party,
given
as
50
per his
crores
sta-
to
No, kindly listen to
some
this, no, this is
political party
interesting, my lord,
as
how
per
the
his
scheme
statement.
works.
Kindly listen to this.
That
This
this
is
company has
interesting,
given
Lord, how the
50
scheme
crores
works.
to some
That
political
this company
party
has
that is
given 50
reflected in
crores
their
to
balance sheet,
some
which is to be
political
made
party
public,
that is reflected in their
as per the
balance sheet,
company's
which is
law.
to be made public
Immediately
as
thereafter,
per the company's law.
immediately
One
thereafter,
particular government
has given him a contract worth
one
250
particular
crores.
government
And
has
therefore
given him
I
a contract worth
suspect
250
he has to give reasons.
crores.
Lord. He
And
can't
therefore,
go
I
he can't
suspect
rush the
he has
way
to give reasons.
PIL
Lord. He
petitioners
can't
are rushing.
go the-
But
he
he
can't
can
rush
say
the
that
way
there may be
PIL
a quid pro
petitioners
quo.
are rushing.
And the
But
court
he
is
can say
prima
that
facie
there may be a
satisfied.
quid pro quo. And the
Yes,
court is prima
maybe.
facie satisfied.
Let us see whether those 50 crores has
Yes,
gone to the
maybe.
party.
Let us see
which is
whether those
in
50
the government
crores has gone
who
to
has
the
given
party,
the contract.
which is in the government who
Lord,
has
that
given
is
the
why
contract.
Under the court's order,
Lord, that is why
it will have to be
under the
decoded, which
court's
has
order,
a very serious
it will
and
have to be
complicated
decoded,
process.
which has a
It is
very
not easy
serious
even
and
under the court's
complicated
order.
process.
Now the
It is not
concern of
easy
my
even
Lord
under the
Justice
court's
Khanna and
order.
very right concern.
Now the concern
That
of my Lord
upon
Justice Khanna and very right concern.
Registration of a criminal
That
case
upon
by the law enforcing agency.
registration of a
Well,
criminal
the concern
case
would be
by the law
that
enforcing
you register
agency.
a criminal
Well,
case
the concern
and
would
ask
be
SBI that
that
give me
you
the
register
details.
a criminal case
That was, my
and
lord,
ask SBI
the
that give me the
concern.
details.
Your
was,
lordship
my
would
lord,
recall in
the
Aadhaar
concern.
judgment. There
Was
was
a
a similar
lordships would
provision.
recall in Aadhaar
And your
judgment.
lordships
There
have
was a
read it
similar
down to
provision.
me to say
And your lordships have read it down
that
to me to
when
say
investigating agency
that
wants this,
when investigating
it
agency
can get
wants
only
this,
if there is
it
an
can
order.
get only if There is an order. Kindly put that layer by reading it down. Kindly put that layer by reading it down. Look, kindly see, my lord, the bona fide is the purpose is not that the party in power. Bona fide is the purpose is not that the party in power knows what is paid to whom. That this is to be used for the purpose of penal persecution. This is to be used for the purpose of penal persecution.
Yes.
So, my lord, level playing field.
Yes.
When we talk about the level playing field, my lord, when we talk about the level playing field means every party should get equal means every party should get equal. That can never happen. Political contribution would have 10 matters. That can never happen. Somebody would have only one matter. Nobody can argue that there should be level. Somebody would have only one matter. Everyone should. Nobody can argue that there should be level playing field. Every political party will have to rise to the level that they get. Every political party will have to rise to the level that they get more trust and they get more attached to the fact. But if the party in power is attached to the comes to know about the party in power, this is the way in which it can be taken care of. And both this is the way apprehension can be taken care of, public and both can be apprehension and the public interest. Party in power will not come to know. That even party in power will not come to know. Lord, I would like to show at this stage how, Lord, this I would like to scheme operates to satisfy your lordship's conscience. Because yesterday I found, my lord, your lordship's valid conscience. That because yesterday I found, my lord, your lordship's valid concern. The ruling party to know, but it is possible for the ruling party to know, but the rest of the parties would not. Told by the chairman that it can't be discussed publicly. Whatever can be discussed publicly, it can't be discussed publicly. Whatever can be discussed publicly, officials of the SBI are here. On my request, I would request officials of the SBI are here. If your lordship, I would request your lordship the entire semantics. Your lordship would like to know the entire semantics and how there are separate silos operates, which cannot be breached. There are separate silos. You have which cannot be breached. You have to go into another digital system. You have to go into one system. Third digital another digital system. You have to go into third digital system. If there is a court order also, then your lordship would be satisfied. If there is a court order also, as if then your lordship, that a finance secretary calls the managing director of SBI, that a finance secretary calls the managing director of SBI कि हर 15 दिन मुझे भेज दो कौन सी पार्टी को कितने पैसे दिए किसने it's impossible कौन सी पार्टी को कितने पैसे that full proof a system it's impossible lordships can hear them in it's that full proof a system but your lordships right can hear them in show this my lord what is the system to satisfy your lordship's conscience my lord what is the system as if to satisfy your lordship's conscience and deposit some amount in the bank then I go and deposit some amount in the bank and calls the branch manager, senior official of the bank, calls the branch manager, what amount Tushar Mehta has deposited. It's not just see that simple. It cannot be that simple. When we are not ensuring that simple, it cannot be that simple. When we are ensuring the heart and soul of this, and when confidentiality is the heart and soul of this, screen share this. Please, my lord, allow me to share this. Extra copies also I have emailed also. Lord, there are extra copies also I have emailed also. But I have not, my lord, I have missed purposefully. I have decided. But I have not, my lord, I have missed purposefully. I have not. I have decided many things. My lord, call the chairman. I have rightly feels many things which should not be chairman also public. What is how we maintain secrecy, my lord? Can't public. What is how we maintain secrecy, my lord? Can't be a public. Definition, it has to be confidential. Because by definition, it has to be confidential.
Mr. Surya, just so that we have a little bit of an eye on the clock. Mr. Surya, just so that returning will take about half an hour after you are done. Then returning will take about half an hour after you are done.
Might be over by 1. 1 o'clock. So, Lord, I might be over by 1.
So, learned attorney can then 1 o'clock if you finish. So, learned attorney can then time.
I can rest assured. I can rest assured that I can every judgment which I have quoted. I am not going to cite. Every judgment which I have quoted, I am not going to cite. I know your lordship naive if I quote judgments which I know your lordship have. I'll say that kindly read it. I have quoted, not going to read. I'll say that judgments read it. I am not going to resist that. Except few judgments which I am unable to resist that.
You may just flag those. That's all.
This is the copy is given.
Leave yourself a little time to deal with the challenges to the amendments to the statute. Time to deal with the challenges to the amendments to the statutes. Right. We have now covered the scheme. Right. I'm just saying that we have now covered the scheme. To conclude. No. I'm just saying that a little time to deal with the challenge to conclude. Statutory amendment. Give yourself a little time to deal with the challenge to the statutory amendment.
One-line answer. The statutory amendment answer is to ensure that this scheme can be framed and can be operated. That this scheme can be framed. That's the purpose. And can be operated. There are no separate objects. That's the purpose of the amendment. There are no separate objects. There are corollaries. They are
covered the reasonableness aspect.
There are first it came under the Reserve Bank of India. The government can formulate. First it came under the Reserve Bank of India. Challenge to the government can formulate this. Now that by itself is not Reserve Bank of India.
Just wanted to ask.
Now by itself is not illegal.
Just to understand the legal framework. Why was it necessary to amend the RBI Act actually to bring in the scheme? Why was it necessary to amend the RBI Act actually to bring in the scheme? I mean, as a matter of law, what is the reason? We just have that. I have in fact it opened here. We just have that. I have in fact it opened here at page 31 in your section 31 says that no person except the Reserve Bank. Section 31 says that no person except the Reserve Bank of India or the central government can promissory note. A bill of exchange or engagement for the payment of money payable to be to bearer on the payment of money payable to be to bearer on demand.
It would be a bearer bond, my lord, because it would be a bearer bond.
Because only central government and RBI is permitted under that section. That only central government is being done by SBI under that section. So issuance is being done by SBI. So if somebody else which is being permitted, and that's one of the reasons which somebody else which is being permitted, and that's one of the reasons which the RBI's letter also.
There is no succeed or lose on this. But the purpose was succeed or lose on this. But the purpose was, my lord, one. This was to make an exception to one. Please see, my lord, one. This was to make an exception to one.
There's an authority or the legal
there
power.
There is a statutory backing to the scheme. There is a statutory backing to the scheme. That's yes. Otherwise, it would have been challenged as an executive act. Yes. Otherwise, it would have been challenged. It's a bearer bond only the RBI can issue, etc. It's a bearer bond only the RBI can issue, etc. Empower the central government to come out with this policy. Empower the central government to come out with this policy. Exactly. Or a bearer.
Definition of a bill of exchange.
Instrument. Exactly. Or a bearer. Payment of money payable to bearer on demand, payment of money payable to bearer on demand,
money payable to bearer on engagement for the payment. Engagement is very broad. Payable to bearer on demand. Therefore, that engagement is very broad.
One first line. First line. Subsection one first line in India, other than the bank, that is RBI. No person in India, other than the bank, that is authorized by this. Or so this is the authority authorized by this act. So this is the authority given statutory backing. So that it doesn't remain to give a statutory backing, so that it doesn't remain an administrative instrument.
All right.
Now what I am reading is on the screen, my lord. Now what I am reading is on the screen, my lord. I have shared, my lord. My lord, your lordships may skip 1 Roman 1. Lord, your lordships may skip 1 Roman 1, 1 Roman 2. Gautam.
Read this out.
Or 1 and 2, Roman 1 and 2. I've said nothing to hide. I've said Roman 1 and 2. I've said nothing to hide. I've said that the chairman has one should trust. Without elaborating, however, a brief description of without elaborating, however, a brief description of the system can be provided to the court. It is impossible for anyone, court's conscience, including the incumbent government. It is impossible for anyone, this system including the incumbent government, the contingency contemplated this system without the contingency contemplated without leaving the digital footprint and tray without leaving a digital footprint and tray over and beyond the mandate of reach into the system over and beyond the mandate of clause 7 through electoral bond the process for separate compartments and they are electoral bond issuance of bond separate and redemption and they are issuance of bond and redemption of bond. 3. In order to maintain confidentiality of the process, the data in order to maintain confidentiality of the process is recorded in a limited manner at both ends is recorded in a limited manner populated in the central databases and not doesn't contain the name of the databases. It doesn't contain the name of the donor. Assam, Guwahati. I can purchase it from SBI branches. Assam, Guwahati. And because that is one of the SBI branches. And pay Indian National Congress or Bharatiya Janata Party because their office is situated Indian National Congress or Bharatiya Janata Party authorized account is situated here. Practically, generally have their authorized account anywhere in the country. Practically, generally in Delhi, I can purchase anywhere in the country and pay to Trinamool Congress. And I can purchase it from Calcutta and pay to Trinamool Congress in Calcutta. Calcutta. They would have their account in Calcutta. Storage and separate collection of data ensure separate storage and separate there are no direct linkages maintained in there are no direct linkages donor details maintained with the donor details between the donor details register which is maintained at the designated branch the register which is maintained at the designated branch does not maintain the register with names of the purchaser or the donor with names of the purchaser or the donor. So if I go and buy a bond worth the register would only say 1 crore issue. The register would only say 1 crore rupees. One bond issue. My name will not come. 1 crore rupees. The only person, my lord, my name will not come. Tell your lordships. The only person, my lord, I must to know. Tell your lordships. Would be which would temporarily come to know with my KYC documents. The cashier, my lord, when I go with my KYC documents. One person.
11.1 says all payments.
One person.
The bond shall be accepted in Indian rupees. All payments for the issuance of the bond shall be accepted in Indian rupees. Electronic clearing system through demand direct debit to the check or through electronic clearing system or direct debit to the buyer.
No, the purpose is it will have to be through banking channel.
Issuing bank
No, the purpose is this.
No, therefore the issuing bank has all the
therefore it would come. No. The only person who first know my name and my the only person who first to whom I give KYC. My name and KYC is sealed. The person to whom I give KYC elsewhere. Then KYC is sealed. Cover is maintained donor, i.e. the KYC details are put in a seal of donor, i.e. the KYC details are put in a seal. Within 15 days, the end of people purchases many multiple within 15 days, many people purchases many multiple bonds. But I may purchase 10 bonds by the designated branch and sent in a sealed cover the designated branch and sent in a sealed cover main branch Mumbai main branch form where the SBI main branch till the contingency under clause 7(4) arises. Till the contingency under clause 7(4) purchases are made, or Guwahati where purchases are made, send it in a sealed Trivandrum where purchases are made, will send it in a sealed redemption of these bonds by the political party. So far as the redemption of these bonds by the political party only in their designated account, deposit such bond in account details of the political party also. In account details of the bond will be party also. As the amount of the bond will be reflected. Either purchaser, as the bond does not contain the name of either purchaser, political parties would have one designated account in one branch. Parties would out of the designated account in one branch, in which out of the redemption of electoral bond is permissible. Only the redemption of electoral bond from Chennai is permissible. But will be redeemed or can be redeemed in Calcutta. But will be redeemed or can be redeemed in Calcutta. Present the bond for redemption. However, the any of the designated branches which will credit the amount any of the designated main designated will credit the amount. They can go to only in the Jaipur and say that this is my. They can go to Jaipur and say that this is my. Would be transferred without anybody's bond to the designated. The money would be transferred without wherever it is maintained to the designated account. Wherever it is redemption, the one designated bond. The pains time of redemption, the original bond, storage. The pain slip would be stored and sent to SBI Mumbai in a sealed cover. Both the sealed to SBI Mumbai cannot be opened. Both the sealed covers cannot be opened either together under the or at different times except under the event of contingency under clause 7(4) arising. In the event of contingency very difficult clause 7(4) trace out that even after that very difficult to trace out that even after that and match it.
It's not as if we open
Trace
the
out the
cover
details
and match
of the
it.
purchaser of the bond as
Trace
such
out the
purchaser may
details
have
of the
purchased
purchaser
several
of the
bonds
bond as
from
such
several
purchaser may have
designated
purchased
branches
several
in
bonds
different
from
tranches.
several
In
designated
other words,
branches
several
in different
sealed covers
tranches.
may have to
In
be
other
opened and
words,
examined.
several sealed
Two,
covers
so
may
far
have
as
to be
details
opened and
of
examined.
redemption details are
Two,
concerned,
so far
they
as
are
details
stored
of
in the
redemption
Global
details are
Information
concerned,
Technology
they are
Center
stored in
of
the
SBI,
Global
which
Information
stores the
Technology
data
Center
in a
of
digital format.
SBI, which
In
stores
case
the
the link
data in a
between the
digital
donee and
format.
the donor is
In
required
case
to be
the link
established,
between the
in
donee
terms
and
of
the
clause
donor is
7.4,
required to be
it would
established.
require
In
a
terms of
detailed
clause
and
7.4,
in-depth
it would require a detailed and in-depth
tracing out of information from two different
tracing out of
information
information
silos
from two
of donors and
different
donees.
information
The said
silos
exercise
of
is
donors
not
and
automated
donees. The
and
said
cannot be
exercise
carried out
is
in a
not
linear
automated
fashion
and
and
cannot be
requires
carried
a
out in a
scanning
linear
of
fashion.
different
And
databases
requires
which
a
are
scanning
designed
of
without
different
maintaining
databases which are
interlinkages.
designed without
Therefore,
maintaining
the process of
interlinkages.
issuance and redemption
Therefore,
of electoral
the
bonds
process of
and data
issuance and
generated
redemption
therewith
of
is
electoral
not
bond
maintained in a
and
central
data
database,
generated therewith
and the data
is not
sheets are not
maintained in a central
populated
database
and tallied
and the
at one
data
end.
sheets are not
There exists
populated
no
and
direct
tallied at
linkages
one end.
and
There
completely
exists
separate
no direct
information
linkages
silos are
and
stored under
completely separate
heads
information
with separate
silos
departments.
are stored
So
under
I'll have
separate
to
heads
ask
with separate
several
departments.
people to collude
So I'll
with
have
me
to ask
if I want to
several
get the
people
information.
to collude with me
If I want
because
to get
Lord,
the
I have not
information.
given that,
But this
because
center,
Lord, I have not given that,
but
but
Global
this,
Information Technology Center also, as I was
Global
not
Information
explained,
Technology
I was also not
Center
explained
also,
in detail,
as I was
and nor
not
did I
explained.
insist.
I was also
But
not explained in detail, and nor
they
did I
also
insist.
have 3-4
But
layers. It goes.
They also have 3-4 layers.
With the court order goes
It goes
to one.
the
We will open.
request with the
Then it
court
goes
order goes to
at a
one.
second layer. Then
We will open.
reopens.
Then it
Well,
goes
everything
at a
is
second
digital.
layer. Then
Leaving the
reopens.
footprints.
Everything
And
is
therefore,
digital.
my lord, to satisfy
Leaving
your
the
lordship's
footprints.
conscience, I say,
And
that
therefore, my
please
lord, to satisfy
criminalize
your lordship's
if there is
conscience, I
anybody
say,
who breaches
that
this.
please criminalize if there is anybody who breaches this system.
Yes.
Yes. Now, Lord, I'll yes. Now, come to my lord. Lord, I'll please come to page 36 of my written submission. Please come to page 36 of my written submissions. The rather, my lord, I would my lord, at page rather, my lord, I would 37. My lord, at page Puttuswamy. 37, my lord, I have
abide by
quoted
the
Puttuswamy.
time, my lord, your lordships have indicated.
My lord, I'll abide by the
But
time.
your
my
lordships would, my lord, bear with me. I have never, I have not.
But your lordships would, my
Except-
lord, bear with me. I have never, I have not repeated, except. Lord, I am not reading this Puttuswamy, my lord, your lordships. Lord, I am not reading this Puttuswamy, my lord, your lordships.
But the purpose, I'll
All
say.
of my lords
Your
have read
lordships
and
have
read it.
devised
But
this
the
concept
purpose,
of
I'll say, your
informational
lordships have
privacy.
devised this concept of informational privacy.
Lord, your lordships were examining. Lord, your
Two
lordships were
competing
examining,
interests,
namely,
two competing
one,
interests,
right to know,
namely,
and second,
one,
right to have
know,
informational
and
privacy.
second, right
And your
to have
lordships have
informational
accepted
privacy.
information privacy.
And your
to be a
lordships have
fundamental
accepted
right.
information
If, my lord,
privacy
I am
to be a fundamental
the
right.
person donating,
If, my lord, I am
and if your
the
lordship's
person
conscience
donating,
is satisfied, that system
and
is
if
in
your
public
lordship's
interest,
conscience is satisfied, that system
your
is in
lordships
public
can
interest, your lordships can
Lord, accept my right to informational privacy
accept
as against
my right to
general
informational
right to know.
privacy as against
And why, my
general
lord, I
right
say
to
this?
know. And why, my lord, I say this?
If there is a genuine public interest in the
If
disclosure,
there is a genuine
you go
public
to the
interest
court
in
to
the
have 7
disclosure,
for remedy.
you
But
go to the
merely
court
for
to
your
have 7 for
curiosity,
remedy.
You cannot
But
invade
merely
somebody's
for your
privacy
curiosity,
if that
you
privacy
cannot invade somebody's privacy.
ultimately
if
serves
that
larger
privacy
public interest. Lord, that's
ultimately
the,
serves larger
Lord,
public
submission
interest.
which I have
Lord,
made.
that's
Lord,
the
I have quoted the
Lord,
relevant paragraph.
submission which I have
I'm not,
made,
Lord,
Lord.
reading
I
it.
have
Your
quoted the
lordships are aware.
relevant paragraph. I'm not, my lord,
Lord,
reading
please
it. Your
come,
lordships are
Shashwat.
aware. Lord, please come
Just
to
one minute.
you are saying that you are amending, if you are saying that you are
Come to page, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Page 39. I'm sorry.
yes,
Page 39. I'm just skipping through, my lord, rest.
yes.
My lord, not that skipping through, my lord, rest.
Yes.
May be treated as read. Not that I'm giving up, my lord. May be treated as read.
Yes.
In the matter of Puttaswamy, this honorable Justice in the matter of Puttaswamy, this honorable court discussed the validity of section 33 of the Aadhaar, which provided for disclosure of information including identity. I was on 95 reading Puttaswamy. Second para, 95 reading Puttaswamy. It is submitted that while upholding section 33, it is submitted that while upholding section 33, layer of safeguard, this honorable court, however, added a layer of safeguard may be shared as per only upon an order being passed by the judge of a high court. Only upon an order being passed by the judge of a high court. But in public interest, the privacy says, but if it is required, in public interest, then of course, with the order of the high court, if it is required, then of course, with the order of the high court. It's not, my lord, as if it's an afterthought which I'm it's not, my lord, suggesting to your lordship. It's an afterthought which I'm suggesting to your lordship. Which shows, my lord, that the intention is not. Which shows, my lord, that the intention is not. Government, that there is no level playing field, knows about government, and the rest of them, the party in power knows about it, and the rest of them do not. That incentivizes. Nobody should know. That incentivizes clean money coming into the system. Then your lordship, clean money coming into the system. The rest, and then your lordship, kindly skip the rest. Lord, I have quoted FAQs which are relevant. Lord, broadly, I have FAQs which are relevant. But broadly, I have indicated, my lord. Please come to those, my lord, FAQs. Page. Please come to, my lord. Page. Lord, 46. Lord, 46. This I have already argued. I will not, my lord, bother your lordship. But this please come to page 40. I will not, my lord, bother your lordship. Lord, please come to page 48. Respectfully seek permission to here, my lord, I only few paragraphs of the judgment. Permission to read because your lordships had a paragraphs of the judgment. That in some cases because your lordships had a valid concern. In some cases, it can be misused also. With pro quo, nobody says that it can be misused also. Any system can be misused. Nobody says that it cannot. There can never be a system which is so foolproof which can never be misused. There can never be a system which is so foolproof which can never be misused. Lakshmi, yes, my lord. Lakshmindra Tirth, Lakshmi, the Sirur Mat, kindly see the last three lines, the Sirur bold and highlighted. See the last three lines, convenience, bold and highlighted. I don't wish for your lordship's convenience, my lord, I have done this. I don't saving provision contained in section 91 of the saving provision contained in section 91 of the apprehension makes the position quite clear. Conferred by this section may be abused. Powers conferred by this section may be abused. Does not make the provision itself bad or invalid. Does not make the provision itself bad or invalid. Are aware, my lord, 7 judges. This is 7 judges. Lordship are aware, my lord, 7 judges. 7 judges. It can, my lord, in Indian ingenuity. It can, my lord, in Indian ingenuity around the globe. He is, my lord, popular around the globe. And general human ingenuity. My lord, everywhere this is happening. General human ingenuity. See, this is happening. Similarly, in collector of customs versus so and so. Similarly, in collector of customs, possibility of abuse of a statute. Otherwise valid does not import to it. Otherwise valid does not import to it. Further, in state of Rajasthan, invalid. It was said that further in state of Rajasthan, these are very well put. Therefore, must be remembered. These are must be remembered that merely because power may be remembered that merely because no power may sometimes be abused.
The
It is
wisdom
no
of
ground
man
for
has
denying
not
the exercise
yet
of power.
been able to
The wisdom of
conceive
man has
of a
not
government
yet
with
been
power
able to
sufficient
conceive
to answer
of a government
all its
with power
legitimate needs
sufficient
and
to
at the
answer
same time
all its
incapable of
legitimate
mischief.
needs,
But
and
there
at the
can
same
never
time
be a system
incapable
we have
of mischief.
started, we have
But
begun,
there can never
and
be
as
a
I pointed
system.
out,
We
the
have
beginning is
started,
giving
we
us
have begun,
fruits.
and as I pointed
Digitized
out,
money,
the
my lord,
beginning is giving us
bringing
fruits.
clean money into the
Digitized
system.
money, my lord,
I have
is
given the
bringing
figures, my lord,
clean money
of
into the
payments
system
made by
I have
digital
given the
mode.
figures, my lord,
Then, my
of
lord,
payment made
Kesavanand
by digital
Bharti.
mode. In
Then, my
exercising
lord,
the power of judicial
Kesavanand
review,
Bharti, the courts
in
cannot be
exercising the
oblivious
power of judicial
of
review,
practical
the
needs
courts
of the
cannot
government.
be oblivious
The door has
of
to be left
practical
open
needs
for
of the
trial and
government.
error.
The door has to be
Constitutional
left
law,
open for
like
trial and
other
error.
mortal
Constitutional law,
contrivances,
like other
has to
mortal
take some chances.
has
Opportunity must
to
be
take
allowed
some
for
chances.
vindicating
Opportunity
reasonable
must be
belief
allowed
by
for
experience.
vindicating reasonable belief
Look, the
by
government,
experience.
which consists of all politicians,
Look, the government,
parliament,
which
consisting of all people in
politicians,
politics,
the parliament,
they
consisting
discussed
of
this
all
threadbare
people in
and
politics,
found that there may be
they
some
discussed this
lacunas in
threadbare
the system
and found
but
that
this
there
is
may be
under the
some
circumstances
lacunas in
the
the
best
system.
system.
But this is
Lord,
under
that
the
trial and error,
circumstances
my
the
lord, the
best
government
system.
is entitled to.
Lord, that trial
Then,
and
my lord,
error,
I am
my
not
lord, the
reading
government is
Mafatlal,
entitled to.
but please, my
Lord,
lord,
then, my
come.
lord, I am not reading Mafatlal.
My lord, I am not
Please, my
reading
lord,
A.K. Roy
come
also, please treat it as
to-
read.
My lord, I am
Please
not
come
reading
to-
A.K. Roy also, please treat it as read. Please come to UCN.
Lord, PUCL also, my lord, is on the same lines, my lord, therefore there is no
PUCL
point
also, my lord,
in
is on the
duplicating.
same lines, my lord, therefore
Then, my
there is
lord,
no point
I have
in duplicating. my lord.
pointed out
Then, my lord, I have pointed out, right, my lord, legitimate state interest. Right, my lord, legitimate state interest.
But your lordships would always balance. I have argued this, my lord. I will not take
Your
your
lordships
lordship's
would
time further.
always balance.
But
I have argued this, my lord.
the
I will not take your
legitimate
lordship's
state
time further.
interest
But
is
the
linked
legitimate
to public
state interest is linked to public interest.
So you have the right to information, no denial.
So
But
you have the right to
information,
information,
which
no
company
denial.
Purchase
You
how
have
many
the
bonds,
information
and
which
you have the
company
information in public
purchase
domain,
how many bonds,
which
and
party
you have
got
the information
how many
in public
electoral
domain,
bonds.
which party got
If
how many electoral
Anything
bonds.
beyond that is
Encouraging anything beyond
cash,
that
my
is
lord, economy
encouraging
to enhance. Lord, then
cash
your lordships
can
can balance,
economy to
and
enhance.
that would be in the
Lord, that your
legitimate
lordships
state's
can
interest.
balance,
That
and that
public
would be in the
interest would be
legitimate state's
of paramount
interest.
consideration.
That
when your
public
lordships
interest would
examine
be
this.
of paramount
Lord,
consideration
please
when
see.
your lordships
Para,
examine this.
para 130. Lord, please see. It is submitted that
para 130.
judgment in PUCL
It
and
is
so,
submitted
Lord,
that
which were referred to by
judgment
them,
in PUCL
sought disclosure
and
of
which were referred to by
was
them,
already
sought disclosure
in the
of
knowledge
information
and
which was
possession of the
already
state authority.
in the
When
knowledge
they
and
say
possession
that you
of the
declare
state
what is
authority.
your property,
When they
you
say
declare what
that
are
you
the
declare
criminal
what is
proceedings.
your property,
These are all
you declare
in public
what are
domain.
the criminal proceedings.
At
These
once
are all in
platform
public
you
domain.
declare. But here,
once
you are trying
platform you
to
declare.
lift the
But
veil
here,
of
you are trying
confidentiality,
to
which is
lift
by
the
design
veil of confidentiality,
made a part
which
of
is
the very
by
system,
design
and which is the
made
pivotal
a part of the
this
very system, and which is the
And
pivotal.
even the
part
government
of that
doesn't know it.
system.
So, my lord, right to information
And
cannot
even the
be
government
claimed
doesn't know it. So,
from
my lord,
me.
Right to information cannot be claimed from me.
Now, your lordships may, my lord, kindly go to.
Now, your lordships may, my lord, kindly go to
Lord, Lord, page
60.
Lord,
One page
message from Puttaswamy.
60.
Lord,
Puttaswamy.
one
Message from Puttaswamy. Puttaswamy.
The majority view, my lord, of.
This is the majority view.
Of course, my lord, all views are concurring except on the ground of.
Of course, my lord, all views are concurring except on the ground of
privacy.
Except the question of money bill.
Privacy and
Privacy,
proportionality
the
are
gets
two
that.
interlocking themes.
Privacy and
that recur
proportionality are two
consistently in the above
interlocking
judgments.
themes
Privacy
that
also
recur consistently in the above judgments. Privacy also
is a
construed as
fundamental
informational
value. There is a
self-determination
consistent emphasis
is a
on the
fundamental
impact
value.
on personal
There is a
dignity.
consistent
If
emphasis
private
on the impact
information is
on
widely
personal
available
dignity.
and
If
individuals
private
are not able to
information is
decide upon
widely
its
available
disclosure
and
and
individuals
use.
are not able
This
to
right
decide
of
upon its
controlling the
disclosure
extent
and
of the
use.
availability
This
and
right
use
of
one
controlling the
personal
extent
data
of the
is seen as a
availability
building
and
block
use of one
of data
personal
protection,
data is seen
especially
as a
in
building
an
block
environment
of
where
data
the
protection,
state of
especially
technology
in an
facilitates
environment
ease of
where
collection,
the state of
analysis,
technology
and
facilitates
dissemination of
ease of
information.
collection,
Then,
analysis,
Your Lordships,
and
my lord,
dissemination
kindly
of
see
information. Then, Your
how, my
Lordships,
lord,
my
the
lord,
judgments
kindly
cited
see
are different, my lord, I have already
how,
said.
my lord, the judgments cited are different, my lord, I have already said.
Yes.
My lord, level playing field, my lord, I have dealt with at page
Lord, level playing
64.
field, my lord, I
But,
have
my lord,
dealt
I have
with
already, my
at
lord,
page
orally made
64
submissions.
but my
before
lord, I have
your
already, my
lordships,
lord, orally
but
made
kindly see, my lord,
submissions before your lordships, my lord.
151, para
But kindly
151
see, my
at
lord,
page 65.
151, para 151 at page 65.
I have already marked, my lord, which portion I'll skip and which portion
I have already
think
marked,
I
my
must
lord,
assist
which
your lordship.
portion I'll skip and which portion I think
151.
I must
The
assist your
petitioner
lordship.
claims that there is an
151.
unincumbent
The
bias,
petitioner
incumbent
claims
bias
that there is
as
an
large amount of
incumbent,
money go to the
incumbent
ruling
bias
party. It is
as a
submitted
large
that
amount
whether
of money go
such
to
an
the ruling
incumbent
party.
bias
It is
exists, and
submitted
if it
that
does,
whether
what
such an
its
incumbent
extent
bias
would be is a
exists, and if
question
it does,
wholly
what
irrelevant
its
to determining the
extent would be is a
constitutionality
question
of the
wholly
scheme.
irrelevant
And, my lord,
to
I have already
determining the
said
constitutionality
that has been
of
the
the scheme.
trend.
And my lord, I have
Ruling
already
party
said
gets
that
maximum
has
because
been the
ruling party
trend.
has the
Ruling party
confidence
gets
of the maximum
because
people.
ruling party has the confidence of the maximum people. Now, my lord, page 65 bottom. Now, my lord, I have said that 65 bottom.
Per se,
My lord, I have said
is
that
not
secrecy
alien concept in
per
even
se
electoral
is not alien concept in even
secrecy
electoral
of ballot.
issues.
That's something separate.
Secrecy of ballot.
In your,
That's
in
something
the
separate.
uneven level playing field,
in your,
you've
in
referred
the
to
uneven
fairness of
level
elections,
playing
that
field,
issue is not, you've
been
referred to
addressed.
fairness
Correct.
of elections,
Has
has that issue with
not
regard to
been addressed?
fairness in
Correct.
elections?
Has that
or
issue with
because of
regard
the
to
mismatch between
fairness
the
in
money
elections
part?
been,
Has that
because
been
of the
addressed here?
mismatch between the
Because
money
that may
part?
be larger.
Has that been
not
addressed here?
specific to
Because
elect-
that may be
belong to
I'll just,
larger,
my lord, again, my
not
lord,
specific to belong to
I'll
electoral.
just, my lord, again, my
No,
lord,
you've
uh,
argued that because of
Try an attempt to
ruling
point
party.
out.
No,
has
you've
always
argued
been
that
getting,
because of
substantially
ruling
more
party has always been
donations.
getting
average
substantially more
Indian voter,
donations.
be it
Lord,
corporate
average
or an illiterate
Indian voter,
Lord, we have
be
to
it
accept
corporate
this fact. And
or an
we
illiterate
should be
voter.
proud of
Lord,
that.
we have to accept this fact.
He is
And
a very
we
intelligent
should be proud of
decision
that.
maker. A
He
ruling
is a
party
very
in
intelligent
2013,
decision maker. A ruling party
though
in
ruling party may
2013,
not get maximum
though ruling
Lord,
party may
political
not get
contribution,
maximum
because the voter
Lord,
knows
political
that
contribution,
in 2014
because the voter
wind is
knows
somewhere else.
that in
We have to
2014
trust his
the wind
disposition.
is somewhere else. We have
So
to trust
ruling
his
party
disposition.
is not getting maximum
So
because
ruling
of the
party
scheme.
is not getting
That's my
maximum
submission.
because of the
The,
scheme.
Lord,
That's
According
my
to even
submission.
otherwise, the ruling party would get more.
always. Lord,
According
even
to even
before
otherwise,
this
the ruling
scheme,
party
I have
would get
shown
more.
Always.
from
Lord, even
2005
before
to
this scheme, I have
2014.
shown from
Whoever was ruling
2005
party,
to 2014.
BJD is a
Whoever
ruling
was
party
ruling
in,
party,
one
BJD,
state,
BJD
state of
is a
Odisha.
ruling party
They have
in,
maximum
one state, state of Odisha.
political
They
contribution.
have maximum
That's the trend. That's
political
how
contribution.
the people of India
That's the
contribute.
trend. That's how the people
It's
of
not
India
as if
contribute.
because of the scheme the ruling party is
It's
getting any
not
benefit.
as if because
and
of
there
the
is no
scheme
level
the
playing
ruling party is getting any benefit and there is no level playing field. Lord, I have analyzed, my lord, in secret ballot that secrecy per se is not antithetical. Secrecy per se
to
is
free
not
and fair
antithetical.
election. Sometimes it enhances
free and fair election. Sometimes
Free
it
and fair
enhances,
like, my lord, in my
free and
respectful
fair
submission, the
elections.
present case.
like, my lord, in my respectful submission, the present case.
Lord, kindly come to, my lord, page 70, para 165. Come to, my lord, page 70, para 165. Where I have, my lord, attempted to address how, my lord, this scheme accelerates or enhances this scheme free and fair accelerates or enhances submitted free and fair elections. Para 165. Your lordships have not. It is submitted that a conjoint reading of the principles of secret ballot. It is submitted that a conjoint reading of the principles of secret ballot and the right to privacy. There exists a claim on part of the donors that there exists a claim on part of the donors. It is submitted that such right would obviously not be absolute. It is submitted that such right would obviously not be public interest and would have to be counterbalanced with public interest. Further optimized with policy and fair elections of bringing further optimized with policy interest from cash of bringing banking channel in political donation from cash. It is submitted that the balancing element in the present policy. It is submitted that the balancing element in the present policy is clearly 7(4) of the electoral bond scheme clearly provides for disclosure in case or of appropriate proceedings before the competent court or criminal your lordships further. Lord, then I not kindly come bother your lordships further. Lord, then kindly come to 73, page 73. Financial policy and limits of judicial review. Lord, financial Lord, I am not going to read the whole. I'll just read the highlighted Lord, I am not going to read the whole. I'll just read the highlighted part. Very, very relevant and direct. The facts of the case be very, very relevant and direct for assisting your lordships. But first is Rustam Kawasji Cooper, your lordships. But first is know the judgment. Rustam Kawasji Cooper, your lordships. Lord, bank know the judgment case. Lord, it's a bank nationalization case.
Then Garg is the bearer bonds.
Yes, my lord, 63.
Then Garg is the bearer bonds.
Would your lordship like me to skip, my lord, to Kawasji Cooper, my lord? Would your
You can
lordship
just
like
show
me
us
to
the
skip, my
title
lord,
of
to
the
Kawasji
case
Cooper?
and then we'll.
Absolutely.
You can just show us the title of the case.
In R.K. Garg, I would like to read, my lord, few paragraphs which are not quoted. I would like to read, my lord, few paragraphs which are not quoted. 2175, kindly go to, my lord, page 2175. My lord, there is a mistake. I'm sorry, volume 2, my lord, there is a mistake. Volume 284, my lord. 2184. Allow me to read, my lord, only few paragraphs. Allow me to read, my lord, only
Same
few
volume.
paragraphs.
Same volume.
Volume 2, my lord, main volume. Volume 2, my lord, main volume. 2184.
Yes.
Lord, please read.
Yes.
Please read 16 and 17, my lord, at page. Para 16 and 17, my lord, at page 2194, my lord. 2194, my lord. Para 16. My lord, here also it was concerned with the black money part. Here also it was concerned with the black money part. Therefore, my lord, I am tempted to read 16. Lordship gets, my lord, 2194, sorry. 2194, my lord. 2194, sorry. 2194. It was then urged. Your lordship gets, my lord.
Yeah.
It was then urged on behalf of the petitioners that section 4. It was then urged on behalf of the petitioners that section 4. Clause C operates only in relation to a period. I'm sorry, para 16.
That's 2203.
I'm sorry, para 16.
That's 2203.
I'm sorry, your lordship, I'm giving wrong pagination because there are two pages. I'm giving wrong pagination because
The PDF.
there are two pages. 2203. My apologies, I stand corrected. It was then urged on behalf of the petitioners that, my lord justice, it was then urged on behalf of the petitioners that section 4 clause C operates only in relation to section 4 for the date of maturity operates only in relation to a period before the date of maturity of special bearer bonds, and after the date of maturity the holder of special bearer bonds can sell such bonds and without running any risk disclose the consideration received by him as out of the way he can account for section 4 clause C being out of the way he can account for the possession of such money by showing that he has received it as a consideration so far as the purchaser sale of special bearer bonds, and so far as the purchaser of his black money, if he has paid the immunity
declaration
granted
out
under
of his
clause
black
3.
money.
Thus,
he
the
can
black
claim
money of the
immunity
seller,
granted under
which
clause
had
3.
been converted
Thus,
into
the
white
black money
on
of
his
the seller,
subscribing
which had
to
been
or
converted
otherwise
into white
acquiring
on his
special bearer
subscribing
bonds
to
would
or
remain
otherwise
white,
acquiring
and in addition,
special
the
bearer
black
bonds
money of the
would
purchaser
remain white,
would
and in
also be
addition,
converted
the
into
black
white
money of the
by reason
purchaser
of his
would
purchase of
also be
special bearer
converted
bonds.
into white
This
by reason
argument,
of his purchase
plausible
of
though
special
it
bearer
may
bonds.
seem,
This argument, plausible though it may seem, is in our
it is
opinion
highly
fallacious
debatable issue
and
whether
cannot be
under the
sustained.
provisions of
It is
the Act,
highly
special
debatable
bearer
issue
bonds
whether
are at
under
all
the provisions
intended
of
to be
the Act, special
transferable
bearer bonds
after the
are
date of
at all
maturity.
intended to be
Here,
transferable
15 days,
after the
here
date of
their
maturity.
maturity was
Here,
long
not
period.
15 days. Here,
For the
maturity was
postulate
long
of the
period.
legislation clearly
For the
seems to be
for the
that on the
postulate
date
of the
of
legislation
maturity,
clearly
the special
seems to
bearer
be
bond
that
will be
on the
encashed.
date of
It is
maturity,
indeed
the
difficult to
special
believe
bearer bond
that
will be
anyone
encashed.
holding special
It is
bearer
indeed
bonds
difficult to
would keep
believe
them
that
uncashed
anyone
without
holding
earning
special
any
bearer bonds
interest
would
from
keep
the-
them uncashed
from
without
and after
earning
the
any
date of
interest
maturity.
from the when
They can
from
be
and after
immediately
the date of
encashed and the amount
maturity
received
when
can
they
be
can
invested
be immediately
yielding interest,
encashed and the amount
ranging
received
ranging
can be
between
invested
18%
yielding interest
to 40%.
ranging between
Moreover,
ranging between
special
18%
bearer bonds would
to
cease to
40%.
be exempt
Moreover,
from wealth
special
tax
bearer
from
bonds
and
would
after the
cease
date
to
of
be
maturity,
exempt from
and they
wealth
would
tax
therefore
from
be
and after the date of
includable
maturity
in the net
and
wealth.
they would therefore be includable
last
in
line
the
of
net
this
wealth.
paragraph, my lord.
My lord, last
But-
line of this paragraph, my lord.
The law cannot
But
be condemned as invalid
The
on the
law
ground
cannot
that
be
after a
condemned
period
as
of 10
invalid
years
on the ground
it may lend
that after
itself
a period
to
of
some
10 years,
possible abuse.
it may lend
Lord,
itself to
Lord,
some possible.
please
abuse.
come to para 19.
Lord, please come to para 19.
Lord, the argument that black money would be promoted is dealt with, my lord.
Lord, the argument that black money would be promoted is dealt with, my lord.
Lord, please read, my lord, para 19, my lord. It's a long para.
Lord,
I
please
don't
read, my
propose,
lord, para
my lord, your
19, my lord.
lordship's
It's a
strike.
long para.
It's the
I
similar
don't
argument.
propose, my lord, your
that you are
lordship's strike.
encouraging
But
black
it-
economy.
It's the similar argument.
Court, my lord,
that you are
analyzed the
encouraging
entire
black
scheme
economy.
and said that no,
The court, my lord,
it brings
analyzed
the clean
entire
money
scheme
into
and
the
said that
system.
no, it brings the clean money
Now, my lord,
into the
coming back to
system.
my written submissions, my lord.
Now, my lord, coming back to my written submissions, my lord.
Lord, please come to para 78. My lords are
Lord,
aware,
please come to
but I am
para
always tempted,
78.
my lord,
My lord, my lords are aware. Show these
but I am
judgments,
always
my lord.
tempted,
The
my lord,
Lochner
era, my lord, which is
show
known
these
as
judgments, my
Lochner
lord.
era,
The Lochner
where the
era, my
Honorable
lord, which is
American
known as
Supreme Court
Lochner
was
era,
having
where
7
the
honorable judges.
American Supreme
And
Court was
whenever
having
there
7
was
honorable judges.
a
And
economic policy
whenever
change
there
by
was
the then the president,
a
it
economic
used to be
policy
struck
change by
down
the then
with
the
the
president.
majority of 4
It used to be struck
versus
down
1.
with the majority
And
of
popularly
4
the 4 were known as
versus
4
1.
horsemen.
And popularly the
And
4 were
less
known
known
as
fact
4
is 3 were
horsemen.
known as 3 musketeers.
And less known
that
fact
in America
is 3
this is
were
possible,
known as
but,
3 musketeers.
be that as
in
it
America
may.
this is possible, but
No,
that
I'm
as
sorry,
it may.
9, but one was being
No, I'm sorry,
convinced
9,
by
but one
Justice
was
McReynolds, being
it is believed
convinced
that
by
he used to
Justice
convince.
McReynolds.
It
But
is believed
let's
that
not go into
he used to
those.
convince. But let's not go into those.
Lord, this is Lochner versus New York. Ultimately,
That's okay,
Lord, this is
overruled.
Lochner versus
But,
New York.
ultimately,
Your
the
Lordships
Lordships
would recall.
Overruled.
Lochner
But,
versus overruled
your
starts
Lordships
with
would
a
recall.
dissent by
Lochner
Lord
versus
Justice
overruled
Brandeis.
starts with a
Justice
dissent
Holmes.
by
Justice
First
Holmes.
by
Holmes, thereafter of Justice
Justice
Brandeis.
Holmes is that.
Thereafter
Right.
that
First by Holmes,
popular
thereafter of Justice Brandeis.
article written by
Thereafter
Justice
that
Brandeis
popular
on privacy
article
in
written by Justice
Harvard Law
Brandeis
Review.
on
And
privacy
eventually, my
in
lord, this was
Harvard Law
the
Review.
Lochner
And
was,
eventually, my
my lord,
lord, this was the Lochner
declared, my lord,
was,
not
my
to
lord,
be good law, my lord. That also I have,
declared, my lord, not to
my
be
lord,
Well,
good law, my lord.
but
That
my lord,
also I
it
have,
says
my
the
lord,
government,
Well, we can skip.
but
or
my
the
lord, it
legislature,
says
not the government, the
the
legislature
government
has
or the
a right
legislature,
of
not the
trial
government,
and
the
error.
legislature
No, this is accepted
has
by
a
our
right
court.
of trial and error.
Recently,
No, this
my
is
lord,
accepted
reasonably
by
recently.
our court.
when IBC was changed,
reasonably
there were several issues.
When IBC was changed,
There were several
there were
lacunas
several
pointed
issues
out
in
in
IBC.
IBC.
There were
But the
several
God sake,
lacunas pointed out
that
in IBC.
free play in the
But the
joints will have
God
to be
sake,
given.
that
Even
free
trial
play
and
in the
error,
joints will have
unless
to
it
be
is
given.
so
Even trial and
abhorrently
error,
or
unless it is
atrociously
so
arbitrary
abhorrently
that it can
or
never satisfy our
atrociously
conscience,
arbitrary that it
the
can
court
never
would
satisfy our
defer to
conscience.
the wisdom of the
The court
legislative
would
action.
defer to the wisdom of the
Demonetizing
legislative action.
the oil.
My lord, I have relied upon that, my lords.
My lord, I have
Please see, my
relied
lord,
upon that, my lords. Please see, my lord,
I've just, my lord, we have quoted
just,
that judgment, my lord, your lordship's judgment in
we have
demonetization.
quoted that judgment, my lord.
Your lordship's judgment in demonetization. But I'll just, my lord, give that site. Well, but the page is.
I'll just, my lord, give that.
But I'm relying upon the
page
page.
is.
Pardon,
But
lords?
I'm relying upon the
Vivek Narayan Sharma, my lord.
Pardon, lords?
Page
Narayan
76,
Sharma.
my lord, I'm sorry.
Vivek Narayan Sharma.
76, my lord.
Or page 76, my lord, I'm sorry. Page 76, my lord.
Lord, it is page 76, my
Lord,
lord.
it is
Vivek Narayan Sharma versus
page
Union of
76,
India.
my lord.
The lordship would find
Vivek
it
Narayan
at
Sharma versus Union of
2023
India.
SCC
The lordship
online.
will find it at
Page 1,
2023 SCC
where my
online.
lords, my lord, also
Page
accepted,
1,
my lord, this
where my
proposition
lords, my lord, also
that,
accepted, my lord,
government
this
can have
proposition
trial and error, that,
unless it is
government can
ill-intended
have
trial and error, unless
so
it is
atrociously
ill-intended,
arbitrary that it shakes your lordship's
so
conscience,
atrociously arbitrary
or
that it shakes your lordship's
it
conscience,
doesn't achieve the
or
object it seeks to be achieved, or it is
it
for a
doesn't
different
achieve
object.
the object it seeks to be achieved, or
Lord,
it is for
suppose
a
the
different
object would have
object.
been that the government of
Lord,
the
suppose
day,
the
ruling
object
party
would have been
would like
that
to
the
know
government
who
of the
paid
day, the
what
ruling
to
party, would like to
whom.
know
I have
who
therefore, my lord,
paid
satisfied
what
your
to
lordships.
whom. Lord,
That
I have
please
therefore, my lord,
criminalize if
satisfied
there
your
is any
lordships.
breach of
That please
confidentiality.
criminalize if there is any breach of confidentiality.
Anything else, non-stress? Anything else, non-stress?
Lord, your lords, my lord, one of the questions, my lord,
Lord,
only 5 minutes, my lord,
Your
was
Lordship, one of the
what
questions,
happened
my lord, only 5 minutes. my lord,
after the scheme was introduced.
what happened
What is the trend?
after the
Lord,
scheme
that
was
we have given,
introduced?
my lord,
What is
in
the
document
trend?
number 2A,
Lord,
which,
that
my
we
lord,
have
we
given, my lord, in
highlighted
document
yesterday.
number 2A, which, my lord, we highlighted yesterday.
Full compilation of documents.
Six is pre-demand situation. इसमें देखेंगे voluntary pre-demand situation. इसमें देखेंगे voluntary
My lord, these are figures.
Lord,
My learned colleague, my lord,
these are
has
figures,
examined these figures.
and
If your
my
lordships
learned
can
colleague,
give
my
him
lord,
5
has
minutes to
examined
explain
these
what
figures.
is
If your
post
lordships can give him
scheme
5 minutes to
situation.
explain what is
That he would be able to do it
scheme
better, my lord. I
situation.
am never good at figures.
So that he would be able to do it better, my lord. I am never good at figures, and my lord.
volume 2A, no?
Please, my lords, it is the compilation that is on the screen right now. Please, my lords, it is the compilation that is on the screen right now.
Yes.
If
Yes.
my lords would come to PDF page 8, my lords would come to PDF page 8, it would show the party-wise income from unknown sources. It would show the party-wise income from unknown sources. For financial year 17 by the ADR. So this is the pre-electoral financial year 17-18. So this is the pre-electoral bonds table. On the left-hand side column is the name of the political parties. On the left-hand side column is the name of the political parties. Is page number 6 at the top, but I believe the PDF page is page number 6 at the top, but I believe the PDF page would be page 8.
It's page 6 only. It's page 6 only. 6.
At the top right-hand side, the page numbering is page number 6. At the top right-hand side, the page numbering is page
Volume
number
2A,
6.
right? Compilation documents?
Yes.
Please, ma'am.
Volume 2A, right? Compilation documents?
Yes.
Please, ma'am.
Page 8.
Yes.
Please, my lords.
Yes.
So Annexure 1 party-wise income from unknown sources financial year 17. Annexure 1 party-wise income from unknown sources. The first table has on the left-hand side column the name of the political. The first table has the second column left-hand side column the name of the pre-electoral bond scenario. The second column now this column has pre-electoral bond scenario. The voluntary contributions below column has. I believe the Solicitor General. The voluntary contributions below 20,000. Below 20,000. The Solicitor General has already explained that how this below 20,000 a sort of a loophole was previously could come in a sort of a loophole there being any where contributions could come in. So this shows that how the first party has received about 342 crores. This shows that how the first party has received about 342 crores. The third political party has received about 36 crores in this. The third political party has received about 36 crores in this financial year. And the second annexure, my lords, if my lords see the third political second annexure, my lords, the total income from unknown third political party 39 crores. That total income from unknown 37%, 39 crores of the total contributes to about 37%. Now my lords will see a trend of the total income. Starts from 2018. Now my lords will see a trend. These contributions from 2018 onwards. That these contributions, for the lack of a better word, I can term as sort of slightly for the lack of a better word, I can term as sort of have gone down, dubious, and simultaneously the contributions have gone down. Electoral bonds and simultaneously the contributions by the electoral bonds have gone up. 2018 the bonds come.
There was an amendment.
Please, 2018 the bonds come.
The cash amount which would be deposited had come down, but the cash amount which was that correct?
No, Manoj, the 29C amendment keeps it still at 20. No, Manoj, the 29C amendment keeps it still at 20.
Cash deposits were 29C amendment, but cash deposits.
No, Manoj, the declaration requirement is in 29C itself. No, Manoj, the declaration requirement is in 29C itself. So that amount remains still till date less than 20,000 rupees can be deposited. Still till date less than 20,000 rupees can be deposited without it.
Till 20,000, above 2,000 you had to declare your identity. Till 20,000,
above 20,000.
Above 2,000 you had to declare your identity. Cash deposit
above 20,000.
Restricted to 2,000 after cash deposit after the amendment in 2017. When was the amendment with regard to after the amendment in 2017?
There is
when
no
was the
specific
amendment
amendment with regard to 2,000 rupees. No, Manoj, there is no specific amendment with regard to 2,000
is in section 13A of the income tax act. What it does is section 13A of the income tax act. Above 2,000 if you pay by non-cash means up to then above 2,000 if you pay by non-cash means 13A of the income tax. Then you won't get the exemption under 13A of the income tax. That's but the disclosure for 29C remains 20,000. That's right.
That 29C
remains as it is to that.
That may be reflected
the
because
next
of the
year, that is
amendment in the
2018,
that
and
may be reflected because of the
they may
amendment
not
in
want
the
to take the
income tax
exemption
act.
also.
No, nobody.
They may not want to take the exemption
political
also.
party. Nobody. I need to see a political party which will say. So once the restrictions under the immediate impact thereof is made 2,000, the immediate impact thereof is that the figures which will be disclosed.
As at the same time, because there is another mechanism of electoral at the bonds, same that time, figure has gone up. Because there is another mechanism of electoral bonds, that figure has gone up.
Deposits were made through electoral bonds of less than 20,000. Deposits were made through electoral
come to page number 13. There is something.
If that is so, then it
come to page number 13. There is something.
If that
There
is
is
so,
something
then
else
it will be
also that
reflected
comes
in
out from it. The political party that has taken a principled stand of not accepting the political party that has taken a principled stand of not accepting electoral bonds is still accepting those less than 20,000.
Malot may come to page number 13.
That is the political contribution. Malot may come to page number 13.
Page number 13,
it may be page number 15 in the PDF.
Do we have
Page number 13, it may be page number 15 in the PDF.
Do we have the breakup of the bonds less than 20,000 and
Plus
above
all
20,000?
are 1,000 is the smallest denomination.
I'm
All
aware.
are 1,000 is the smallest denomination.
I'm aware.
So that all of works across the bar for electoral disclosure. So that works across the bar.
Malas, this is the point. If Malas wishes, I can take Malas through the numbers. Malas, this is the point. If Malas wishes, I can take Malas through the numbers of voluntary contributions. The numbers of electoral bonds will increase. The numbers of voluntary contributions less the political party for which it has not decreased is the political party for which it has not decreased is the political party that has taken the stand that it will not take.
Obviously, that is a political party that is continuing in the older regime.
Obviously, that is a political party that is continuing in the older regime.
What is the ratio non-bond increase deposits? Non-bond
The non-bond deposits have gone down.
No.
Manas, the non-bond deposits have gone down.
No, non-bond deposits. Exclude the bank transactions. If we exclude the bank transactions.
The bank transactions have remained the same. If my lords comes
the bank transactions have remained the same. If my lords comes to page number 13 and if I would show the latest.
You can pay by check also.
My lords may see the latest numbers at page number 40. My lords may see the latest numbers at page number 40. that the
It
first
would
party
show
has received about, that the first party has
This is
received
the
about,
ADR report.
One chart and
page number 40 would be 40.
This is the ADR
what
report.
we can do is, by tomorrow, not for arguments, we can
by
compile
tomorrow,
this, we understand,
not
for
for
arguments.
Note
We
of
can
2
compile
pages or
this,
so.
we understand.
Just a compilation, note of 2 pages.
Chart
or so.
actually, a
Not a
tabulation.
note,
Just a compilation.
Correct.
A chart actually, a
Thank you.
tabulation you can give us.
Where is Mr. Amit Sharma? Thank you. Where is Mr. Amit Sharma?
He's maintaining his confidentiality. It's on the lighter
He's
side.
maintaining his
But we
confidentiality.
can start with the
On the
learned
lighter
attorney, then
side.
we can hear Mr. Amit
But we
Sharma
can
at the
start
end.
with
the learned attorney, then we can hear Mr. Amit Sharma at
Mr.
the
Attorney,
end.
then?
He's election.
Mr. Attorney, then?
Election. He's not there.
Ignore him.
He's not there.
Ignore him. Please, your lordships.
One is conscious, one is conscious.
Yes, Mr.
When the global canvas on.
Yes, Mr.
When the global
Election funding,
canvas
party
on
funding, campaign funding.
election funding, party funding.
It's like a kaleidoscope.
Campaign
When
funding.
it's present very.
It's like a
interesting
kaleidoscope,
items,
where it's present very
experiments made.
interesting items,
Just as a.
experiments
solicitor
made,
Talking about experimentation.
just as a learned solicitor were talking
And he has
about
referred to-
experimentation.
One of the most oft-quoted judgments.
And he has
in
referred
US.
to
The New
one of the
York
most
Times company
oft-quoted
was
judgments in
Liebman.
US.
Experimentation,
company was
in,
Liebman.
economics and
Experimentation.
related branches.
Economics.
To stay experimentation.
Related branches.
The court looked at it.
To stay
as a-
experimentation. The court looked at it
Test.
as a.
If you look at all these
Test.
experiments and how they have
If you look at all these experiments.
either
and how
invited
they
a wide
have
range of
either invited a
concerns.
wide range of concerns.
Now, I would address your lordships on three or
Now,
four
I would
important
address your
aspects
lordships
of
on three or four important aspects
the
of
constitutional issues raised in this case. Before I
the
do that,
constitutional issues raised in this case. Before I do that,
a very broad brush has been
a
stated
very
in this
broad
case.
brush has been
It is said
stated in
that
this case.
the scheme
It is said
violates
that
Article 14,
the
19,
scheme
21,
violates Article 14
and also
19,
undermines the
21,
basic structure of the Constitution.
and also undermines the basic structure of the Constitution.
I think you need to take stock of this kind of propositions.
I think you need to
very
take
close
stock
to.
of this kind of propositions very close to.
Alongside it's also said, well, here is a manifest arbitrary. and
Alongside
therefore
it's also said,
14
well,
is
here
the
is a manifest arbitrary, and therefore Article
I
14
suppose
is
that
the
you
trial.
must pay very close attention to an
I
argument.
suppose
because
that you must
a
pay very
constitution
close
bench
attention to an argument
in
because
terms of Article
the Constitution
145
bench
looks at
in terms of Article
substantial
145
issues of
looks
interpretation
at
of provisions of the
substantial
Constitution.
issues of interpretation of
Except
provisions
when
of the
a
Constitution.
reference is made on a
Except when
difference
a
between
reference is
different
made
benches.
on a difference
So
between
the
different
substantial
benches.
questions of interpretation of the Constitution.
So the substantial
There has to
questions
be
of
something
interpretation
very
of the Constitution.
precise
There has to be
direct,
something very
and not
precise,
too overbroad
direct,
statements
and not
which
too
may
overbroad
resemble
statements,
a political
which may
debate.
resemble a
I
political
understand that
debate.
good part of the arguments made
I understand that
come closer to
part
a
of the arguments
political
made
debate rather than
come closer to
precise
a political
statement of
debate
infringement
rather
of any
than
particular constitution.
precise statement of infringement of any particular constitutional right.
Why I say that is placing reliance on
Why I say that is
two judgments of your
placing
lordships in
reliance
asso-
on
the Association
two
of
judgments
Democratic
of your
Reforms and
lordships
the
in asso-
PCL case.
the Association of Democratic Reforms and the
That for the
PCL
purpose
case,
of expressing
Your choice
for
of
the
a
purpose of
candidate, and you need to
expressing
know the criminal antecedents
your
of
choice
a
of a
candidate.
candidate, and you need to know the criminal
A
antecedents of a
specific issue on
candidate,
hand and a concrete right
a
to be
specific
exercised.
issue on hand,
The choice of
and
a
a
candidate.
concrete right to be exercised. The choice of a
So when you
candidate.
have a right to know under that, you are not.
So when you have
asking
a
the court
right to know under
declare
that, you are not
that in Article
asking the court to
19(1)(g),
declare
that in
the
Article
citizen should have a
19(1)(g),
general right
to have a knowledge about everything
The
and
citizen
anything
should have a general
in
right
relation
to have a
the
knowledge
affairs of
about
the
everything and anything
You
in
have
relation to the affairs of
a
the
task
candidate.
on hand, namely the choice of a
You
candidate.
have a task on hand.
Therefore, you
which is
need
the
to know
choice of a
something about the
candidate.
candidate.
So therefore, you need to know
So it
something
follows
about
that
the
you must have
candidate.
information relevant for informing
So
you
it
as to
follows
how
that
you
you must have
exercise your
information
choice.
relevant for informing you as to
Therefore,
how
the
you exercise your
information
choice.
issue will
Therefore,
also be
the
related to
information
the
issue
an expression
will
with
always be
reference to a
related to
particular
an
issue on
expression
hand.
with reference to a particular issue on hand.
If you may put it like this,
If you may put it like this,
relevant for determination of an issue,
information relevant for determination of an
relevant for
issue,
determination of an issue can be a freedom of
relevant for
expression.
determination of an issue, can be a freedom of expression.
And that if there is a denial of that,
And that if there is a denial
then we
of that
say there is an
acquaintance,
interference with the freedom of
then we say there is an interference with the freedom of
So
expression.
somebody calls it mutilation of the thinking process.
So
The
somebody
information
calls it
is not available.
mutilation of the thinking process, the information
So
is
we
not
talk
available.
about an issue on hand.
So we
and
talk about
a
an issue
denial
on
of
hand
acquaintance of information
and a
forbids
denial of
your ability to
acquaintance of
formulate an
information
opinion
forbids
and to reach
your
a choice.
ability to formulate an opinion and to reach a choice.
So this scheme on hand
So
is
this
not
scheme on
concerned
hand
with
is not concerned with
political contributions per se.
political contributions per se.
That's why I think the court would not get into the larger
That's why I
questions
think the court would not get into the larger questions. Where should
of political contributions come from.
where should political
With what
contributions
interest
come
do they
from?
come from?
With
With
what
what interest do they
interest
come
can
from?
be regulated? And to what extent interest
All
can be
those
regulated?
issues, I think, completely
All those
alien
issues,
to
I
the
think,
scope of the inquiry in this case.
completely alien to the scope of the inquiry.
That's
in
why
this
even
case.
if lots are invited to say
That's why
the
even
level
if
playing field, it's
lots
only
are invited to
marginally
say
relevant to where
the level playing
one is
field, it's
looking
only
at the effect of the
marginally
scheme.
relevant to where
Otherwise,
one is
those
looking at the effect of the
concerns,
scheme.
as I said, are
Otherwise,
completely
those
alien
concerns
to the
as I said, are
narrow
completely
issue which
alien
is present of consideration.
to the
before your
narrow
lordships.
issue which is present of consideration before your lordships.
Because it happens in the generality of debates
Because
on
it happens in the generality
election
of
funding,
debates
or political
on
funding,
election funding,
that
or political
one common
funding,
starting point
that one common starting
is
point
that electoral reform is a
is that electoral
is a
reform
claim
is
that
a
current
is
systems
a claim that
somehow
current systems
adulterates the outcomes
somehow
that a
adulterates
purer
the
system would
outcomes
produce.
that a purer
So we're
system
not
would
entering into
produce.
the debate at all. Whether do we
So
have
we're not
purer
entering
system
into the debate at all.
and an adulterating
Whether do we have
system,
purer
how do you
system
weigh them?
and an adulterating system.
Several
How do you weigh
imponderables
them?
would come into this question,
Several imponderables
both
would come into
political,
this
social,
question.
and economic.
Both political, social, and economic.
Therefore, that question not being relevant for consideration by the court.
Therefore, that
Just
question
I'll
not
read
being
a
relevant
very
for
interesting
consideration by the
statement
court.
made.
Just
not
I'll read a
directly
very interesting
connected to this,
statement
but
made, not
when
directly
the court is being
connected
asked
to
to get
this, but
into an arena of
when the court is being
concerns,
asked to get
thoughts,
into an
and
arena of
matters,
concerns, thoughts, and
and the court is asked to
matters.
say, look, step in and give something
And the court is
better.
asked to say, look, step in
So
and
that's-
give something better.
These words by a famous economist.
So that's
These
John
words by a
Maynard
famous
Keynes,
economist way back in
John
1933. I'll
Maynard
just give it
Keynes,
to you, Lord, after I
way back in
finish reading this.
1933. I'll just give it to you, Lord.
Because whenever
after
the
I
when
finish
the
reading
community or even an
Because
individual
whenever
is
when the
confronted
community
with
or even an
difficult
individual
choices.
is
The
confronted
question
with
is in place of what
difficult
prevails
choices.
now, and if
The
an
question is in
alternative
place
is to
of
come
what
in,
prevails now,
it is not
and
very
if an
clear about the
alternative is to come
alternative.
in,
I am
it
perplexed.
is not very clear about that alternative.
So he makes
I
this
am
very
perplexed.
interesting statement.
So he
The
makes this very
decadent
interesting statement.
International, we are talking about
The
capitalist power.
decadent international, we are talking about capitalist power.
Capitalist power. But the capital today remains the lifeline of the nation. But the capital today remains the lifeline of the nation. He says this. The decadent international but individualistic capitalism. The decadent international but individualistic which we found ourselves after the First World War, which we found ourselves not a success. After the First World War. It is not intelligent, it is not beautiful, it is not just, it is not intelligent, it is not beautiful, virtuous, it is not just, and it doesn't deliver the goods. It is not virtuous, in short, and it doesn't deliver the goods. In short, we are beginning to despise it. We dislike it. But when you wonder we are beginning to despise what to put in its place, you are extremely. But when you wonder what to put in its place, you are extremely perplexed. So these are very important words when any alternative system is thought to put in place. When any alternative system is thought to put in place, these questions have to be asked. So when we talk of the scheme being put to test and let's say the scheme being put to undermining a basic structure, let's say Mr. Prashant undermining a basic structure doctrine as I want to deal with some of those issues put in his written submission. Straying away I want to deal with some of those issues so that he straying away from consideration and to sometimes draw a very broad and to statement about draw a very broad statement about basic structure can become too doctrinaire also. It can become too doctrinaire also. So I suppose the court it need not be called upon to enter into those questions at all. It need not be called upon to enter into those questions at all here. There's one very inviting thought process that comes to all of us is very inviting. Tend to say basic structure doctrine is undermined, or tend to say basic structure doctrine is undermined in a way in peril. We tend to lose track of the features of the Constitution. We tend to lose track of the features of the basic structure. Which there could be an individual picture which can be undermined, or there could be an individual picture which can be so undermined. It is the architecture of the Constitution which is brought in and say, so it is the architecture of the Constitution which is brought in and say, close attention to whether that can ever happen at all in the way close attention to whether that can ever happen at all in the way it is stated. I wanted to share this broad statements and propositions before I take your lordships to proposition before I just digress your lordships to. We talked yesterday just digressing here for a minute. Free and fair elections. We talked yesterday about free and fair level playing field, even though I said they're not relevant at all. And the level playing field, even though I said they're not relevant at all. I asked myself a question if the information which now becomes coded the information which now becomes coded in more than one under the scheme, coded in more than one be disclosed. Is to be disclosed. All citizens have a right to and access to the information. Citizens have a right to access to the information. What is that? And which what is that? I will put to use by way of accessing this information. Which I will put to use by way of accessing this information. General political debate. Or determining which party will do better. Determining which party will do better. We will talk about the quid pro quo. After the quid pro quo event, after the quid pro quo event has occurred. So therefore, I'm asking the question as to what, for what so therefore, end, I'm asking the question as to what, for what purpose, and for what is access to information. Purpose. The information, if disclosed, is access to information. The information, if disclosed, will become relevant.
Come back after lunch.
बरतानवी खबर-रसा एजेंसी के मुताबिक अपोजिशन की मरकज़ी जमाअत बांग्लादेश नेशनलिस्ट पार्टी के तर्जुमान का कहना है कि अगर वज़ीर आज़म शेख हसीना वाजिद इलेक्शन के लिए गैर जानिबदार निगरां हुकूमत के लिए राह हमवार नहीं करती तो उनकी पार्टी आम इंतखाबात का बजट को पहले इस्तीफ़ा देना होगा। तर्जुमान BNP से सवाल किया गया कि क्या ऐसा मुमकिन है कि वज़ीर आज़म शेख हसीना कनाडा और इंडिया में होते हैं जैसे कि 2018 में बांग्लादेश
Well, feeling better?
Before the
Well, feeling better?
before the learned attorney starts,
Chief Justices in this country.
before the learned attorney starts,
Chief Justices in this country. Sense of empathy, Malat, is your sense of empathy, Malat, is phenomenal.
Yes.
but before the learned attorney starts,
Yes.
there is a small before the learned attorney starts.
Yes, Mr. Mehta.
There is a small request,
as I
inform your
Yes,
lordship,
Mr.
on my
Mehta.
request,
Lord,
as I inform your lordship, on my request,
here, my lord, if your lordship
senior
would wish to be
officials of
assisted
SBI
in
are
camera,
here,
my
my
lord.
lord. If your lordships would
If your
wish to be
lordships
assisted,
do not so
in
wish, my lord,
camera,
they
my
can
lords.
leave. That's
If
the
your
only
lordships
purpose.
do not so wish, my lord, they can leave. That's the only purpose, my lord.
And we would be averse to hearing them in camera because then we would be averse to hearing them in camera because
I
then we
understand.
don't.
But my lord,
we don't
as I
put that
said,
to
my
the
lord,
other side.
the
So,
I understand.
if I
But
start
my lord,
discussing
as
in
I
public,
said,
the
my lord,
purpose is lost.
if I start
Therefore, my lord,
discussing
I
in
also
public, the
was, my lord,
purpose is lost.
and we
That,
got the
therefore, my
point
lord,
that
I
has
also
reference
was,
to
my
that
lord,
last line
and
of
we
the
got the point
chairperson's
that
letter
has
to you.
reference to that
Correct.
last line of
There
the
is a methodology
chairperson's letter to you.
Correct.
decoding
Let me see
the
that there is a
certificate.
methodology
which is very complicated and
decoding the
detailed,
certificate.
and
Which
it
is
leaves
very
several
complicated and
digital
detailed,
footprints at
and
several
it leaves
places.
several
We leave it at
digital
that as a
footprints at
submission, but we
several
shouldn't be
places.
talking to them in the absence of the lawyer. Submission, but we
Please, sir.
shouldn't be talking to them in the absence of the lawyer.
Look at
Please,
it.
sir.
Oblige,
Oblige, sir.
steel towers would look at it.
Oblige,
May
your
please,
lordship.
Your Lordship.
Yes.
So now, I tried to broadly make two important distinctions. One, what are the scheme sought to achieve, and what are the scheme addressed? or what it has not
achieve
done and what the scheme has not addressed.
So then we have
or
some
what it has
element of
not
clarity.
done and what
But
it has
testing the constitutionality of
element
this
of clarity.
scheme. Before I
But
go
testing
into that,
the constitutionality
so we have
of this
let's
scheme.
say
Before I
assume
go
that-
into that. So we have three, let's
the
say
19
assume
one-year
that
right is available to all citizens and must
the
be made
19
available to all
one-year right
citizens.
is available to all
In
citizens
order
and
that
must
we
be made available
participate
to all citizens
on an informed
in
basis
order that we
in
participate
a healthy democracy.
on an informed basis
Too
in
broadly
the
stated, though it
healthy
may be.
democracy. Too
And we
broadly
assume that
stated,
it
though
is
it may
so
be.
necessary.
And we assume that
Though
it
I
is
say today
so
there is no
necessary.
such statement of law available.
Though I say
except
today there is
those
no
two
such
judgments where
statement of law
the statement
available,
of law is
except
for the purpose of
those
knowing
two
the
judgments
antecedents
where
of a candidate.
the
A
statement of
specific,
law is for the
concrete
purpose of
purpose
knowing
to
the
be
antecedents of a candidate. A specific,
So unless we say
concrete
this larger
to be
purpose
achieved.
will be the specific concrete purpose.
So unless we say this
you may
larger
have to look
purpose
at it
will
very
be the
differently.
specific
But
concrete
I'll-
purpose,
Before I dilate on
you may have to look at it very differently. But
I proceed on the footing
before
that
I
is such a
dilate
right
on that,
available.
I proceed on the
Therefore,
footing
anything
that is
which
such
may
a
have
right
bearing
available.
on the citizens'
Therefore, anything which may have
expression
bearing
of
on
participation
the
in
citizens'
democracy
expression of
is a value.
participation in
important
democracy is a value.
And for that, it
Is
must
an
know
important
everything
value.
which must come to the aid of the citizen.
And for that,
to
it must know everything
participate.
which must come to the aid of the
therefore,
citizen to participate.
Disclosure, information
So therefore,
is integral to
disclosure,
that
information
expression.
is integral to
dimension.
that
The other
expression
value with the
dimension.
scheme seeks to
The other
promote is
value with the scheme
confidentiality of the
seeks to
contributors,
promote is confidentiality of the contributors,
and which is an enabling part of the scheme itself.
and which is an enabling part of the
is
scheme itself.
confidentiality of the contributors.
To be
It
enabling
doesn't make a
part of the
difference
scheme is
between
confidentiality of the
corporate
contributors.
contributors or any
It doesn't
other
make a
contributors.
difference between
The scheme
corporate
is
contributors
treats
or
all
any other
contributors
contributors.
equally.
The scheme is treats all contributors
It doesn't pick
equally.
and choose between contributors.
It doesn't pick and choose
So that
between
value of the
contributors.
contributors' confidentiality,
So that value of the
and the more
contributors'
important value with the
confidentiality,
learned solicitor
and the more
pointed out
important
that
value
moving
with the
away
learned
from a
solicitor
cash, black money,
pointed out that
unknown
moving away
sources
from
scheme
a cash,
to a
black money,
relatively
unknown
regulated
sources
scheme.
scheme to a relatively
and which
regulated
serves the
scheme,
public interest as a moving, taking a first as a
and which
second
serves
or
the
a third,
public
whatever
interest as a
step one may
moving,
call,
taking a first as a
towards
second or a
ensuring
third, whatever
a
step one may
greater
call,
credibility in the
towards ensuring
funding
a
process.
greater
We look at the
credibility
question whether
in the
a
funding
Nexus, a
process.
quid pro quo
We look at the
will
question
have
whether a Nexus,
an
a quid
influence
pro
which
quo
is hostile
will
or
have
adverse
an
to
influence which is
fundamental
hostile
values.
or adverse
Democracy is
to
a different issue
fundamental
altogether.
values of democracy is a different issue
So that
altogether.
issue, in my understanding,
Because
which
that
may
issue,
go
in
into
my
a
understanding,
political
which may go
party
into
funding
a
equality of opportunity,
political
or whether
party
there should be no
funding
political
equality of
party funding at
opportunity,
all.
or
These are
whether there
larger
should be no
debates.
political
You
party
want to look
funding
at
at
what
all.
even the Supreme Court
These
been
are all larger
grappling
debates.
with this question.
You want to look at
So
what
in
even
Arizona
Supreme Court
case
been
where the court
grappling with this
says
question,
a match,
So in
a
Arizona
matching
case
contribution
where
from
the court
public
says
funds to
a match, a matching
publicly
contribution
financed
from public
candidates.
funds to
The court says that
publicly
that
financed
places an
candidates.
undue burden.
The court says that
on the freedom of expression.
that places an
all
undue
those
burden
things are in the larger
on the freedom of
political
expression. So
domain.
all those
Therefore, the
things are in the larger
equality of
political
opportunity, free and
domain.
fair
Therefore,
election
the
linked to that
equality of opportunity, free and
and
fair
level playing
election
field.
linked to that
All
equality
those
of opportunity
concerns, in
and
my
level
understanding,
playing
would
field.
require
All those concerns, in my understanding, would require
an analysis and evaluation, which brings in
an analysis and evaluation, which
and
brings
new
in
norms
norms
for consideration and acceptance by the community
and new norms
and through
for
parliamentary debates.
consideration and acceptance by
Therefore,
the community
I don't think
and through
that
parliamentary debates.
aspect would
Therefore,
probably
I don't think that
be even invoked for the
aspect would
purpose of
probably
entering and looking at the
be
three
even
values
invoked
which are
for
in
the purpose of
competition
entering
in this scheme.
looking at the
The
three
public
values
interest
which are in
value, the
competition in
confidentiality
this
of the
scheme.
contributors'
The public
value,
interest value,
and the
the
citizens
confidentiality of the
need to
contributors'
know the
value,
information regarding
and the
who
citizens
contributes to whom.
need to know the information regarding who
Now, I ask
contributes to
myself
whom.
a question. So how do you evaluate
Now, I ask myself a question.
or balance the
So, how do you evaluate or
apparently
balance
competing
these
use the word apparently competing values?
apparently competing? Use the word apparently competing.
I don't
values.
need to tell you lots about the three basic principles of
I don't need to tell you lots
proportionality
about the
that,
three basic principles of
there must be a legitimate
proportionality
purpose of a law,
that
and
there
it
must
must
be a
have a
legitimate
racial
purpose
connection
of
to
a
the
law,
object.
and it
And
must have a racial connection
The
to the
next stage
object.
is that what the law does,
And
there must be
the next
to seek
stage
an
is that
object
what the law law does is
but
must be
we-
least restrictive
to
of
seek an
all
object
equally
must be least restrictive of all. Equally
So the
effective
balancing
means.
test in this context would mean applying all this.
So the balancing test in
And
this
in a
context
very-
means applying all this. And
In a very
involved
situation like
involved
this, it would mean a cost-benefit analysis.
situation like this, it would mean a cost-benefit analysis,
which would bring greater cost in terms of
which would bring
effectiveness,
greater cost in terms of bringing in effectiveness, credibility,
purity,
bringing in effectiveness,
and which would not do
credibility,
that,
purity,
and what kind of benefits will flow
and which
from
would
that.
not do that.
That kind of a cost
And what
benefit
kind of benefits
analysis,
will flow
not
from
necessarily
that.
in the economic.
That
or
kind of a
financial
cost-benefit
terms.
analysis, not
But in an
necessarily in the
empirical
economic
terms.
or the financial terms.
So
But in an empirical
terms,
terms.
I don't think
So in empirical terms,
that
I
kind
don't
of an
think
empirical analysis has been made available to the
that
court.
kind of an
and that has
empirical
not been
analysis has been made
the
available
scope
to the
of
court
discussion
and that
before
has
the
not been the scope of discussion.
I'll just give
before
an
the
example because this kind of a cost benefit analysis,
I'll just give an
often
example
comes
because this kind of a cost
in
benefit
the
analysis,
proportionality,
which often comes in the proportionality
domain. I'll give the reference to those cases.
Domain.
For instance, in
I'll give the
Germany,
reference
we
to
had
those
a-
cases. For instance, in the province of Bavaria,
in Germany, we had
crucifixion in the province
was
of
permissible
Bavaria,
in public schools.
crucifixion.
So in a complaint
permissible
given by
in
those who
public
did not
schools.
believe that,
So in a complaint
the
given by those
Constitutional
who
Court
did
of
not
Germany
believe
said
that,
that
the Constitutional Court of
there are
Germany
two
said
competing
that,
rights. The right of one
this,
set of people
there are two
who say I
competing
would not
rights.
believe in this.
The right of one
The right
set
of the
people
majority of
who say I
Bavarians who
would
believed
not
in
believe in this.
display of
The
crucifixion.
right of the
is a part
majority of
a- either
Bavarians who
a
believed in
religious symbol or a
display of
cultural
crucifixion is a part of either
So there's
a
balancing
religious
between
symbol
two
or a
sets of
cultural
freedoms.
symbol. One a negative
So there's
freedom
balancing
and the other
between two
positive
sets
freedom.
of freedoms. This kind of
One a
balancing
negative
always
freedom and
comes
the
in
other
when we
positive
have
freedom.
very
This
important
kind of
social
balancing
concerns
always
in
comes
conflict.
in when we have very important social
But
concerns in
some of those
conflict.
balancing can happen at a conceptual level.
But some
But
of
very
those
often
balancing
even
can happen at
conceptual
a
level
conceptual level.
Some right to the other
But very often
yields
even
to
at a
the other
conceptual
right.
level
One
it
right
happens.
yields to the other
Some
right.
right to the other yields to the other
So the
right.
yielding
One
of
right
it should
yields to
took
the other
place
right.
should take place under what?
So the yielding
what
of it should
criteria,
take
what
place
norms?
should take place under
That may differ from
what
the
criteria,
right in
what
question.
norms. That may
When you're
differ
talking
from
about this
the
particular
right in
aspect
question.
of
When
evaluation,
you're talking about this
cost-benefit
particular
analysis
aspect
of
of
public
evaluation
funding,
and the cost benefit
of funding
analysis
from
of
any sources, public versus
public
private.
funding,
Do we
of
have
funding from any sources,
all that
public versus
kind
private.
of said,
Do we have
analysis
all that kind
under
of
norms
said,
which can guide
an
the
empirical
court?
analysis
We say this is how we
under
apply this
norms
norm.
which can guide
We
the
apply
court.
this norm and find this
We
is
say this is how we
faulty on
apply this norm. We apply this
On the
norm
other
and
hand, if
find
the
this
court
is
were to
faulty on
call
that
upon
norm.
to create a norm and say,
On the other hand, if the
that
court were
any
to call
funding
upon
from
to
any
create a
source,
norm and say,
more particularly from a
that
corporate
any funding
source,
from any source, more
intrinsically
particularly
is,
from a corporate
is an,
source,
as an evil
intrinsically
dimension to it.
is an
Then the court is
evil,
called upon to create a
dimension
norm.
to it. Then the court is called upon to create
That's why
a
I
norm.
said in the footnote that we are not entering into the domain,
But even
that's why I said in the footnote
even
that we are not entering
indirectly
into
if
that
that but
idea
even
influence
even
the,
indirectly
the
if that
analysis of the
idea
court,
influences
that could be this problem.
the analysis of the court.
I think that idea
That could
has
be this
been
problem.
brought in to
I
probably
think
colour
that
the
idea
debate,
has
saying
been brought in
that
to
this issue
probably
is
colour the
intrinsically
debate, saying
an evil matter, that therefore
this
keep
issue
that
is
in mind.
intrinsically an evil
Therefore,
matter.
disclosure
That,
will be very, very
therefore,
important.
keep that in mind.
So
Therefore,
the nexus
disclosure will
between
be
that
very, very important.
aspect and the disclosure
So the nexus between
sought
that aspect
is somehow
and
sought
the
to be very
disclosure
subtly brought in,
and I
sought,
say
you'll also keep
is
it in
somehow
mind
sought
that
to be very
subtle
subtly
connection.
brought in, and I
We
say
have to probably
you'll
severe.
also keep it in
So
mind
we're only
that
looking at
subtle connection.
the three
you have to
competing
probably
values,
severe. Because we're
diverse
only
from
looking
all
at
this,
the three
and see,
competing
therefore,
values,
is the court called
diverse
upon
from
to
all
apply
this, and
a
see therefore
proportional
is the,
test
is
in
the
this
court
at
called
all, if
upon
at
to
all,
apply
then how would you go
a
about doing that?
proportional test in this at all, if at all, then how would you go about doing that?
I have my brief submissions.
I have
This
my
is at volume
brief submissions.
volume 2.
It is at volume 2. Volume 2.
Like any reporting, the warrant,
Like any
the
reporting,
attorney says
the
citizens do not
warrant
have a right
reports,
to know.
it says the attorney says citizens do not have a right to know.
I don't know where I said it in my submission. Let me read it out.
I don't know where I
Your
said it in my
Lordship,
submission. Let me read it out.
Have volume 2.
Your Lordship, sir, could
have volume 2.
Yes,
I'll quickly run through it, and then
yes.
one of the aspects I wanted to probably also address that
One of the
aspects I wanted to probably and the Association of Democratic Reforms, the PUCL, and the Association of Democratic Reforms, the PUCL,
Volume two is,
and
volume two is,
is a separate volume. Volume 2
Compilation of Union of India.
is a
Convenient
separate
compilation
volume.
Compilation of Union
the
of India.
convenience
Convenient
compilation.
There's a
compilation.
convenience compilation.
Compilation of convenience compilation.
There's a convenience compilation.
Compilation of document and document.
Volume 2 PDF 10.
Page
Volume
10.
2 PDF 10.
Page
Volume
10.
2 PDF 10.
Lord Justice Kanas got it? Lord Justice Kanas got it? I'll be in the course of reading his submissions, I'll be in the course of reading his submissions.
Something that you want to highlight in particular. Can you have read the submissions? There's something that you want to highlight in particular in the submission.
Yeah, as I read a few in my notes of the submissions, what probably I would, what are you talking about? In my notes, I kept what probably I would, what are you talking about? Lord should kindly look at paragraph 5 of this submission. Lord should kindly look at the first 4 paragraphs like a kind of an introduction to, because the first 4 paragraphs have to go kind of an introduction to how the emanation of political
we don't have to
parties
go
and
into the larger question
as
of
a
how the emanation of
19-1C
political parties and how
it has
as a 19-1C associations, it has a, it comprehends a variety of aspects of political party. Its supporters, its believers, ideology, and so on and so forth. Therefore, when a contribution to a political party comes in from either from a corporate or any other individual, it did not go under the color of a mere quid pro quo dimension. A person who supports a free market economy and a free market economy which is propagated and supported by a political party, it will have my support. So, beyond ideology, there are other considerations which bring about affinity between the contributor and the political party. So, and as I saw the tabular statement of all those contributors, it has all those small-scale industries, wide range of small-scale industries. And we can't be fitted in to the quid pro quo dimension at all. That's why I said the scheme doesn't talk about a particular class of contributors. So these, I would probably be is a regulatory right in saying that the scheme is a regulatory within the broader concept of regulation, the Article 19. While an argument has been raised that the right to know 19(1)(a) restrictions under 19(2) cannot be subjected to any restrictions under 19(2) as they stand. Argument has been stated in the written submission, though not has been how it really can happen. Explained how it really can happen. So I proceed on the footing that in principle, the concept of regulation can flow from any one of those 19(2) to 19(6). Right in saying that if one is right in saying that penumbral rights, the way of looking derivative rights or penumbral rights, beyond the text, the way of looking at a right can be seen beyond the text of the right. If that is possible, I suppose. Implicitly, and it is also correct in saying, and I'm sure no court would say, there can be no right without a restriction. Postulate a right, and I'm sure no court would say, that I will postulate a right, but I will not visualize the restriction of the right. The regulatory scheme under 19(2) to 19(6). If that is so, the regulatory scheme under 19(2) to 19(6) can contemplate such regulations as would advance the purpose of the scheme. I tried to stay in paragraph 5. That's what I tried to stay in paragraph 5. So we are talking about moving from an unregulated system to a regulated system. So when you move from an unregulated system to a regulated system, the law makers may look into various aspects of how that regulation can minimally be and what kind of regulation will achieve the object. As has been explained in the foreknown,
fall into
the various
one
aspects of
composite,
regulations
basic principle.
fall into one composite basic
If
principle.
that basic principle is confidentiality, which radiates in different
If that
directions,
basic principle is confidentiality, which radiates in different directions,
I find that the challenge to what has been stated under
I find that the
29C of
challenge
Representation of
to what
People
has been
Act,
stated under
or
29C of the
the
Representation of
enabling
People
part
Act,
under Section 31
or
of
the enabling
RBI
part
Act,
under Section
they
31
all get connected by one
of the
common thread.
RBI Act,
Why have you amended
they
this
all
law,
get
this
connected
law,
by
that
one
law?
common thread.
The common
Why
thread
have
is
you amended this
confidentiality.
law, that law? The
And
common
enabling
thread
part
is
flows from Section
confidentiality.
31 of the RBI Act.
And the
Once you
enabling part
enable,
flows from
then
Section
how
31
do you
of the
go about
RBI Act.
regulating? That thought
Once you
process
enable,
triggered.
then how do
Which
you
of
go
those
about
connected
regulating?
legislation
That
which
thought
need to be
process
addressed?
triggered. Which of those connected
Therefore,
legislation
all
which
those
need to be addressed?
connected legislation which have a proximity to
Therefore,
the
all
question
those
of
connected
moving from a
legislation which have a
unregulated
proximity
to a
to the
regulated
question
system.
of moving
So they
from
were
a
addressed by the
unregulated to
scheme
a regulated system.
and by the Finance
So
Act.
they were
Look at
addressed
each
by
one of
the
amendments.
scheme and by the Finance Act.
Therefore,
We
I
looked
don't
at
think
each
one
of the
can say
amendments.
that I'll look at each one as
Therefore, I don't think one
statutes
can
in
say that
isolation
I'll
and
look
call
at
them into
each
question.
one as statutes in isolation and call them into question.
So the approach that I'll look at the Representation of People Act, I'll look at the proviso says something,
The
I look at
Representation
it
of
in
People Act
isolation and says it's
where
bad.
the proviso says
I
something,
look at
I look at it in isolation
the
and says it's bad.
Foreign Contribution
I
Act
look
and
at
isolation. There is
the
enabling
Foreign Contribution Act and isolation.
foreign direct
There is
investment through a
enabling
subsidiary company and so on. So
foreign
absurd,
investment
manifestly
through a
arbitrary.
subsidiary
So this
company and so on
isolated
is
understanding
absurd,
of each
manifestly
one
arbitrary.
legislation,
So
I
this
think in my
isolated
understanding
understanding
is
of
flawed,
each one
fundamentally
legislation, I think
So
in
they
my,
said the common
in my
thread is
understanding
one
is flawed,
important
fundamentally
common
flawed.
thread, confidentiality.
Because I said the common thread is one important common thread about confidentiality.
May I just quickly read a few more paragraphs in this, my written
May I just
submission.
quickly read a few more paragraphs in this, my written submissions.
Paragraph 6. The scheme
Paragraph
does
6.
not impinge upon any
The scheme
existing
does
right.
not impinge
put
upon
it like this,
any
constitutional
existing
or
right.
otherwise.
I put it like
Of any
this,
person
constitutional
and
or
cannot be
otherwise.
said to be repugnant
Of any person
to any right
and cannot
under
be
Part 3
said
of
to
the
be
Constitution.
repugnant to any right under Part 3 of the Constitution.
My Lord, the Chief Justice raised a question yesterday. These are all
My Lord, the Chief Justice raised a
statutory
question
creations. The
yesterday.
right
These are all
came, a norm came, a
statutory
disclosure came,
creation.
it went
The
away.
right came,
What
a
came
norm
by statute
came,
has gone away
a
by
disclosure
statute.
came, it went away.
So if there's a
What came by
restraint upon
statute has gone
disclosure,
away
been
by
taken away
statute.
by a statute.
So if there is a restraint upon disclosure, has been
In that
taken away by a
context,
statute.
if all these, even a disclosure
In
under
that
the
context, if all
Section
these,
182 of the Companies
even a
Act
disclosure under the
came by way of an
Section
amendment of the
182 of the
Companies
Companies Act, came by way of an
Unless
amendment
one
of the
is
Companies Act.
persuaded to say and one is also able to
Unless
accept
one
that
is
proposition.
persuaded to say
That
and one is
by
also
reason
able
of
to
the
accept that
statutory
proposition.
amendments, you acquired a
That
right to
by
have
reason
it
of the
retained as
statutory
part
amendments,
of a constitutional
you acquired a
scheme.
right to have it retained as part of a
And
constitutional
therefore, any
scheme.
change in these legislation,
And
for
therefore, any
purpose
change in
whatsoever,
these legislation,
including a
for
public
any
interest
purpose
purpose,
whatsoever,
an important
including a
regulatory
public
purpose,
interest purpose,
regardless of all
an
that,
important regulatory purpose, regardless
that
of
will
all
be put
that,
to test. I don't know whether it can be stretched
that
to
will
that
be put to
extent.
test. I don't know whether it
The
can
debate
be
from
stretched to that
1958
extent.
onwards and the Companies Act,
The debate
69
from
one way,
1958
and then
onwards and the
85 another
Companies
way of
Act,
looking at it,
69
the
one
debates in the
way,
Parliament we
and then
wrote yesterday.
85 another way of looking at it,
So a
the
very
debates in the
multi-
Parliament we wrote yesterday. So a very multi
kind of discussion which took place in the Parliament.
kind of
I'm
discussion
not
which took place in the Parliament.
sure whether anybody can
So
with
I'm
the
not
proposition
sure whether anybody can
product
turn with
of
the
these
proposition
statutory changes,
that as a product of these statutory changes,
certain inalienable, indestructible,
certain
inviolable
inalienable,
rights
indestructible,
occurred,
inviolable
and citizens
rights
have a right to
occurred,
ensure that they are not
and citizens
tinkered with.
have a right to ensure that they are not tinkered with.
That amount to
enhancing all these statutory
that amount to
changes, amendments,
enhancing
statutory
all these
creation
statutory
to the level of a
changes, amendments, statutory creation to the level of a constitutional principle.
If you may just read a couple of more paragraphs.
If you may just read a couple of more
Paragraph
paragraphs.
7,
Paragraph 7.
you lost to kindly. The petitioners seek a declaration.
You lost to
Though not
kindly.
the declaration is
The
expressly sought in
petitioners
petition.
seek a declaration,
But I
though not
proceed
the
on the
declaration
putting,
is expressly
they want the
sought in the
declaration.
petition. But
The
I
citizens
proceed
have a
on the
right to
putting,
know.
they want the
As an
declaration.
aspect or
The
facet of
citizens have a right to know,
expression.
as an
Based
aspect
on
or
such a
facet of the right
declaration,
to
it is
freedom of
canvassed that the right
expression.
to have access.
Based on such
The
a
details of
declaration, it is
contribution
canvassed that the right to have
political parties
access
must follow.
to the details of
Consequently, the
contributions to political
confidentiality
parties must follow.
Facilitated under the
Consequently,
scheme
the
is said to be impermissible.
confidentiality facilitated under the
The above
scheme is said to be
submissions are refuted
impermissible.
on the following basis.
The above
Firstly, there can
submissions
be
are
no
refuted
general
on the
right to
following
know
basis.
anything and everything.
Firstly, there
without
can be
being
no
subject to
general right to
reasonable
know
restrictions.
anything and everything without being
Secondly, the
subject
right
to
to know
reasonable
as
restrictions.
necessary for expression.
Secondly, the right to
can
know
be
as a
for
necessary,
specific ends
as
or
necessary
purposes
for
not
expression,
otherwise.
can be for specific ends or
Arguments were
purposes
raised
that
in
not
the shell
otherwise.
companies and information was also showed.
Arguments were raised
Lordship
yesterday
yesterday
about
that
shell companies,
the government
and
has
information was also
taken-
showed to Lordships yesterday
I think
that
it's
the
continuously
government
on the
has
watch and vigil
taken,
about shell companies.
I think, is continuously
Two
on the
documents
watch
have
and
been
vigil
placed by
about
Lordship
shell
consideration.
companies. Two documents have been placed for the Lordship consideration.
I don't think I need to take the lordships into those.
I don't think I
each
need
one
to
of
take the
those
lordships into
statutes
those,
and analyze them for the
each
purpose
one of those
understanding
statutes,
what
and analyze them for
they
the purpose
propose
of
to do and what
understanding
they fail to do and all
what
that.
they propose to do and what they fail to do and all that.
They're all
But
connected.
in view of my larger submission that they're all connected by one common thread, namely
Then
confidentiality.
kindly come to paragraph 11.
Then kindly
Again,
come
it's
to
a
paragraph
facet of
11.
my submission in paragraph 7.
Again, it's a facet of
The
my
judgments-
submission in paragraph 7.
In so and so, so and so.
The judgments
Where in the context
in
of
so and so,
making
so and
informed
so.
choices about electoral
Where in the
candidates
context
and
of
knowing their
making
answers,
informed choices about
information
electoral
limited such
candidates and
knowledge
knowing their
serves
answers
as
to them.
specific end of
Information
citizen choice
limited
of
to such
electing
knowledge serves a
candidates free from
specific
blemish.
end of citizen choice
Right
of
to know for
electing
specific right
candidates
to
free
expression
from blemish.
was thus conceived.
Right to know for specific
From that,
rightful
it cannot be
expression
said the right
was
to know
thus
for
conceived.
general or broad ends.
From that, it
necessarily
cannot be said the right to know for general
Therefore,
or
these
broad ends
judgments
necessarily follows.
cannot be read to suggest that a
Therefore, these
citizen
judgments
has a right to know that under
cannot be
Article
read to suggest that a
19(1)(a)
citizen
regarding
has a right
funding
to
of
know
a-
that under Article
has a right to
19(1)(a)
information Article
regarding
19(1)(a)
funding of a
regarding funding
has
of
a right to
political party.
information Article 19(1)(a)
If there is
regarding
no such
funding of
right
political
under Article
party.
19(1)(a),
If there is no such right under Article 19(1)(a),
You have carefully gone through all your submissions.
Lordship, please, sir.
You have carefully gone through your written submissions.
As
So if you want
I
to
read a couple of them, I want to make some.
just,
No, as I read a couple of
So the
them,
further
I want to
question
make
of
some
restrictions does not arise.
explanations about it.
Kindly
So the
turn
further
to the
question
next
of
paragraph.
restrictions does not arise in 19.2.
Why
Kindly turn to the next
we talk
paragraph.
about reading
So why we talk about reading
the PUCL and
the PUCL and the
judgment in the way they ought to be read.
Association with Democratic Reforms judgment in the way they ought to be
The
read.
court proceeded on borrowing what Justice Douglas
The
talked
court
about, the
proceeded
penumbral
on
rights
borrowing
under Griswold was
what
correct.
Justice Douglas talked about, the penumbral rights under Griswold
I
was the
suppose
correct.
that the issue of penumbral rights.
I suppose that
reading into 19.
the issue of penumbral rights
general
and
right
reading
to know
into 19(1)(a) in the
political
context of
funding may be
general right to
misconceived.
know
I just want to read a
about
couple of
political
paragraphs
funding
from
may be misconceived. I just want to read a couple of paragraphs from Maneka Gandhi and the concept of peripheral rights and how we have looked at it. That judgment you'll also still find in volume
Page.
2B.
Page.
Just open it.
Just open it.
Drafts, we'll read them later, Mr. Attorney.
Yeah,
You can
That's
just
in
state the
volume
point.
2.
Drafts, we'll read them
2B.
later, Mr. Attorney.
Yeah,
You can
that's
just
in
state the
volume
point. Would that be?
2,
Paragraph
2B,
2B. What paras would that be?
32
Paragraphs
to 34.
32 to 34.
We'll have a look at it because that discussion on penumbral rights, we'll
have a look at it because that discussion on penumbral rights, we'll look at it. Right. First sentence in paragraph 33. Sentence in paragraph 33, which is page 65 of this volume. Page 65 of this volume. Just that one sentence. We cannot therefore accept the theory that a peripheral concomitant right which facilitates the exercise of a named fundamental right or gives it meaning and substance or makes its exercise effective is itself a guaranteed right included. That's why the named fundamental.
This logic has also now undergone a change after.
That's why I was.
This logic has also now undergone a change after Puttaswamy. Puttaswamy is 9 judges. Right to privacy. But there is no right to privacy. There is no right to privacy expressly recognized by the Constitution. But we read in that right in the right to life, liberty, dignity, the preambular values.
Those probably will stand on a broader classification among those rights. Suppose the court will draw this kind of a classification among those rights where this kind of a broader reading to effectuate a constitutional purpose. I do not know whether this statement of law is. I do not know whether this statement of law is in direct conflict with Puttaswamy. It may not be.
Mr. Attorney, we'll have a look at the.
May I just.
Mr. Attorney, we'll have a look at the submission. Any particular submission?
May I just
what else, Mr. Attorney, now in your submission? Any particular submission that we have missed?
In paragraph 15. In paragraph 15.
That you have made a point that the scheme extends the benefit. That you have made a point that the scheme extends the benefit of confidentiality to the contributor.
The sentence. Therefore, I say the second part of the sentence. Therefore, I say this scheme does not fall foul of any existing right. So a constitutional court reviews state action only if it impinges upon existing rights and not because state action has not provided for a possible right or an expectation, howsoever desired. So even if you go to the extent of saying 19(1)(a) in the context of knowing this is desirable, you probably will not fault it on that ground. And that's what I repeated in paragraph 16. Just open it, please.
Your last point really in para 18 is that when the when the court proceeds to declare an aspect as part of a right, it will be included with separation of powers with the subject of reviewing or testing a law should be relegated to public and parliamentary debate. Declaring an aspect as a part of a declared right
We have said
does
that
not impinge on the
sexual
separation of
orientation is
powers. For
implicit in Article
instance,
15.
we have said that sexual
That does not
orientation
impinge
is
on
implicit in
separation of
Article
powers.
15.
If the court were
That
to
does
lay
not
down a
impinge on
legislative
separation of
remedy,
powers.
that
If
impinges
the
on.
court were to lay down a legislative remedy, that impinges
But
on.
finding a
That's
right
what
in
we're
the
talking about, laying down a
Finding a
norm.
right in the
But
Constitution.
finding
I
a right in the
know.
Constitution,
We have said the
finding
right
a
to
right in the
education
Constitution
No,
does not.
I don't.
For instance, we have said the right to education, even before it became a part of Part 3, we said the right to education is a part of
Probably would
Part
require.
21.
But when you lay down a norm which
Analytical
probably would
framework
require
and weighing in fine
an
scale.
analytical
variety of
framework and
concerns
weighing
interests.
in
No, we
fine
have
scale,
an
a
ana- we
variety
have
of
an analytical
concerns and
framework.
interests.
Beyond
No,
reading.
we
laying
have
down
an
a norm.
we have
Beyond-
an analytical framework.
Beyond reading into a right.
No, we have a framework today. We are not creating a framework. We are testing the validity of the framework. That's
The
all.
framework
In the
available
context of the
today
scheme.
is,
This particular scheme.
in the context of the scheme.
There is no
This
framework
particular
with
scheme.
reference to which one can say the scheme
There is no
unconstitutional.
framework with reference to which one can say the scheme is unconstitutional.
Fulcrum is.
The only
1A that I have a right to know.
fulcrum is 19(1)A that I have a right to know.
Mr. Adnan, we've understood the submission. Should we close
That's
this?
how it is.
I think, Mr. Adnan, we've understood the submission. Should we
Let me
close
give a
it?
little time to Mr. Amit Sharma.
I'll just take a few more minutes.
So that we'll give a little time to
I know, I
Mr. Amit
understand.
Sharma.
I'll
and
just
then,
take a few more minutes and
for them
that-
and rejoin them.
I know, I understand, rejoin that time is important.
Just a few more propositions of how you test a.
Just a few
a
more
law. Generally,
propositions
these are
of how you
well-known
test a
statements of
a
law.
law. Generally, these are well-known statements of law.
Attempt was made to show that
Attempt was made to show that
judgments which intended consequence of the
judgments which intended consequence of the
consequence of intended 1955
consequence of intended 1955 express newspaper. That is.
Let me quickly read these 2 or 3 statements about.
Let me quickly
statements of
read
law
these
and
2
how
or
you
3
construe.
statements about statements of law and how do you construe.
You've gone through your written submissions. If anything else. You've gone through your written submissions. I thought. If anything else to be added to those written submissions, I thought whatever you wanted to express
I
yourself,
do
you have
that.
expressed
Just
yourself.
by way of conclusion.
I'll do that.
Much was said that
by way of
the ruling
conclusion.
party gets a
Much was said that
disadvantage.
the
That's
ruling
not a
party
consequence of the scheme of
gets
independent.
a disadvantage. That's
Even
not a
if there's an
consequence of the scheme of
unintended
independence.
consequence.
Even if there's an unintended consequence.
An
It is not an
unintended
intended
consequence, court will not
consequence.
strike down a law. On the
An
basis of something
unintended
which
consequence,
happens.
court will not strike down a law.
Already argued.
On the basis of something which
Unintended
happens.
consequence
That's
is
the
not a
Lalit,
reason.
Lalit already argued. Merely
The
because
unintended consequence is not
because
a
the
reason
provision
to
is
strike down the law.
capable of being.
I just want to give those
Attorney,
two or two, three judgments on that right from the
Attorney
express
General has
newspapers.
made it very
19
Attorney,
paper
this has
onwards.
been true.
So what
Attorney
what does,
General has made it very clear that this has been true right from the beginning. So the effect thereof,
that's
we'll
good.
examine that.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
That's good.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Thank
Mr.
you.
Amit Sharma,
Those
would like-
4 or 5 judgments, I'll put them along with a note.
Amit Sharma,
Those
let's-
4 or 5 judgments, I'll put them along with a
Just
note.
give us a
instead
separate
of,
note you can do that.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Sharma.
Mr. Sharma, how much have you collected by way of,
Mr. Sharma, how much have you collected by way of,
in terms of the records which you have?
you're not the State Bank of
the
India, but in
extent
terms of the records which you
the
have,
Total quantum
What
of
is the
electoral bonds
extent
which have
of
been
the
subscribed since
the
the
total
beginning?
quantum of electoral bonds which have been subscribed since the beginning?
That's in a
Because
sealed
that
cover,
was
my lord, so we
directed,
have not
this
opened that
honorable court
cover
had
at all.
directed that to be in the
Because
sealed
that
cover.
was directed,
And
the
my lord,
honorable
my lord
court had
desires
directed that to
cover
be
is
in the
there, my lord
sealed
can
cover.
have peruse
And
it,
my lords, if my lord desires that
but we've
sealed cover
not
is there,
opened
my
it.
lords can have peruse it, my lords. But
We
we've not
can.
opened it, my lords.
Mr. Sharma,
Yes.
actually,
We
the
can.
details of the bonds
Mr.
are
Sharma,
available with you.
Yes.
Total quantum of bonds is available.
The details of the bonds are available with you. Total quantum of bonds is available
That is
with
there.
you. Quantum of bonds
Do we
given
get
to
any
the.
particular
Yes,
data?
That
And
is
is the
there.
data up to
So
date?
have you,
That is still,
do we get any particular
at least
data
till
and is the
March
data up to
23?
date? That is still, at
My lord,
least
that's
till
not there,
March
my lords, with us.
23?
We have only till, in fact, there was a
No,
query
my
by
lords,
this
that's
honorable
not
court,
there,
my
my
lords.
lords, with us.
I
We
went
have
through
only
the
till,
record
in
note,
fact, there was a
one
query
order
by this
passed by
honorable
this
court, my
honorable
lords.
court,
I
which,
went through the record note. There was one order
my
passed
lords
by
had
this
read
honorable
13 and
court,
14
which
paragraph of 2019 judgment.
my
my
lords had read
separately.
13 and 14
We
paragraph
took
of
it as if it's
2019
to be read
judgment, my lords,
jointly, my lords.
No, it
separately.
was very.
But
We
my lords,
took it
I may
as if
just-
it's to
I
be
may
read
just
jointly, my
point out
lords.
that-
No, it was very. 13
But my lords,
relates
I may
to
just,
data
I may just
as of
point
the
out.
date of the order. 13 relates to data as of the date of the order. But you didn't freeze the data which you had to maintain as of the date of the order. You had to continue to collect the data.
Order
My
passed
lords,
in
if my lords will kindly
You
see
never
this.
came back to us to
Order
ask us
passed
whether
in
we want.
2021.
You never came back to us to ask us whether we want
May I just point
continuing
out-
data or
because of the
frozen
order
data
passed
as
by
of the
this
date of the
honorable court
interim order.
Occasion could not
On
arise, my lords, because of the
26th of
order
March
passed by this honorable
2021,
court
and my lords will
subsequently.
find that,
On 26th of
in the
March
Milords,
2021, and my
at
lords will
page-
find that in the Milords, at
it's a
page,
EB final, my lords, which was filed by
Milords,
the
it's a
petitioners, my lords.
EB final, my lords, which
And
was
that's at
filed
page
by
34, my
the
lords.
petitioners,
That
my
was
lords.
passed in one
And
of the
that's at page
interlocutory
34, my lords.
applications filed
That
by
was
the
passed
petitioner, my
in
lords.
one of the interlocutory
Volume three.
applications filed by the petitioner, my lords.
Volume 3.
505.
Which page?
Page 505.
I will just tell,
Which page?
I will just tell.
Milos, they have, I don't think that has been filed in the volumes, Milos.
Milos,
that's
they
missing.
have,
But
I
one of
don't
the
think that has been
initial,
filed in the volumes, Milos,
volumes
that's
filed,
missing.
Milos, that's
But
called
one of
EB
the
final, which I
initial
received through email,
volumes
was
filed,
filed
Milos,
on
that's called
5/4/2023,
EB final, which I
Milos,
received
by
through
the
email,
petitioner.
Milos, that was filed
That's
on
at page
5/4/2023,
34 of
Milos,
this,
by the petitioner.
And my lords
That's
will
at
kindly
page 34
see
of
this
this,
order,
Milos.
and the
And my
relevant
lords will
paragraph in this
kindly
order, which my lords,
see this order, and the relevant
I would like
paragraph
my
in this
lords to
order,
read
which my
is-
lords, I would like my lords to read is,
that's right, that's right.
that's right, that's right.
Page 5, volume 3, page 5, 4 paper, volume 3, page 505 as ordinance. In the 4 paper, volume 3, page 505 as ordinance.
Thank you.
Oh,
My lords will see,
thank you.
kindly see para 19, my lords.
My lords will see, kindly see
Of the
para
order?
19, my
Lords,
lords.
order dated 26th of March
Of the
2021.
Lords, order dated
which was
26th of
filed,
March
my lords, which was
2021.
passed in interlocutory
Which was
application
filed, my
number
lords, which was passed in interlocutory application number
183625 of 2019.
183625 of 2019
26th of March 2001.
in the present.
21,
situation.
my lords, 2021.
26th of March 2001.
21, my lords, 2021.
Is there at the volume which you had mentioned also? Yes.
Volume 3505.
And para
Yes.
19 is at page 519. Which para 19 is at page 519.
My lords, it took
Which he
note of
wants
the
the
entire
lordships to
earlier
be-
directions, my
to be-
lords. This order
My lords,
takes
it took note of the entire earlier directions, my lords. This order takes note of the directions passed by this honorable court, pursuant to which the compliance done by the Election Commission of India, my lords. And then further, my lords,
This was
para
a
19.
second application which was preferred by the petitioner.
This
my lords.
was
The
a
first one was
second
rejected,
application
and
which was
thereafter
preferred by the
second
petitioner, my
application
lords.
on
The
same
first
ground.
one was
That's also
rejected,
discussed.
and thereafter the second application on the same ground, my lords. That's also discussed.
Where is the discussion with regard to paragraphs 13 and 14?
Lords,
Where is the
my lords
discussion
will
with regard to
kindly see-
paragraphs 13 and 14?
Lords, my lords will kindly see. Paragraph 12.
This was a application for stay, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
This
Because
was
a
a
fresh window
application
was
for
opening up.
stay, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
Because a fresh window was opening up.
That's right.
And Mr. Prashant Bhushan sought a stay at that stage.
That's right.
On collection of any further amounts.
That's right.
And,
That's right. That's right.
you know, and the distribution of any further electoral bond.
That's right. Absolutely. And para 19 law says that as far as the information. And para 19 law says that as far as the information by to the election commission is concerned, the interim order passed by this court on 12/4/2019 takes care of the same. In the reply filed by election commission on 3/2/2020 to IA number so and so of 2019, it is stated by them that election commission of India has received seal covers from various political parties, national, state and registered and unregistered parties in annexure C1 to the reply filed by so and election commission of India, provided the list of political parties who have filed necessary details as per the order dated 12/4/2019. The date on which election commission of India.
May be a reason, my lords, that
So, my lords, perhaps, my lords, this may be a reason, my lords, that.
vote on, my lords, if there is any direction.
But we are, my lords, we vote on, my lords, if there is any direction, we provide it, my lords. There's no difficulty on that. And, my lords, the order.
Got that data.
I may say, my
You
lords,
should have got the data.
my
You are
lords will
coming to the
kindly
court.
also
So I
see
may say,
para
my lords,
13 and 14 once again.
My lords will kindly also see para 13 and 14 once again, my lords.
We
For-
read out that order. Sharma, this is not what was, we read out that order that day prima facie.
And we expected
All
you
of
to
us
come
had
back
expressed
with
the
that
view.
data.
And we expected you to come
We
back
can
with
provide
that
it during
data.
maybe in a short time.
Yes,
because
we
I'll-
can
I'll
provide
instruct
it during
commission
the,
because that-
maybe in
And
a
is
short
the
time,
data
because
right
I'll
up
instruct the
till
commission because
2023
that.
March 23 now
And
And is
available?
the
Monday,
data right up
we-
till
we-
2023 and March 23 now
All the
available?
political parties.
Because we
Because
will
it
see,
has to
we'll
have a
seek the data
detailed
from
notes.
all the political
What is the
parties.
time limit
Because
when the
it
data
has to have a
given?
detailed, my lords.
Every year?
What's the time limit
Every
when the data
financial
is to
year
be
is
given?
What's
Every
the
year?
time limit for,
Lords,
what's the
Every
deadline for
financial
that?
year
Data
it
is
should be
not
given?
to be given.
What's the time
So,
limit
with
for, what's
regard to
the
the
deadline
returns
for
The
that?
filed.
data is not to be given, my
When
lords.
is
So,
that?
with regard to the
That
returns
is
filed,
annual, yes, my lords. Every,
when is that to be
That
given?
means
my lords, before the financial year, my lords, ends.
31st March
That
2024.
means 2024,
That's right.
31st March
6 months
2024.
after the
6 months
financial
before that.
So 6 months are over?
6 months.
September
6
they
months
got
after the financial
They
year.
must have
my
got
So
the
6
data.
months are over,
Not the
September
data,
they
that's
got
what I'm
over.
trying to say.
So you
Whatever
must have
the-
got the
Only the
data.
quantum.
lords. Not the data, my lords. That's what I'm trying to say.
Whatever the,
Only the quantum.
Up to 31st of March 22, you have any, 31st of March 23, you have the data.
Yeah, we have, my lords, but we.
You would have the data, or to have the data.
Right,
you will have
Only
the total
only the
quantum
total
of
quantum, my
electoral
lords,
bond.
not the
Right,
data.
you will have the total quantum,
Yes,
quantum of electoral
that
bonds.
will have, my lords.
And what is the bifurcation between different political parties?
We'll have to collate all.
Because that,
yes, sir.
Parties have to
we'll
give
have to
a-
collate all with all the, yes, we'll
because
have
the
that.
parties have
All
to
the,
give
all
a
the, all
separate
the, all
contribution
the, all
report.
the recognized political parties, my lords,
So we'll
and
have a look at your data.
registered, whether
You can trace the
registered or not.
Now
because
tell
we
us
have-
one, we'll have a look at your data, you can
Yes,
trace the
Mr.
data. Now tell us one thing, what was the basis on which the election commission had raised an objection to the scheme?
Yes, kindly see, my lords, there are two.
Because
Can you
letters
tell us
that
what
get
the nature
written,
of your
my lords.
objection
Yes,
was?
kindly see,
the,
because there are two
Ministry
letters
of,
that get written, my lords.
Lords, kindly see these
To
letters.
the,
There are two letters
Ministry
which
of,
are dated
Law,
15th
Laws.
of
Kindly
March.
see these letters. There are two letters which are dated 15th of March.
That's submission, my lord. But I have the original file with submission, my lord.
Yes.
But I have the original file with me. Correspondence. RBI and EC. After the correspondence, after their later. Thereafter, my lord. No, there were meetings and meetings. And thereafter, my lord, consensus decision was taken. There were meetings after the later. If your lordship would like to peruse, I can show that file, my lord. Original file is there. But that's not an end of the matter. We thereafter discussed their concerns were taken care of. Their misgivings were it was at the highest level.
That's come
Meetings
out in the
were attended
rejoinder of the
by the
union.
governor and minister, etc.
Look, that's come out in the rejoinder of the union also. That there were meetings which happened after.
So what was your
the
objection and to what extent was it assuaged?
One of
So what was your objection and to what extent was it
concern
assuaged?
One of
there are
the
three categories basically, my lords are
concern
aware.
that we
One
had,
is
my
below
lords, is
2000.
that there are three
The
categories
other is
basically, my
between
lords are
2 to
aware.
20.
One is below
And the
2000.
third is,
The
Lords,
other
I am
is
not
between
talking
2 to
about the
20.
electoral bond for a
And the
moment.
third is, Lords, I am
I'm
not
talking
talking
the
about the
general
electoral
contributions
bond
which
for a
happened.
moment, my
So
lords.
there are broadly three
I'm talking
categories.
about the general
Below
contributions
2K.
which happened, my lords. So there are broadly
Between
three
2 to
categories.
20 and
Below
above 20,
2K,
my lords.
Now,
between
as
2
far
to
as
20
Milords
and above 20
concerned,
Milords.
it is to be
Now,
done
as far as
mandatorily by
Milords
way of
above
ECS
20 is
Milords,
concerned,
either
it is to be
demand
done
draft check or
mandatorily
ECS
by way
Milords.
of
That's not an
ECS
issue.
Milords, either
We get the
demand
entire
draft check
details.
or ECS Milords. So
Because as
that's
far
not an
as
issue.
these other
We get the
previous
entire
two
details.
categories as concerned,
Because as far as these
less
other
than 2000
previous two
Milords,
categories as
it
concerned,
can be
Milords,
done in cash
two
and there are
less
no
than
details
2000
about it.
Milords, it can
We
be
are
done in cash
mostly
and there are
concerned with
no
the second
details about
category
it.
Milords. That is between
We are mostly
2000 to
concerned with the
20,000.
second category.
Now
Milords. That is between
there is
2000 to 20,000.
provision given
Now
either it can be
that
done by
there
cash,
is no
it can be done by ECS,
provision
it can be
given
done by
either
check
it can
or
be done by cash, it
draft.
can be done by ECS, it can be done by check or
After amendment to
draft Milords.
2017.
No, what
It was said that after amendment to 2017 under the Income Tax Act, and 20, if it is between 2 and 20, which will be then it will be treated as income, which is not allowed, which will be then taxable in the hands.
Income tax,
So
the
income
RP
tax
Act
has
was
that,
29C,
but
that
vis-a-vis
amendment
income
or
tax,
that
the
change,
RP Act Laws 29C, that amendment or that change,
You have not, under your rules, you have not made a stipulation.
It has not happened.
It has not been stipulated that between 2 and 20, you please specify. Also a rule with regard to multiple payments by the same person? Is there any also a rule with regard to multiple payments by the same person?
No, Milords.
There's no rule as
There's
such.
no,
There is no rule as
any
such.
person says.
There's no rule as
There's
such.
no rule.
But do you
Any
have
person
data with
says.
regard to 2 and above 2
But
and
do you
between
have
20?
data with regard
We
to
don't
2
have a
and
data, that's the difficulty,
above
because
2
you
and
have data
between
below
20?
Milords, we don't have a data. That's the
20, of course,
difficulty.
Milords, we
Because
have.
You have data
above
below 20, you have that particular.
above 20, of course,
Below
Milords, we have.
20,
Above
it's
20,
just
you
the
have the
lump sum
particulars.
Below 20, it's just the lump sum
Report
amount.
Milords
That's
every year.
Because we receive
Now, in
a
that
contribution report,
we
Milords,
get the
every
quantum
year.
as to how
Now,
much
in that
in
contribution
total
report,
a
we get
particular
the quantum
political
as
party
to
has
how much
received the
in
amount
total a
above
particular
20.
political party has received the
Have you made
amount
any study or
above
analysis
20.
of the data?
Now, what
And have you made any study or analysis of the data dealing with the corporate bonds and how it's impacted the
Not aware, Milords. I
funding
don't think,
of
Milords, but
political
I'll have to seek
parties?
instructions. I
I'm
don't think.
not aware, Milords. I
I'll
don't
have to
think,
seek
Milords, but I'll have to seek
I don't know
instructions. I
whether
don't think.
there has been some
I'll
ongoing
have to
study
seek
on that or
instructions on
not.
that. I don't know whether there has been some ongoing study on that or not.
Now, volume 4, page 467 was your letter of 26th
Now,
of
volume
May
4, page
2017.
467 was your letter of 26th of May
In what
2017.
manner were
Please,
these
Manoj.
concerns assuaged?
In what manner were these concerns
My lords will
assuaged?
see this.
Lords,
26th of
kindly,
May,
if
Milords.
my lords will
The
see this.
first is, Milords, about that section that
26th
I
of
just
May,
spoke about,
Milords.
Milords.
The
Section
first is,
29C,
Milords, about
that we
that
wanted
section
that
that I just
same
spoke about, Milords,
principle,
section
same
29C,
provision
that we
which is there
wanted
in
that
IT
same
Act
principle, same
brought into
provision which is
29C
there
so
in
that
IT
we also
Act
get to know,
to be
Milords.
brought into
So that was one
29C so
concern,
that we
Milords,
also
which we
get
had
to know,
highlighted.
Milords. So that was one concern, Milords, which we had highlighted.
Which is now, Milords, contribution above 2K is
And-
now included.
Which is now, Milords,
Should be
contribution
included,
above
Milords, in
2K is now
29C.
included,
So that
should be included,
there
Milords,
will
in
be a proper
29C.
quantification as to how much
So
is
that,
in
Milords,
that
there
bracket,
will
how
be a
much is
proper
coming
quantification
with
as to how much
a
is
particular
in
political
that bracket,
party
how
as a
much is
donation,
coming
which we
with
don't has,
a particular political party as a
now.
donation.
There is no breakup.
Which we
of
don't
that.
has,
only get the
which
total
we
amount.
don't have
So
as
this
of
is the
now.
amount which
There
we
is
have
no
got
breakup of that.
in
We only get the
particular
total
category.
amount. That this is
So
the
we
amount
have
which
no
we have
data
got
on that,
in
Milords.
that particular category.
And we don't know the source.
So we have no data on that, Milords. And we don't know the source also. So
which have approved them. Which have approved them.
Of 12th April 19, right?
12th April
Of
19.
12th April 19, right?
Volume 1. 12th April 19.
Volume 1, page 15. Volume 1, page 15. No, I don't know. No, I don't know. Twelfth of April 19 order. 12th of April 19 order.
Yes.
Volume 3.
Volume 3.
As per you, you don't have data after 2019. As per you, you don't have data after 2019.
Down if not directs, then I'll instruct the.
Have collected the data with.
Down if not directs, then I'll instruct the commission and
But we
Our
can get the
direction is
latest
already
lots.
there. But we can get the latest lots till the last window.
18 till 23. 18 till 23.
Actually, the order which we. Actually, the order which we.
While the data As of
The latest.
the latest.
While the data
As of
as of
31st of March
The latest,
2023.
the latest.
the last, yes.
as of 31st of March 2023,
We'll do that.
And in
and
fact,
submitted
you
to
can
us.
even give it to
We'll do
us,
that.
say up to the
We'll do that.
30th
And
of
in fact,
September.
why,
if
you
there's
can even
data.
give it to us,
Till the
say up
latest
to
was
the
whatever we
30th of
have.
September,
Till
if
the
there's
last that
data.
we have.
won't be having.
Till the
You'll have
latest
to
was
read
whatever we
that
have.
last
Till
than
the
the
last that we
you
have.
won't be having. You'll have
We'll
to
have to
either
acquire
get it
velocity.
from
The last that the political.
either you
parties
get
have
it from the
done.
political
Either
parties
of
or
them.
you'll get it from the
State Bank of India.
State Bank
Will
of
not
India.
ask
Either
SBI
of.
to reveal the identities of the donors at
We'll
this
not
stage.
ask
That nobody
SBI
is
to
interested in
reveal
it
the
at the present
identities of the
stage.
donors at this
But we
stage.
would
That
like-
nobody is interested in at the present stage. But we would like
The order we said, the just and proper interim direction would be to require
the order
all
we
political
said,
parties who have
the
received
just and proper
donations through
interim
electoral
direction would be
bonds
to require all political
subject to
parties
the
who have
Election
received
Commission of
donations
India
through
in a
electoral
seal cover.
bonds
Detailed
to submit to
particulars
the
of
Election
the
Commission of India in a
donors
seal
as
cover.
against each bond.
Detailed particulars
donors
of
are to
the
come in.
donors as against each bond. The
The amount
donors
of
are
each
to
such
come in.
bond and the full particulars of
The amount
credit
of each
received
such
against
bond
such bond.
and
So
the
you
full
give us the
particulars
data-
of the
the
credit
data
received
that you
against each
have
such
up to
bond.
30th of
So
September.
you give us the data that you have up to 30th of
Because the,
September.
Details of the donor,
can
that's
be
why
brought
in
to-
seal cover.
because the,
Otherwise, Milord's data can.
Details of the donor, that's why in
Quantum
seal
can
cover,
be
Milord's.
given.
Otherwise,
Just show us what
Milord's
you have
data
got
can
up
be
to now,
given.
to 19.
Quantum can be given.
Just show us what you have got up to now, to 19.
Keep it in the custody of the court. They have given.
Keep
they
it
have given
in the
separate
custody of the
seal
court.
covers for each political party.
They have given separate seal covers for each political party separately.
To assist your lordship. From registry or whichever, my lord, authority.
So we are really
From
dealing with a
registry or whichever, my lord,
constitutional point, that-
authority.
So we are really
no
dealing with a
bearing on how we
constitutional
decide
point.
the
I mean,
constitutional
that this has
This
no
was
bearing on
really
how
meant
we
for
decide the
suppose a writ
constitutional
petition
issue.
is allowed.
No,
It
it's-
should not
this
be
was
made in
really
conflict
meant
with
for
the
suppose a
situation.
writ petition is allowed.
That
It should
nothing,
not
no
be made in
details can be
conflict
made
with the
available.
situation.
No, I
That
was
nothing,
on a
no
different
details
point,
can
my
be
lord.
made available.
This might possibly
No,
have.
I was on a different
everything
point,
received
my
by
lord.
everyone.
This might
no,
possibly
separate.
have everything received by
Separate
everyone.
political party.
Then
No,
there
no,
is
it's
no
separate.
collation also.
Separate.
It's separate by
Collation
each
is already
political
done.
party.
Then there is no collation also.
Collation is already done. No.
The order is
The
to
order
the
is to
political
both,
party.
everybody. I don't think
No,
political
no.
parties or party.
The order is
That's
to
at all
both,
levels. They have to
everybody.
go.
I don't
That's
think
why-
political
They had to
parties
get
or
it from the
party.
political-
That's
They
at
are the
all
ones
levels.
who
They have
are.
to, that's why they're
They
separate.
had to get it from the political, because they are the ones who are.
Yes, of course.
So should we hear Mr. Sibal now, I think?
That you want to add?
That's the only concern that we had, Vinod, and this.
That you want to add?
That's the only concern that we had, Vinod, and 2016 IT concern, we had raised it before the electoral bond in 2016 itself, which we have mentioned it in our counter affidavit. So that was the.
Thank you.
How we
Yes,
addressed their concerns,
addressed
etc.
Lordship on
How we addressed their concerns,
It
etc.
was
Your Lordship likes
more
to-
a consultative process
Yes,
with
sister,
them.
because it was
Having received-
more a
The fact that
consultative
you
process
had
with
to
them.
consult.
After having received.
Note of the fact that you had that you were consulted.
Yeah, and EC can't be taken lightly. no?
You have any, does the EC also have any idea what was total expenditure incurred in the last?
There are three heads
That
that
we
we
have.
received the.
Total expenditure, yes,
One,
no,
as I
because
said,
there are three heads that we received the accounts.
One, as I said, as far as political party expenditure is concerned, do you get data with regard to that also separately?
Because we get data of every candidate who has to
Candidate will not be sufficed because
Because
political
as far as
party.
political parties are concerned, because you don't get the expenditure of a political party in a particular election, how much they have spent. It is candidate
So
specific.
then your data is incomplete. Data with regard to the all the
Candidate
political
specific,
parties.
because that's
Not, you don't get the data with regard to the all the
in
political.
total, the political party spends lots.
No, that
because
will
that
be with the
may be-
income tax department will be there.
Possibly, maybe.
No, that will be
No,
with the
I'm
income tax
asking him
department.
because
will be
he's
there.
the one who I'm not.
No, I'm asking him because he's the one who.
Bhushan, 15 minutes in rejoinder for you.
Mr. Prashant Bhushan, 15 minutes in rejoinder for you.
I'll finish by 3.
We'll
minutes.
have
Now,
now,
give me just
we have,
20 minutes. I'll finish
50
by
minutes,
3.
But we'll have, now we have 50 minutes, so you, Mr. Sibal, Mr. Ansaria and Bharat.
We'll wrap
5
up.
minutes. all right.
15 minutes extra if necessary. That's
We'll wrap up
Political
today.
parties'
Answer
expenditure
your Lordship's
is a
query.
part of their
The
annual
political party's
account, which
expenditure
is filed with
is a
election.
part of their
I stand
annual
corrected,
accounts,
We have
which is
the,
filed with election.
Election.
I stand corrected, Vinod. We have the data of the political party. We have, because I stand corrected, we have the data of the political
Yes,
party.
Mr. Bhushan, what do
We
you
have the data. I stand corrected.
Yes, Mr. Bhushan, what do you have to
Yes,
say?
so the first argument of the solicitor
amendments,
was that
volume of
because of
cash
these amendments,
which is coming.
the
to
volume
political
of
parties,
cash
which he says are
which is coming to
maybe
political
black money or
parties,
is
which
likely
he
to be
says
black
are
money, that
maybe black
gone
money
down.
or is likely to
No,
be
that's
black
not his
money,
argument. He
that
doesn't make
has
a
gone down.
quantitative statement.
No, that's not his argument. He doesn't make a
was an effort
quantitative
which was
statement.
made
His contention
to
is
bring
that
into the
this was an
accountable
effort which was made
What was otherwise
to bring
completely
into the
beyond
accountable
fold of
channels.
accountability because the earlier
What was
schemes had
otherwise
not worked.
completely beyond the fold of accountability because the earlier schemes had not worked.
Did not
So let me
close
just
the
deal with
cash
that.
channel.
Firstly, my lord,
The-
did not
the
close
amendment
the
has
cash
left
channel.
open the cash channels. The only change
The
that has been
amendment
made is
has left open
that
the cash channels. The
getting
only
income
change that has
tax,
been made is
exemption.
for getting income
That
tax
20,000 has been brought
exemption.
down to 2,000. That's all.
That 20,000 has
Otherwise,
been brought down to
donations up
2,000.
to
That's all.
Cash donations up to
Otherwise,
20,000 can be
donations
given
up
to
to
political parties.
cash donations
and
up
they
to
are
20,000 can
not
be given to
required to be
political
reported.
parties, and they are
Quite apart
not
from the
required
fact
to be
that
reported.
Actually 20,000 or
Quite
2,000
apart from
does
the
not
fact
make any
that
practical
actually
difference
20,000 or
because
2,000 does not
all
make
that
any
the
practical
political
difference
party declares
because
is, I have
all that
received
the
X
political
crores as
party
cash
declares
donations,
is, I have
which are
received
below
X
20,000.
crores
They
as
used to
cash
say below
donations.
20,000 earlier.
Which are below
Now if they
20,000,
want
they
to
used to
avail
say
of
below
income tax
20,000
exemption,
earlier.
they say it's below
Now if they
2,000.
want to avail of income
So
tax
they
exemption, they say it's
that we
below
have
2,000.
received whatever,
So they
100
say
crores,
that
500
we have
crores
received
by way of
whatever,
petty cash
100
donations.
crores, 500
Earlier,
crores
petty
by
meant
way of
below
petty cash
20,000.
donation.
Now petty means
Earlier,
below
petty
2,000.
meant below
If you want to
20,000,
avail
now
income
petty
tax
means
exemption.
below 2,000.
Practically, it
If you
makes
want to
no
avail
difference
income
in my
tax exemption.
respectful submission.
Practically,
to
it
the
makes no difference in my
availability of
respectful
cash
submission
to political
to the
parties
availability
or
of
the ability
cash
individuals
to
give
political
cash to
parties
political
or
parties.
the ability
Practically,
of
that 2,000,
individuals to give
20,000
cash
makes
to
no
political
difference.
parties. Practically, that 2,000,
That will
20,000
not
makes no
impinge upon the
difference.
validity of the scheme.
Yes, yes, I know.
Now,
Lord,
That
we
will
are
not
saying
impinge upon the validity of
that
the
this
scheme.
yes,
whole
yes, I know.
exercise
Lord, they are saying
was
that this whole
to
exercise
bring down the element of
was
cash
to bring down the element of cash in the economy. They say cash is equivalent to black money. The object of the exercise was to make political funding of parties to come more through banking channels rather than cash. This, they say, was the stated purpose of this whole bringing in electoral bonds, one of the stated purposes.
Probably distribution, there will be slight difficulty. Even if it is not happened, probably the data may support you, the cash channel may not have come down.
No, cash did come down. I'm not saying cash didn't come down, but the reason why, it's important to understand why cash came down.
There are three, four arguments on which we want direct answers. One is that the intention was to ensure that the money comes through regular banking channels. There is a KYC required, which is not there as far as payment cash is concerned. And also, even if it is coming through the bank accounts, the KYC by the second KYC at the time when the bond is purchased is a second added advantage.
Let's assume that that's there.
Number three, their contention is the person who's made the payment is concerned. As far as payment is concerned, the person who's made the payment is concerned. To know the name of the donor, the need to know the name of the donor. The confidentiality of the donor has been protected. The confidentiality of the donor has been protected. And therefore, 1, 2, 3, 4 reasons. And therefore, when you are examining the reasons, you will have to take into account what was the intent behind the argument, which may be, and not by a counter argument, which may be, and there has always been a conflict between confidentiality and
both of them have their pluses and minuses.
Both of them have their pluses and minuses.
That to answer our argument, defeat the citizens' right to know about who's funding the political party. Anonymous source of
because they introduce another anonymous source of funding.
The answer given by the solicitor to that is the answer given by the solicitor to that is now these are two that it had an objective. Now these are two conflicting things. To limit
they say the objective was
to limit
black money or cash money coming to political parties or to reduce that. And therefore we introduced these electoral bonds because many individuals or companies do not want to be known that they are the donors to these political parties because they fear victimization. So that's the argument. That was what the finance minister then stated. That's the argument also of the solicitor. That there was an objective behind. Now what I am pointing out is that if the objective was to choke off cash donations,
but that was not the
cash donations have not been choked off.
But that was not the object at all. The object, as the finance minister says in that article, and that's broadly an indication, was to add some element of transparency. That's what Mr. Jaitley said. That it will enhance transparency to a significant extent, and we would add two separate phrases which have been used. That's the point.
Earlier regime,
you're right. In the earlier regime,
you had those options, voluntary
it was purely cash based. You had those options, voluntary contributions, you had electoral trust.
Check donations, etc.
But
not just that, you had
cash-based
check donations, etc.
Proceeds on
a cash-based scheme, an unaccounted scheme proceeds on anonymity.
Yes.
According to you, they have continued anonymity.
But there is one change.
Continued that anonymity
but there
of cash.
But there is one change. But there is one change.
Whatever is contributed to the electoral bond.
Electoral bonds have brought whatever is contributed to the electoral bond in the form of accounted transactions within the normal banking fund.
Now the question. So that's the second limb of the argument, that this reduces black money flowing into political parties because it's coming through banks. Ultimately,
whether it reduces or not, to my mind, is irrelevant to the validity of the scheme. The scheme may be wholly unsuccessful, but it may still be a constitutionally valid scheme.
Then that is no response to my original submission,
constitutional
right
of citizens.
That it defeats a constitutional right
who
of
is funding these
citizens
political
to
parties.
know who is funding these political parties. That's a fundamental right which your lordship has recognized under 19(1)(a). And
What is being
and
argued?
if
The
what is
object
being
of this
argued
bringing in electoral
that
bonds was to
the
reduce
object of
cash
this
and reduce
bringing in electoral
black
bonds
money,
was
so
to
to
reduce
say, and
cash
bring in
and reduce
only accounted
black money, so
through
to say, and
banking
bring in
channels to political
only
parties. If
accounted
that's
money
the
through
argument, then I'm just
banking
pointing
channels
out
to political parties.
that
If that's the
not
argument, then I'm just
entirely
pointing
correct
out
for the reason.
that that's
Firstly,
not entirely
you can still
correct
give
for the
cash. There
reason.
is no bar
Firstly,
today which
you
has
can
been
still
placed
give
on
cash. There is no bar
only
today which
change
has
that
been
been
placed
made
on
is
cash. All the only change that has been made is
It's a third economy. But
simultaneously.
how do you put a bar on
Much as
cash?
you may impose
It's
a bar on
it's a
cash.
third economy.
It's illegal.
Much as you may impose a bar on cash,
If you,
it's illegal.
if
It's
you-
illegal,
if
but you have a third
Easily have
economy.
been done.
that's the
That
point, my
all
lord, that it
receipts
could
of
easily have
political
been done.
parties, at
That
least of
all
political
receipts of
parties,
political parties,
will have to be
at
accounted,
least of
whether it is
political
cash or
parties,
not.
will
All
have to be
cash
accounted, whether it is
also,
cash or
any
not.
money being received.
All
You could have
cash
done either
also,
of two things.
any
One is to
money
say
being received.
cash
You could
is
have done
totally
either of
prohibited,
two
you have to
things.
take
One is
through
to
banking
say
channels.
the
This is
cash
one
is
option.
totally
The
prohibited,
other
you
is,
have to take
even
through
if
banking
cash-
channels. This
even
is
if you
one
take
option.
cash,
The other is, even if cash,
irrespective
even if
of
you
the
take
amount,
cash,
even if it is 100 rupees, 50 rupees,
irrespective of the amount, even if it is 100 rupees, 50 rupees,
even the RBI, when it dealt with this
even the
electoral
RBI,
bonds, when it
when
responded to
it
electoral
dealt
bonds,
with
they
this
said
electoral
that
bonds,
if your
when it
object
responded to
is
electoral bonds,
to,
they said that if
to
your object is
make political
to,
funding go through banking
to
channels, there are
make
existing
political funding
instruments
go
of
through
checks,
banking
drafts,
channels,
bank
there are
transfers,
existing
etc., which are
instruments of
available.
checks,
Why
draft,
are you
bank
introducing
transfers,
this
etc.,
anonymous
which are
instrument?
available.
This
Why are
will
you
allow,
introducing this
because
anonymous
I pointed out,
instrument?
Lord,
This will allow,
it's not that
because
black
as I
money
pointed
cannot
out,
come
Lord,
in through
this
electoral
is,
bonds.
it's not
Though it
that
will
black
come in
money
through
cannot
banking
come in
channels.
through electoral bonds.
The example
Though it
that
will
I had
come in
given
through
in my
banking
initial
channels.
submissions was,
The example that I had given
as
in
has
my
been
initial
done,
submissions
that
was,
you, by
suppose,
under-invoicing,
as has been
over-invoicing,
done,
etc., you
that you,
siphon out
by
some
under
funds,
invoicing, over
X
invoicing,
crores or X
etc., you
thousand
siphon
crores
out some
through tax
funds,
haven.
X crores or X
From there,
thousand
my lord,
crores
you have a
to
company
tax
to which
haven.
you have deposited.
From
That's
there, my
all black
lord,
money.
you have a company
It's
to which you have
over-invoicing,
deposited.
under-invoicing
That's
money
all
which
black
has been
money.
siphoned out to
It's
those
over
tax havens.
invoicing, under invoicing
You
money
set up
which
a
has been
subsidiary
siphoned
of
out to
that
those tax
foreign
havens.
tax
You
haven
set up
company
a
in
subsidiary
India.
of
It's a
that
subsidiary
foreign tax
under
haven
the
company in
FCRA
India.
changes.
It's a
It was argued, my
subsidiary
lord, FCRA is
under
not in
the
question
FCRA
here.
changes.
But
It was argued, my lord,
changes have
FCRA is
been
not in
challenged in this
question
very
here.
petition also,
But
2016,
FCRA
by
changes
which
have been challenged in
the,
this very petition also, 2016,
availability
by
of
which
even subsidiaries of foreign
the
companies to donate to
availability
political
of
parties
even
was brought
subsidiaries
in.
of foreign companies
And
to donate to political
whether or
parties
not
was
your
brought
lordship
in.
decides on the
And
validity of that or not,
whether or
lordship
not
have
your
to keep in
lordship
mind
decides on the
fact
validity of that or not, your lordship have to keep in mind the fact that
the
simultaneously that route was opened up. The route of subsidiaries of foreign companies donating to political parties was opened up. Now what I am pointing out is black money can still flow through electoral bonds in this way. You have converted black money and deposited it into a tax haven bank account of some company registered in a tax haven. You then transfer that money to, you set up a subsidiary in India, transfer that money to a subsidiary in India. That subsidiary company, because you have removed the limit of 7.5% also, even if it's a shell company. That's
Bhushan, at a constitutional level, this argument won't wash. I'll tell you why.
I am only responding to what was argued. I am not.
This will not wash an argument. This will not wash at a constitutional level for the simple reason that the fact that they have been unable to, or they did not, dry all cash
political parties
sources of funding of political parties is not an answer, is not there is not a ground to challenge the validity of a scheme.
Using that ground, I am saying
Response
that
of the government
that
to my ground.
response
What were my
of
grounds?
the government
My ground was
to my
Article
ground.
1918
What were my
defeats the
grounds,
rights
my lord? My
of
ground
the
was
citizens to
Article
know the funding
1918
of
defeats the
political
rights
parties.
of the
Number two,
citizens
my
to
lord,
know the funding of
it
political
promotes
parties.
corruption because
Number two, my lord,
it
it promotes
it
corruption
effectively
because
legalizes corruption
it
because
allows,
any
it effectively
company to give
legalizes
anonymous
corruption
kickback.
because it allows any
Legalized
company to
anonymous
give
kickbacks
anonymous
to the
kickbacks.
parties in
Legalized
power. And
anonymous
I pointed out
kickbacks
that
to the
evidence-
parties in
there is
power. And
considerable
I
evidence
pointed
to show
out
that almost
that the
all
evidence,
these
there is
electoral bonds have
considerable
gone to
evidence to
ruling
show that
parties.
almost all the
Vast
electoral
bulk
bonds
to the
have gone to ruling
the
parties.
center, the rest to the
Vast
ruling
bulk
parties
to the
in
ruling
state.
party in the center,
And
the rest to the
all
ruling
electoral
parties in the
bonds that have been
states.
purchased are in
And virtually all the electoral bonds that have been
94.5%
purchased are in
denomination of 1 crore, and the remaining in
94.5% in denomination of 1
Virtually
crore,
nothing below
and the
that.
remaining in denomination
Therefore,
of
there is
10
good
lakhs.
reason
Virtually
to
nothing below that.
And
Therefore,
I gave
there is
two
good
examples
reason
also.
to suspect.
I'm not saying
And
that
I
your
gave two
lordship
examples
should use
also.
those examples because those
I'm not
parties,
saying that
those
your
companies
lordship
are not
should
before
use
us.
those examples
But I
because those
gave
parties,
two
those
examples.
companies are
One
not before us.
company has declared
But I gave those
officially
two examples.
that they
One
gave those
company has
electoral bonds to
declared
ward off
officially
excise
that they
issues
gave
which
those
had arisen
electoral
with the
bonds to
government.
ward off
The other
excise issues
company
which had arisen with
who
the
has
government.
purchased electoral bonds
The other
worth more than
company
450
who has
crores
purchased electoral
from their,
bonds worth more than 450
declared
crores
to SEBI
from their
has been the
accounts
recipient
declared to
of
SEBI,
several mining
has
contracts and
been
various
the
other
recipient
favors.
of several mining contracts and various other favors.
You already argued this. You're in rejoinder.
Mining contracts, these are all auctions. Mining contract, you don't.
You're in the rejoinder now.
I'm not
Kickback.
re-arguing, I'm just pointing out.
Don't re-argue your
That's my
case.
I'm not
argument.
re-arguing.
Now,
I'm just
what is the
pointing
government's
out that
response to that?
that's my argument.
So how
Now, what
do
is
they
the
answer
government's
this
response
question?
to that?
That this
So how do
defeats
they
the
answer this
citizens' right
question?
to
That
information?
this
One
defeats
answer
the
that they have
citizens'
given,
right
I was coming
to
step by step.
information. One answer that they have given, I was
that there
coming
was a
step by
competing
step.
interest
One answer
of
that they had
bringing
given
down
was that there
cash
was a
or
competing
bringing down
interest
unaccounted
of bringing
money
down cash
into the
or bringing
donations
down
and finances of
unaccounted
political
money
parties. I'm
into
just
the
answering
donations
that.
and finances of political
The other
parties. I am
argument
just
that they have
answering
made is
that
there is a
issue.
right to privacy.
The other argument that they
That's
have
the
made is
argument
that
made
there
at
is a
the
right to
Firstly,
privacy.
my lord, the right to
That's
privacy
the
doesn't
argument
extend
made
to
at the end.
companies.
Firstly, my lord,
It's
the
a
right to privacy
individual
doesn't
human
extend to
right.
companies.
Even in
It's
Puttaswamy,
a
your
individual
lordship has
human
laid
right.
down that
In
that's
even
an
in
individual's
Puttaswamy,
human right.
your
It's
lordship
not a
has
right
laid
of a
down that
company.
that's an individual's
therefore,
human right. It's
so
not
far
a
as
right
those
of a
amendments
company.
which have been made
So
to the Income
therefore,
Tax Act,
so
to the
far as
Companies
those
Act,
amendments which have
etc.,
been made to the
which
Income Tax Act, to the
anonymize
Companies Act,
donations by
etc.,
companies to
which
political parties
anonymize donations
and
by companies to
remove
political
the
parties
requirement of declaring who you
and
have donated to,
remove the
where you have
requirement
spent
of
this money.
declaring who you have donated to
That
or
right
where you have
cannot be
spent this
invoked
money.
for companies.
That
The
right cannot
of
be
privacy
invoked
cannot be
for
invoked
companies. The right
Even
of privacy
otherwise,
cannot be invoked for companies.
Let's assume that
And even
there are
otherwise,
some
my lord,
individuals who are
if let's assume
giving this
that
money. The
there are
question
some
is,
individuals who
can
are
those individuals
giving this
claim
money.
a
The
right
question
to
is,
privacy,
can those individuals
overrides
claim a right to
the right
privacy,
to information
which
of
overrides
citizens?
the right
Even
to
under the
information
RTI Act, if your
of
lordship recalls, there is
citizens?
an exemption
Even under
for
the
privacy.
RTI Act, if your
There is
lordship
a
recalls, there
exemption
is an
for
exemption
personal
for
information.
privacy.
But
There
that
is an exemption for
stated
personal information.
that only that
But that
personal
exemption
information
stated
which
that
which
only
has no
that
bearing
personal
on public
information
affairs
which
and
has
which
no
cannot
bearing
be
on
overridden
public
by public
affairs
interest is exempted.
and which cannot be
If there is a
overridden by
interest
public
override,
interest is
even that
exempted.
information is not
If
exempted.
there is a public
So in
interest
my
override,
respectful
even that
submission,
information is not
privacy
exempted.
argument
So in my
cannot be
respectful
used to
submission, my
say
lord, that privacy
that my
argument
right to
cannot be used to
privacy
say
about which
that
political
my
party
right
I am
to
donating
privacy
to
about which political
overrides
party I am
the citizens'
donating
right to
to
information,
overrides
about
the citizens' right to
the
information to know about who the political party is getting funded from. So that right,
Even
my
if
lord,
there
in
is
a
a right of
clearly
privacy of an
would
individual,
override,
companies don't have
even
that
if there
right.
is a right
But
of
even if
privacy of an
an
individual, of
individual
course,
has that
companies
right
don't have that
of
right.
privacy
But
about
even if
donating
an
what
individual
they have
has that
donated to
right
political
of
parties,
privacy
then my
about
respectful
donating
submission, that is
what they have
overridden
donated to
by the
political
citizens'
parties, then
right
my
to
respectful submission, that is
information.
overridden
The other
by the
argument that
citizens'
was
right
made
to
was again on the
information.
basis of what
The
the
other
finance
argument
minister
that
had
was
said.
made was again on the basis of what the
It
finance
was
minister
argued
had
that
said.
this is to prevent victimization.
It was argued that this
Now,
is to prevent victimization.
Firstly, as your lordship pointed out,
Now,
the
firstly, as your lordship pointed out,
government would
the,
certainly know, or the party which runs
government would
the government
certainly know, or
can find out,
the party which runs
this
the
company
government
had
can find
purchased
out, ki,
electoral
look,
bonds worth
this company
100
had
crores.
purchased
We have not
electoral
received
bonds worth
anything from it.
100 crores.
Therefore, obviously,
We
they
have not
given it to
received
the
anything
opposition
from it.
parties.
Therefore,
therefore
obviously,
that-
they have given it to the
That
opposition
much
parties.
information,
And therefore,
which
that
will still allow the
that
government
much
to victimize that
information
company,
which will still allow
is
the government
always
to
available
victimize that
with the
company
government. Even if
is always available
even if they do
with the
not
government.
use
Even
their
if
control over the state
even
bank,
if they do not use their
To find
control
out
over the state bank,
which company has given
to
electoral
find out
bonds to which party.
which company has given
The argument that
electoral
was
bonds
made
to
was
which
that,
party.
no, there is an elaborate system
The argument
of
that was
protecting
made
that
was that
information.
there is an elaborate system
very
of
simple, my
protecting
lord.
that information.
Obviously, when a
It's very
person
simple, my lord.
purchases an electoral bond,
Obviously,
he gives KYC,
when
etc.,
a person purchases an
the
electoral
bank would
bond, he
have
gives
to
KYC,
record
etc.
that this
The
person
bank
or
would
this
have to
company has
record
purchased this electoral
that this
bond, and the
person
number
or
of the
this
electoral
company has
bond would have to be
purchased this
recorded
electoral
somewhere.
bond, and the number of the
Thereafter,
electoral
my
bond
lord,
would have to
when
be
a
recorded
party
somewhere.
encashes that electoral
Thereafter,
bond,
my lord, when a party encashes that electoral
party,
bond,
the number of the electoral
the
bond which that party has
party,
encashed
the
would
number
have to
of
be
the electoral
recorded.
bond which
Otherwise, my
that
lord, it
party
would
has
make
encashed
it
would
open
have to
for
be recorded.
counterfeiting.
Otherwise, my
And
lord, it
therefore,
would
you
make
have
it
to
open for
record these two
counterfeiting.
information.
And therefore, you have
So
to
therefore,
record these
it's
two
not
information.
so difficult if the government
So therefore,
wants, State
it's
Bank of
not
India would
so
certainly
difficult
know.
if the
And
government wants,
exerts
State Bank of
sufficient
India
pressure on
would
the State
certainly
Bank, they
know.
can come to
And
know.
if the
Even
government
otherwise,
exerts
Lord, the
sufficient
government would
pressure on the
know
State Bank, they can
as
come
to
to know.
which
Even otherwise,
companies have
Lord, the
purchased
government would
electoral bonds
know
worth how much
as
and
to
that we have
which
not got it.
companies have purchased electoral bonds worth how much and that we have not got it.
So one point
Right
is, of
to
course,
know
you
that
highlighted the
sphere
citizens'
of
right to know. What is the next?
justification for
Right to know
victimization,
that the
etc.,
sphere
doesn't
of the
really
justification
apply. In
for
fact, it's only
victimization,
the
etc.,
citizens
doesn't
who are
really
being
apply. In fact, it's only
deprived
the
of this
citizens who are being
information.
deprived
Each political
of this
party would
information.
know, can know.
Each political
And
party
certainly
would
the
know,
government
can know,
Citizen cannot
can
not
know,
scan
and
the-
certainly the government can know. A citizen cannot, my lord, scan the.
And then, my lord, there's two more things.
Point in the joinder.
And then, my lord, there's two more things.
There was an interim order, as your lordship saw.
There was an interim order, as your lordship saw,
Also,
asking the
12th of
election
April.
They are going
commission.
to open electoral
I am
bonds
respectfully
window
saying
for
because
this,
they are going to
state
open
assembly
electoral
elections any
bonds
day now. It
window
can be
for
opened
this
tomorrow, it can be
state
opened
assembly
day after.
elections any day now. It can be open tomorrow, it can be open day
Again, my
after.
lord, till today,
And
March
again, my lord, till
2022,
today,
electoral
till
bonds that had been
March
purchased were over
2022,
9,000 under 10,000
electoral bonds that had been
Till
purchased
today, I
were over
understand that the
9,000 under
electoral bonds
10,000
that have been
crore.
purchased in
Till
this
today,
last
I
1.5
understand that the
years
electoral
has
bonds that
been,
have been purchased in
has
this
taken
last
the
1.5
total to
years
13,000
has been, has
Now,
taken the total
today,
to
They
13,000
open
crore.
the electoral bonds.
Now, today,
in this
if they
assembly
open the
election,
electoral
again
bonds,
will go.
again, in this
I am
assembly election,
respectfully,
again
my lord,
electoral
requesting
bonds
your
will go.
lordship, even
I
if
am
your lordship does
respectfully, my
not
lord, requesting
stay
your lordship,
the,
even if your
issue
lordship
of
does not
electoral bonds
stay
after
the
today, at least
issue
one
of
thing your
electoral
lordship should
bonds
say.
after today, at least one thing your lordship should say.
Clear to the parties
That
who are purchasing electoral
it should be
bonds
made
and these may be
clear
subject
to the
disclosure.
parties who are
Because
purchasing
this
electoral
court-
bonds that
court has
these
the
may be
power
subject to
under the
disclosure.
scheme
Because
also
this court has the
ask,
power
seek
under the
information
scheme also
State Bank of
to
India.
seek information from
I am
the
requesting,
State
my
Bank
lord,
of
that
India.
At the end of this, if your lordships
And I
hold,
am requesting, my lord, that at the end of this, if your lordships
electoral
hold,
bond is
if your
unconstitutional,
lordships agree with us that
etc.,
this electoral
then
bond
your
is
lordship
unconstitutional,
should
etc.,
disclose as to
then your lordship
which
should
company has given
disclose
to
as to which company has given to which party, etc. And even if that information has to be obtained from the State Bank of India. And that's why, my lord, I'm saying that at least today, because last time the same thing happened in that election commission appointment case. I had an interim application. I mentioned that interim application on Thursday. Of the election commission, saying that there is one post vacant of the election commission, and the court is proposing.
Except for the difference, except the fact that after the 12th of April 19 order, when you moved a fresh IA for stay,
that was for that particular.
that stay was declined by the then.
Yes, that was that stage, that particular.
That's why I asked, what is your,
Court, I'm asking for I'm asking for
you asking for washing of the scheme, or you want that
asking for quashing of this scheme.
You had the
Hello fighters, welcome back to another video of Wake and Bite.
तो guys आज हम आपको
और इस भाई ये बोरीवली
you will accept that has one advantage. There is a KYC.
That's all right.
You
If
will
the
accept
anonymity
that
is
there is
removed,
an
I have no
advantage.
problem.
So therefore, you
That's all right. If the anonymity is removed, I have no problem.
so therefore you argue of that.
I am remove the anonymity. I have challenging the scheme because of the anonymity. Remove the anonymity. I have no problem with the electoral.
Hello fighters, welcome back to another video of Wake.
The anonymity.
मेरे को लग रहा था 8 से
आई
थाली लेके जा थाली में
So what I am saying is,
हम भी वोट चैलेंजर में ही
For the entire scheme to be set aside, and you are also arguing that the amendment should therefore be.
भाई क्या टेस्ट है यार, पापड़ की भी टेस्ट है। इसको बोलते हैं सुरमई फिश।
वाह बाइट लेने के बाद जो फिश में एक कड़क लगा ना, मतलब समझेगा वो स्टोर्ड रहता है ना, वो है। बट इसमें देखो बाइट लेने के बाद सॉफ्ट लगेगा एकदम, तो उससे समझते हैं कि भाई फ्रेश है एकदम। अंडा
तो चलो अभी बढ़ते हैं अंडा चैलेंज की तरफ।
हमेशा की तरह 3, 2, 1 गो।
भाई लोग इसमें कांटे होते हैं, हाँ, नहीं तो आप डायरेक्ट खाने जाओगे फंस जाएगा। ऐसा नहीं है, कांटे होते हैं बीच में।
फिर कांटे कहीं और मिलेंगे।
तू समझा? हाँ। नहीं तू समझा नहीं। है ज्वारी का भाकरी और उसके साथ है
सुकट।
जैसे मम्मी घर पे बनाती है
सेम टेस्ट। बट मैं यही बोल रहा हूँ ना कि ये थाली खाओगे ना, आपको मम्मी का खाना, इसलिए तो नाम भी क्या है,
ममास किचन। जैसे कि नगर सेवक थाली का तो पूरा तहस महस हो गया है, मजा आ गया। लेकिन
अभी नेक्स्ट टाइम कौन सा ला रहे हो सर? नेक्स्ट टाइम
आमदार थाली।
आमदार थाली, मॉरिस भाई आमदार थाली लाएंगे।
आमदार थाली लाएंगे।
आमदार थाली जब लाएंगे तब यहाँ आमदार को भी बिठाएंगे, मॉरिस भाई भी बैठेंगे यहाँ हमारे साथ।
बैठेंगे हमारे साथ, ठीक है।
और
वो 100 ग्राम नहीं, थोड़ा ज्यादा खाएंगे।
ये टाइम वो 1000 ग्राम से भी ज्यादा।
600 ग्राम।
देखो आ गए 600 ग्राम।
600 ग्राम का
तो सर देखो मतलब मजा
हो गया थोड़ा।
मैंने इनका अंडे का चैलेंज देखा था भाई में। चलो सर एक अंडे का चैलेंज करते हैं।
चलो चलो अंडा चैलेंज इन 3, 2, 1 स्टार्ट। कम ऑन मॉरिस भाई। अरे बहुत फास्ट गया फिर यार। सही है। तो भाई यही था हमारा आज का थाली का चैलेंज। बहुत खतरनाक थाली थी।
मेरे को तो बहुत मजा आया।
और भाई 51,000 मिलेगा अगर थाली खत्म किया तो, नहीं किया तो आपको 51,000 दे के जाना है।
कैसा लगा मेरा मजाक?
मस्ती कर रहे हैं।
तो यही था हमारा आज का वीडियो। अगर आपको आज का वीडियो पसंद आएगा तो प्लीज
अभी जाके वीडियो को
लाइक करो, शेयर करो।
और अगर आपने अब तक चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया रहेगा तो प्लीज अभी जाके
सब्सक्राइब करो।
मिलते हैं इसे नेक्स्ट वीडियो में। तब तक आप भी हमारे जैसे खाओ पियो और मौज करो।
सब्सक्राइब कीजिए।
खतरनाक।
तो फिर सोचा हम लोग ने आज
और क्या 100 के 100 अपने ही है ना।
अपने ये भाई
तो
देखने में तो वैसे भी स्पाइसी लग रहे हैं।
स्पाइसी। तो कुलेस किचन में आपको ऐसे स्पेशल और कितने हुए शुरू। इधर है 33, 2, 1। चिकन विंग्स का ट्रिक।
तुमचा पण मसाला
उनको लगा हो गया प्लेट खत्म। प्रॉब्लम
बहुत बढ़िया और स्पाइसी है और स्पाइसी में चैलेंज के साथ ध्यान भी देना पड़ता है थोड़ा।
और अगर आपने अब तक चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया रहेगा तो प्लीज अभी जाके सब्सक्राइब करो।
अगर 45 मिनट्स में किसी ने भी ये 4 किलो प्लस
Hello guys, I am back with huge menu again. So guys, today I am going to eat spicy village style chicken curry, spicy dry egg curry, spicy chicken Szechuan fried rice, spicy extra gravy, butter garlic naan, onion. So guys, as usual आपको सबकी रेसिपी डिस्क्रिप्शन बॉक्स में मिल जाएगी. प्लीज चेकआउट करना मत भूलना एंड मुझे फेसबुक और इंस्टाग्राम में फॉलो कर
Can you see doesn't apply to the party? What? God applies to can you see doesn't apply to the party? What? What's the
bonds are meant for a political party. Bonds are meant for a political party to be in power in perpetuity, because the amount of money through these means, which quote unquote are legitimate, will empower that party through capital to influence everything. Unconstitutional, undemocratic. This is the most unconstitutional, undemocratic, unfair scheme that destroys the very basic structure of our constitution. Free and fair elections is the basic structure of our constitution. It's fair. It's not free. This scheme is neither free, nor is it fair. It's not free because the industrialists cannot say no. It is not fair because in that process the political party empowers gets the maximum capital and the capital it wants, not for elections, for other purposes. Incentivizing, and I'm come to the other main argument. Incentivizing, and I'm come to the other main argument. Incentivizing, I won't take more than that. Incentivizing the use of banking channels. Incentivizing the use of banking channels. In fact, that's the perfectly rational way of enriching banking channels. In fact, that's the perfectly rational way of enriching yourself. But that's not a justification for empowering. Perfectly rational way. But that's not a justification for empowering yourself. I can understand if there was a correlation between this and the election process. I can understand if there was a correlation between this and the election process, in which you must disclose how much you have spent, where you have spent. That cannot be because it is the candidate who is fighting the election, not the political party. As far as persecuting the person who has been given the money by that party to an opposite party, why will they be persecuted? They will be persecuted. Why will they be persecuted? Just to tell your lordships what the reality is. Tell your lordships. A big industrialist. Just to tell your lordships what the reality is. A big industrialist who has enormous power will give it to all political parties. The center will never. And the party at the center will never hold it against that industry. Because everybody's benefited. Because everybody's benefited. Enjoys this money. The system enjoys this money. Capital to the party that is in the center. Enormous capital to the party that is in the center. Donations to the others. And small little. And everybody knows about it. Donations to the others. So there'll be no retributions. Why did you give it to that party? So there'll be no retributions. That why did you give it to that party? You've also got the maximum. Because you've also got the maximum. So this whole argument, why should there be a retribution? Why have you given to that party? So this whole argument that no, there'll be a retribution. Why have you given to that party? Supposing I have got 100 crores. 500 crores. I get 100 crores, but the donation shows that he has given 500 crores. I know that 100 crores come to me. And if for the 100 crores, the quid pro quo is. And if for the 100 crores, the quid pro quo is 4, 5, 6 instances, then out of 400 crores, why should the retribution be more than just 4, 5, 6 instances? The same logic will apply. So why are you protecting those mullahs? And so why are you protecting those mullahs? Which I said earlier. And the most serious part, which I said earlier, that I will never be able to go to a court of law. What you are doing is giving a protection by not putting corrupt transactions in the public domain, because I will never by know. Not putting that information in the public domain, because I will never know. How do I move forward? How do I move forward? I can't file an FIR because I don't know. Where do I go? I can't file an FIR. I can't go to court. I don't know. I'll be subject to defamation. I can't go to court. Under 156(3), I'll have to go to. Under 156(3), I'll have to go to. I'll have to give some data. I don't have the data. So what court order are we talking about? Don't shield the process of corruption itself. Don't shield the process by allowing corruption itself. If you want to deal with allowing this to go on, the first thing to do is to. If you want to deal with corruption, the first thing to do is to wash this. This is the surest way for political perpetuity. This is the surest way for political perpetuity. Having said that, just 5 more minutes. Then, Maharaj, having said that, just 5 more. That PEBS is a matter of financial economic policy. The respondents argue that PEBS is a matter of financial economic policy. It certainly is not. It deals with elections. In fact,
Nothing
the
to do with
ED and
financial
EBS
policy.
and amendments on which it is based changes the very ground rules.
In fact,
of
the ED and
electoral
EBS and amendments on which it is
Very
based
ground
changes the
rules,
very ground
which
rules of the
negates any
electoral
presumption
process.
of constitutionality.
The very
And on
ground
the
rules,
contrary requires
which
heightened
negates any
judicial
presumption of
scrutiny.
constitutionality, and on the contrary requires heightened
That's the
judicial
answer to that
scrutiny.
question of financial and economic policy. Economic policy.
That's the
is a
answer to
bearer
that
bonds
question
issue
of
because
financial and economic
that way you
policy.
can bring black money
Economic
into the
policy
economic
is a
system
bearer
and pay
bonds
tax on
issue because that way you can bring black money into the economic system and pay tax on it.
Two, he said the argues that making the identity of donors an extension of secret ballot. The right
Two, he
to
said
vote
the argues that
and
making the
donating of funds are
identity of donors
distinct.
is an extension of secret ballot.
Right to
The
vote
right
is
to
secret
vote
ballot.
and
Donation
donating of funds
cannot
are
ever be
distinct.
secret. Three, he says there is no uneven playing field. I
The
will
right to
demonstrate
vote
to
is
yourself.
secret ballot. Donation
That
of funds
field is
cannot
uneven.
ever be secret.
Four, they say the respondent.
Three, he
has
says there is no
distinguished ADR,
uneven
PC,
playing field. I will
PUC on the
demonstrate it
ground
to
that the
yourself.
information sought
The
for
entire field
in
is
those cases
uneven.
already existed and just
Or they
needed to
say
be
the
disclosed.
respondent
In this
has
case,
distinguished
the only
ADR and
the
PCL,
information about the
PUCL on the
identity
ground
of
that the
donors is
information
unknown.
sought for
In the present
in those
case, is
cases
the
already
structural
existed
design
and
of the
just
system.
needed to be disclosed.
You have
In this case,
structured the
the
scheme
only
in such a
reason
way
the
that
information
it's
about the
unknown.
identity of donors is unknown in the present case is the structural design of the system.
So, Malas, I really
You have
don't want to
structured
say
the scheme in
anything more.
such a way that it's
All I can
unknown.
say is, Malas, and Malas, what is the public interest? That
So,
is being
Malas, I
served?
really don't want to say anything more. All I can
Does it
say is,
what the
Malas,
public interest is. Public
and Malas,
interest
what is
not
the
to know,
public interest that is being served here?
not to
I don't
disclose.
understand what the public interest
And
is.
who are you protecting?
Public interest not to know,
For what purpose are you protecting these people? You
Not
are
to
actually
disclose.
protecting yourself
and who are you protecting?
because you know who
For
has
what
donated.
purpose are you protecting these people? You are actually protecting yourself
Self-protection, self-preservation,
because
self-protection.
you know who has donated.
How can the public
It
interest
is
in protecting the
self-protection,
identity of donors
self-preservation,
outweigh the public
self-perpetuation.
interest in the public's right to know?
How can the
To
public
be
interest
free
in protecting the
from
identity of donors outweigh the public interest in the public's
So
right
politics,
to know?
Malas,
To be
as I
free
said,
from corruption.
it's impossible for us to get rid of free
So
money.
politics,
Black
Malas,
money, Malas, no country in the world has got rid of it.
as I
Let's
said,
be clear on it. All your lordships
it's
can
impossible
do
for us to get rid of
is to
free
tell
money,
the government
black
this
money,
is
Malas. No
not
country in
the
the
way
world has got rid of it. Let's be clear on it.
deal with it.
All your
Deal with
lordships
it in
can
a
do
way
is
that
to
is
tell the
transparent,
government, this is not the way
that
forward.
gives us the confidence
You want to
that it
deal
is
with
not
it,
for
deal
you,
with it in a
it is
way
for the larger public
that is
interest.
transparent,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
that
Sir.
makes,
I'm gonna
gives
talk
us
to
the
him. I say, I
confidence
filed rejoinder
that it is
submissions
not for
already
you, it is
with
for the larger
submissions,
public
Malas.
interest. Thank you
And
very much.
Court master may just
Thank you,
upload
Mr.
them.
Sir.
I'm gonna
All
talk
that
to
I have
you.
said
Say,
to
I
your
filed
lordships
rejoinder
is dealt
submissions
with
already
in about 12
to
pages.
his submissions, Malas.
I'll give
A court master may just upload
I
them.
didn't want to, Malas,
All
take
that I
much
have
time
said to your
read them.
lordships
There are others
is
also.
dealt with that in about 12 pages. Malas.
The core of our challenge is
I give you a copy because I didn't want to Malas, take too much time to
the
read them.
statutory
There are others
provisions
also.
which
I'm
prevent
being
public
pressed.
disclosure. Those are the statutory
core of
amendments.
our challenge
The
is to the
scheme
statutory.
follows
Yes,
based on those
The
amendments,
statutory
namely
provisions
amendment to
which
section
prevent
29C
public
of the
disclosure.
Representations
Those are the statutory
and
amendments.
section
The
182
scheme
of the
follows
Companies Act.
based
Those
on
were the
those
public
amendments,
disclosure
namely
provisions.
amendment
The
to section
scheme, once
29C
the
of the
public
Representations
disclosure
of
comes into the
People Act
scheme, there is no
and section 182 of the
real scheme to
Companies
survive.
Act.
Now, this is to answer
Those
my
were the
Lord's
public
last
disclosure
question. What are we
provisions.
challenging?
The
We're
scheme,
challenging
once
those
the public
statutory
disclosure
provisions
comes in the scheme,
because
there is
once
no
that goes, the scheme
real
itself
scheme to
collapses.
survive. Now,
The
this is to
basis
answer my
of
Lord
the
Justice
scheme
Khanna's
is
question,
not
what are we
public
challenging? We are challenging
Because
those
with
two
that,
statutory
I would
provisions
submit why
because
do we
once
need in
that
rejoinder
goes, the scheme
2
itself
points for me?
collapses. The
Why
basis
do we
of the
need public
scheme
disclosure?
is non-public
Because
disclosure.
number one, Malaz,
Because
as the
with
US
that,
Supreme
Malaz, I
Court
would
said,
submit
Malaz,
why do we
versus
need in
Vaidya.
rejoinder 2
A
points
political
only.
party may
Why do we need
represent
public
anything to the
disclosure?
electorate.
Because number one, Malaz, as the US Supreme Court
It
said,
may
Malaz, in
self-ascribe
Buckley
any
versus
label to
Value,
itself to the
a
electorate.
political party may
But
represent
one of the
anything
best
to
ways
the
of
electorate.
determining what the party
It
is
may
about
self-ascribe
is
any
where
label
or
to
who it
itself
is
to the
going to be
electorate.
most most responsive to is
But
where
one
it
of the
gets
best
its
ways
funds
of
from.
determining what
If
the
that aspect
party
itself
is about is where
removed
or
from the
who it is
public
going to be
domain.
most responsive to
So a
is
party
where
can
it
say
gets its
X,
funds from.
take the money from
If
Y
that
or other
aspect
interests, and the
itself
public has no way of knowing.
is removed from the public domain,
So public information
so a
is
party can say
necessary for
X,
voter to
take the
form
money
its
from
view
Y
into
or other interests, and the
voting.
public
That
has
is a
no way of
substantive
knowing.
right to vote is an informed right to
So
vote.
public
And therefore that
information is
information as
necessary
to
for
who has
voter
given you
to
money
form
to,
its
so
view
that the voter
into
can match what you are
voting.
saying.
That is
Are
a
you taking
substantive
money?
right
Are
to
you a
vote,
Green
is an
Party or
informed right
belonging
to
to a
vote.
Green Party,
And
but
therefore
taking
that
money from,
information as to who has
from
given you
oil
money to,
interests.
so that the voter
There
can
are
match
n
what you are
number of
saying.
examples.
Are you taking money?
So
Are
that
you a
is
Green
one
Party? You're
interest which is
claiming to be a
necessary.
Green Party
Second,
but
one of the
taking money
questions that from the court yesterday to the
from
government,
oil interests?
that
there are n number of examples. So that is one interest which is necessary. Second, the question fell from the court yesterday to the government.
Bifurcate.
That how will you prevent quid pro quo? Quid pro quo has been used by both sides very broadly. Let me just try and
Second will be
bifurcate.
legislative influence.
One would be policy influence or policy capture.
Plus the final
Strictly
stage
not
will be corruption or bribery.
Second will be legislative influence or legislative
my
capture.
respectful submission, the
Strictly
only
not corruption
constitutional
either.
safeguard.
Plus the final
against
stage would be
preventing
corruption or
quid
bribery.
pro quo is
Plus the only, in my
in
respectful
public
submission, the only
One
constitutional
court in
safeguard
South Africa, I just
against
want to place two
preventing
paras. In rejoinder
quid
normally I
pro
wouldn't
quo
place paras of a
is
judgment. Only
in
two
fact
paras
public
because
disclosure.
exact
I
same
mean, one
situation arose
constitutional
in,
court in South Africa, I just want to place
and the
two paras. In
Constitutional Court of
rejoinder
South
normally I
Africa
wouldn't
has
place
said
paras of a
that the
judgment.
only
Only
way
two
to
paras
ensure
because exact
that
same
these
situation
other
arose
things,
in
nothing can be
South
wrong when the
Africa.
polity is a
And the
complex
Constitutional
space.
Court of
Surely we
South
can't
Africa has
express,
said
expect
that the
perfect world.
only way to
But
ensure that these
areas
other
or
things,
zones of
nothing can be
influence
removed in a
movement
polity
to
is a
zone of
complex
corruption,
space. Surely we can't
that can be prevented by
expect a
public.
perfect
Lordships
world.
will just have
But
page
from
6654.
areas or zones of influence to movement to
6654
zone of
volume
corruption, that can be prevented by public
Volume five,
disclosure.
I'm
Your
sorry,
Lordships will
my
just have page 6654.
Plus the case is titled
6654 volume
quite
4.
aptly, My Vote Counts.
Volume 5, I'm sorry, my apologies. Plus the case is
versus
titled
Minister of Justice. And straight away
My
para
Vote
40
Counts
at page 6653.
versus Minister of Justice. And straight away para 40 at page 6653
is the relevant portion. Bookmark number
What stage does
6660.
the case begin? 66?
Volume 5. Malad.
plus 6653 is the relevant portion. Bookmark number 60.
Yes.
Volume 4 of?
Volume 5, my lords. Volume 5.
Plus para 40. Because the court has it. The reality is that private funders do not thoughtlessly throw their resources around. They do so for a reason and quite strategically. Some pour in their resources because the policies of a particular party or independent candidate resonate with their world outlook or ideology. Others do so hoping to influence the policy direction of those they support to advance personal or sectional interests. Money is the tool they use to secure the special favors or selfishly manipulate those who are required to serve
Plus para
and treat
40.
all citizens equally. Unchecked or secret private funding from all, including other nations, could
Is that
undermine the
private funders
fulfillment
do
of
not
constitutional
thoughtlessly throw their
obligations by
resources
political
around.
parties or
They do
independent
so for a
candidates
reason and quite
so-funded.
strategically.
And by extension,
Some
our
pour
nation's
in their
rightful
resources
place
because the policies of a
thereafter.
particular
Our
party or
freely elected
independent candidate
representatives
resonate
must
with their
thus
world
be
outlook or
so
ideology.
free that they would be
Others do so
able to
hoping to
focus
influence the
and
policy direction of
deliver to
those
their
they
core
support to
constitutional
advance
mandate.
personal or
They
sectional
cannot help
interests.
build a free society
Money is the
if
tool
they
they
are
use to
themselves
secure the
free-
special
not free of
favors
hidden
or
potential
selfishly
bondage or
manipulate those who are
captivity. Now,
required to
para 42
serve
is
and
important.
treat
I'll
all
read only
citizens
from the third
equally.
line.
Unchecked
Only
or
when there is a
secret
risk of
private
being
funding
exposed
from
for
all,
receiving
including
funding
other
from
nations,
various
could
characters or
undermine the
entities
fulfillment
that
of
could influence
constitutional
them
obligations by
negatively
political
for the
parties
advancement of
or
personal or
independent
sectoral
candidates
interests,
so funded,
would all
and by
political
extension
parties
our
and
nation's
independent
rightful place.
candidates
Then
be
thereafter,
constrained to steer
our
clear
freely
of
elected
such
representatives
funders and
must
be free
thus
to
be
honor their declared
so free
priorities
that
and
they would be
constitutional
able to
obligations.
focus
And that
and
this would enable by a
deliver
regime
to
that
their core
compels the
constitutional
disclosure of
mandate.
information
They cannot
on the
help build a
private
free
funding
society
of
if
political
they are
movements.
themselves
So, Malad,
free,
my
not
respectful
free of
submission
hidden
is
potential bondage or
public
captivation. Now,
disclosure
para
is the real
42 is
check.
important. I'll read only from the third line.
Public disclosure is
Only
the
when
real
there is a
check.
risk of being exposed for
therefore,
receiving
from
funding from
all
dubious
the kind of
characters or
things which happen in
entities that
politics,
could
from
influence
that
them
to moving into the
negatively
zone of
for the
corruption.
advancement
Because
of
as a
personal or
democracy, it's the
sectoral
public which
interests,
tests the party
would
every
all
day.
political parties and independent
effectively, that is
candidates
the biggest
be
check.
constrained to
Plus,
steer
finally,
clear of such
argument
funders
on
and be free to
confidentiality.
honor their declared priorities and
certain
constitutional
formulation of that was
obligations.
made on
And
privacy.
that risk would enable by a regime that compels
And a
the
comparison
disclosure of
was made
information
to right
on the
to vote
private funding of
secret
political
right to
players.
vote, and
So, my
therefore this by
respectful submission
extension,
is public
you should have
disclosure
a
is the
secret
real
right to
check.
fund. In effect, if I understood, Malad, that was the
Public
formulation.
disclosure is the real check.
Because our respectful submission is
And
right
therefore,
to
from
vote is your
all
own
the kind
exercise
of things which happen in
franchise.
politics,
It's the
from that to
least
moving
level
into
of
the zone of
participation
corruption. And Malad,
as
in a
a
democracy,
political
it's the
actor in
public
a
which tests the party every day.
The minute your levels of
Plus, effectively,
participation
that is
start
the biggest
increasing,
check.
If I want to fund
Plus,
and
finally,
influence the system as a whole,
argument
of course
on
I cannot be claiming
confidentiality was
privacy
made.
or confidentiality.
A certain formulation
If I'm
of that
holding a
was
public
made on
office,
privacy.
My level of confidentiality or privacy will
And
be
a comparison was
restricted to my
made
family's
to
own.
right
So,
to
Malad,
vote
this
is a secret
privacy,
right to
even in
vote,
respect
and
of
therefore
course,
this by
corporations don't have a right to
extension
privacy. privacy. It's Article 21.
You should have a secret right to fund.
So that
In
is
effect,
out.
if I understood,
But
that was the
assuming
formulation.
natural persons who may
Because
be-
our respectful submission
Their
is
right
right
to
to
privacy
vote
can
is your
certainly
own
right to
exercise of
confidentiality,
franchise.
whichever way
It's
we
the
frame it.
least
Cannot
level of
extend
participation
to an area
as
where
a
they
political
will
actor
now
in a democracy.
impact the entire
The minute your
political
levels
system
of participation
and seek to
starts
do so
increasing, if I
secretly
want
as
to
a matter
fund
of
and
right.
influence the
Of
system
course
as a
it
whole,
cannot.
of course I
So
cannot be
as
claiming
we
privacy
move
or
up the system,
confidentiality.
in
If
terms
I'm
of
holding a
political
public
influence,
office, my level of
proportionality
confidentiality or
doctrine will ensure
privacy will be
that
restricted to
your
my family
ability
zone.
to
So Malas, this
assert
privacy,
confidentiality
even in
or
respect, of
privacy
course,
as a
corporations
right
don't have a
is
right to
reduced.
privacy. It's Article
Plus,
21
finally,
right,
Malas, I
close no
just
right to
conclude by
life.
Malas
So
one
that is
point.
out. But
Plus,
Malas,
Thomas
even
Jefferson-
assuming natural persons who may be donating, their right to
Malas,
privacy
my
can
learned
certainly,
Mr.
your right to
Bhatia says that the
confidentiality,
best
whichever way
protection
we
against
frame it,
victimization
cannot
is
extend
full
to an
transparency.
area where
So
they
that-
will now
just want to emphasize
impact
that.
the entire
And Malas,
political
finally, I would
system
just
and
like
seek
end
to
with a
do
quote,
so
Malas, by
secretly
Thomas
as a matter
Jefferson.
of
He
right.
said,
Of course it
Malas,
cannot be.
currency-
So Malas, as we go up
information
the
is the
system,
currency of
in terms of our
democracy.
political
And
influence,
someone added to
proportionality
that
doctrine
quote
will
saying
ensure that
its
your ability to
non-disclosure should always
assert
be-
confidentiality or privacy as a right is reduced. Plus, finally, Malas, I'll just conclude by Malas, one quote. Plus, Thomas Jefferson.
Really don't give rejoinders. But
Malas, my learned friend Mr. Bhatia says that the best protection against victimization is full transparency.
Something to
So
add,
that, just want to emphasize that.
Lordship, I just
And
wish to
Malas,
take
finally,
5
I would
minutes
just
for
like
one of
to
the
end with a quote,
petitioners.
Malas, by Thomas Jefferson. He said,
conclude.
Malas, information is the currency of democracy. And Malas, someone added to that quote saying
Mr.
it's
Solicitor started
its
saying
non-disclosure should
practicality
always be
requires
suspect.
that I contribute to
I'm grateful.
political parties.
Thank you.
Practicality requires these are
Lordship,
not from the
I
court.
apologize
Now
for
we
being
have the
on
advantage of YouTube
VC,
and
Lordship. I
transcript.
Really don't
Require
give
I
rejoinders,
contribute
but
with a degree
I have
of
no objection.
confidentiality.
As an intervener,
so that
Lord,
I'm not
technically
victimizing
right, but
future.
let me, Lord,
So
have
this is the whole basis,
something to
Lord, of
add,
the
my Lord.
scheme. Lord, my submission
Lordship,
is,
I
Lord,
just wish to take 5 minutes for one of the petitioners.
we are
Let
talking
Mr.
of
Ansari
political
conclude.
parties.
Yes, Mr.
We are
Ansari.
not talking of rival groups who are collecting money. And the political
The
parties.
two quotes
find-
which my learned
fight
friend
election
Mr.
on the
Solicitor
basis of their
started saying,
development
practicality
activities, maybe on
requires
babies, maybe
that
on
I
last census,
contribute to
but
political
not, my lord,
parties.
that we will victimize a
Practicality
political
requires, these are
person, a
not from the
person
quotation
who
because
does
now we
not
have the
pay us,
advantage of
at
Lord
least who is
YouTube
the-
and the
who's
transcript.
paying someone
Requires I
else more.
contribute with a
But the
degree
whole
of
foundation is not-
confidentiality
there is a
so that I am not
confidentiality,
victimized in
otherwise there
future.
will be victimization.
So this is the whole
So with
basis,
great
my lord,
amount
of
of
the
respect,
scheme.
my lord,
Lord, my submission is, my lord,
nobody is coming forward to say, well, the rival
we
group
are
is
talking
victimized.
of political
Government is trying to
parties. We
justify
are
it,
not
my lord,
talking of
with
rival
a-
groups who are
with this
collecting money.
contribution with
And the
confidence.
political parties
And the other
find,
justification
Lord,
is, Lord,
fight election on the basis
my
of
learned
their
friend has some difficulty
development
in using the
activities,
opaqueness
maybe
or,
on
my lord,
freebies,
the
maybe on task
anonymity.
census,
He
Lord,
said
but not, my lord, that we will
confidentiality. Very well, Lord.
victimize a political person, a person who does not pay us, at least who is who's paying
the right
someone
of
else more.
information of 140
Lord, the whole
people of this
foundation is,
country,
Lord,
Lord.
there is a confidentiality, otherwise there will be
No,
victimization.
what they
So
said,
with
my
great
lord,
amount of
yes,
respect,
the
my lord,
confidentiality is the key, is the required.
nobody is coming forward
Confidentiality
to
of
say,
100
well, the
or
rival
1000
group will be
corporate
victimized.
houses is
The
required.
government is
But
trying to
my
justify
submission
it,
is
my
right
lord,
of the
with
citizens
with this
override-
contribution
override,
with
my lord,
confidentiality.
overweigh
And the
the
other
right of the
justification is, my lord,
How can you say, my lord, the
Learned friend has some difficulty in using the opaqueness or, my lord, the anonymity. He said confidentiality. Very well, Lord. Confidentiality of 100 or 1000 corporate houses. Would it not override the right of information of 140 people of this country, my lord?
From the RBI source, the amount of money was, my lord,
What
18
they said, my
18
lord,
lakh
yes,
crore cash in
the confidentiality is the
1917-18
key, is
when
the
scheme was
required.
introduced, and today
Confidentiality of 100 or 1000 corporate houses is required. But, my lord, my submission is right of the citizens would override, my lord, overweigh the right of the donors. How can you say, my lord, the black money has not gone or cash right? I will not take into account. I'll take into account the right of the 1000, my lord, or 100, my lord, or 5000 corporate houses. Thirdly, my lord,
2000,
the black money Mr. Sibal has given, I will give in a chart, my lord, of the RBI guide, my lord, from the RBI source. The amount of money was, my lord, 18 lakh crore cash in 17-18 when the scheme was introduced, and today 22-23 it is 33 lakh crores. My lord, the details are given with the page numbers with a tabulated form in a chart to the court master, my lord.